Oh, good.
shape a lot of my thought.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Lefrak Forum's Nietzsche, Contra, Morality, Modernity, and Metaphysics conference. I'm Zachary Bennett. I'm the Assistant Director of the Lefrak Forum on Science, Reason, and Modern Democracy. I will give a very brief introduction to our first panel. It's titled Nietzsche on Liberalism and the Last Man. And we'll be hearing from Jeffrey Church, who is professor and chair of the Department of Political Science at the University of Houston, Shilo Brooks, who's the executive director of the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions and lecturer in the Department of Politics at Princeton University. Serving as discussant on this panel is Timothy Burns, who is professor of political science at Baylor University. So that we can hear more from them, I will now leave it to them. So thank you.
Can you all hear me? Is this on? Okay, good. First of all, thanks so much to the Lefrak Forum for hosting this conference, and to the Hudson Institute. It's a great thing to have this conference gathering eminent scholars together to talk about Nietzsche. I'm going to talk today about liberalism and the last man and human all too human. I've been spending a good deal of my career on Nietzsche's early period work, so now I'm gradually getting to his middle period work. I'm getting older, he's getting younger. Maybe by the time I die, I'll get to his mature period work. So the standard view of Nietzsche's politics is that he's a right-wing or aristocratic radical critic of liberalism. On this interpretation, liberalism is a regime for the small-souled, protecting the rights of insignificant human beings to express their petty grievances and pursue their hedonistic ends. Liberalism seeks unwisely to reduce conflict, to engender peace, to unleash markets and human desires, which ultimately results in the last man, the man without a chest, without spirit, and strife and striving. The liberal is he who cannot take his own side in an argument, and in the liberal world, and here's a famous quote from Nietzsche's Zarathustra, quote, "One still quarrels, but one is soon reconciled, else it might spoil digestion. One has one's little pleasures for the day and one's little pleasures for the night. We have invented happiness, say the last man, and they blank." So instead, Nietzsche calls for a radical revolutionary overturning of the liberal regime, an establishment of an aristocratic regime that would restore the focus on human excellence and perfection, spirit and struggle, in a figure of some kind of philosopher, artist, king, an Übermensch who would lead us all. So that's the sort of standard view. Fukuyama, I think, sort of expresses that view in the book that is connected with the title of this panel. The problem with this interpretation is that it tends to focus on some fairly shocking remarks in Nietzsche's late period writings, which are notoriously ambiguous and sometimes downright cryptic. By contrast, when we look at Nietzsche's earlier period writings, he is much clearer, though not crystal clear, in his political commitments. In Human All Too Human, for example, Nietzsche reveals himself to be much friendlier to liberalism than the standard interpretation suggests, as I'll argue in this paper. It's possible that Nietzsche himself changed his mind about liberalism in his later work, and we could talk about that if you want, though I think it's difficult to establish that claim given the ambiguity of the later texts, and the case for the continuity among his early, middle, and late period texts is pretty strong. So I'll argue in this paper that Nietzsche's central worry in Human All Too Human is the process of democratization, endlessly expanding in the modern world and manifesting itself in particular in the socialist movement in his time. His worry is rooted in his view of the dialectical development of our conflicting human ends in the modern age. Democratization and socialism promise to resolve the contradictions of our nature, hence ending the development of the human spirit in history, ushering in an end of history or the last man. Where then does Nietzsche turn to in order to address this historical tendency? Not the ancien regime with its aristocratic past, which Nietzsche recognizes is being swept away by history. Rather, I argue he enlists liberals to his cause to address or to arrest the march to the last man. Liberals are natural allies of Nietzsche's project as they too fear the growing calls for equality among human beings and they are committed, as Nietzsche is, to the importance of freedom and the free spirit against the homogenization that's a threat from socialism. Ultimately, then, I'm not arguing that Nietzsche's himself a liberal. Rather, I think Nietzsche seeks to ally himself with the liberal movement as the best political means in the modern age to achieve what he really wants, namely the creation and protection of a high culture of art, philosophy, and science. As such, I'm suggesting that beyond the primary audience of Human All Too Human, those who might embody the philosophical life he wants to reform, there's a secondary audience in Human All Too Human, those who represent the practical life in modernity, his bourgeois liberal readership. The practical life is no longer represented in his mind by the pre-modern aristocratic gentleman, but rather the modern bourgeois, quote, officials, businessmen, scholars, and the cash-amassing banker, close quote. In this way, I am offering a rereading of what happens to Nietzsche after the fateful failures of the Bayreuth Festival in 1876. Often biographers highlight Nietzsche's contempt for the commercialization of Wagner's festival, which triggered his transformation away from the Wagnerian romantic mystical nonsense of his early period. Instead, I argue that Nietzsche recognized the power in his liberal bourgeois audience and a potential for a new avenue to cultural transformation, which accounts for his abrupt shift towards a more respectable Enlightenment persona, and which has been so much of the scholarly focus of his middle period writings. So in the first part of the paper, I discuss Nietzsche's view of human nature and its dialectical development in history. Second, I'll then turn to his worry about democracy and socialism as one possible and terrible endpoint in history. And then third, I'll discuss why Nietzsche sees liberalism as a natural ally in moving history in a different direction. So first section, which is longer in the written version of the paper, but I'll shorten here for the purposes of presentation, on human nature and its development. So in Human All Too Human, Nietzsche defends a view of human nature as in conflict with itself, or having conflicting ends or purposes. On the one hand, we have our animal biological ends for utility, for pleasure, for power, the ends associated with our Tierheit, as he says. On the other hand, we have our distinctively human end for freedom, our end that's connected with our Menschheit. Our freedom develops our humanity by creating artificial or spiritual orders, the geistige orders, above all those governed by artistic, religious, and philosophical visions of the world, where we can make our freedom manifest to ourselves and to others. Yet these orders ultimately come to dissatisfy the very freedom that created them, since they come to be stifling to our freedom. The free spirit is a central figure in his middle period writings, as you all know. That free spirit figure represents the individual who seeks to liberate from these spiritual orders that we've created. So ultimately, our human freedom liberates us from all traditional authorities, condition he describes as modernity, this condition in which we emerge into modern life, the sort of radical questioning of all received or traditional orders, the full flowering of our freedom. In this condition, we find ourselves adrift in this condition of freedom, with a modern scientific worldview challenging all received norms, but not establishing anything new. Many readers of Nietzsche's Human All Too Human have emphasized the challenge, his critique, his critical project, Art and Religion, is central to his book. But in many ways, Nietzsche recognized that the world has already moved on from art and religion. The true danger is democracy, I think, in his view, since it promises to harmonize our conflicting nature in a way that art and religion could not. So moving on quickly onto the second section on democracy, socialism, and the last man. So the main political and cultural expression of modern freedom is the irresistible expansion of democracy that Nietzsche, like Tocqueville, witnesses transforming Europe. He talks about that in Wanderer in a Shadow. Nietzsche understands democracy in Human All Too Human, much as Tocqueville does, as a kind of social state where the basic organizing principle driving modern life becomes the pursuit of equality. Democracy is on an irresistible rise in modernity because of freedom's relentless questioning of all received authority, which extends to the many forms of aristocratic authority that arbitrarily places some human beings in subjection to others, making some human wills conditioned on the authority of others, undermining their freedom. All such aristocratic authority becomes subject to relentless questioning until it gives way to revolutionary overthrow. The, quote, restless critique of modernity with its hatred for bounds and moderation has come to dominate in every domain, close quote, and leaves modern individuals rootless and disoriented. And he says, quote, turning into a new barbarism, close quote. This democratization process extends not only public and political authority, but to the private authority in education and the household among the sexes. In his middle period, as is often remarked, Nietzsche does see some positive benefit of democracy. Without any unconditional authority that we might have had in the past, what will be the basis of our human striving in the present, the modern age? We might fall back into our animal desire for utility, but this will not satisfy our higher, distinctively human desire for autonomy or freedom. Yet democracy is not only a negative or critical exercise against the aristocratic past, it also has a positive source of authority in itself, in which equals jointly form a general will that can guide and govern their collective lives while preserving their freedom, since the general will reflects their ego back rather than enchaining them towards some kind of external will. Democracy affords modern individuals the, quote, feeling of self-determination, quote, close quote. The general will becomes an unconditional authority that can satisfy our freedom, since in our freedom we constitute that authority. So socialism is, on Nietzsche's view, the political extension of this democratizing movement, as it makes clear the radical implications of it. No claims to property can possibly be justified because all claims to ownership of the earth trace back to some form of, quote, slavery, deception, and error that, close quote, that destroyed the autonomy of those who suffered this violence. Therefore, present inequalities are based on brute force rather than any claims to justice, a brute force that is dressed up in mythical claims about aristocratic birth, or in the bourgeois world, in mythical claims about natural rights. As such, the democratization of the modern world calls for the redistribution of resources so that there is equality, the only condition in which the arbitrary authorities of nature or history have no power. So despite democracy's benefits, though, Nietzsche harbors a deep concern about it. Namely, democracy only provides the illusion of freedom, not its reality. The democratizing process ultimately has a homogenizing effect on the population as it extends beyond the political. Socialism, for example, seeks the, quote, annihilation of the individual, who appears to it like an unauthorized luxury of nature, close quote. Sameness raises no skeptical questions from the perspective of democracy, while difference does, difference among individuals. What justifies one individual being different from another? Traditional authorities of nature and history are the sources of the differences and inequalities among individuals. As these authorities fade, so too do the differences among human beings. The homogenization of democratic society is, of course, a common worry among 19th century aristocratic liberals, such as Alexis de Tocqueville and John Stuart Mill. The problem with homogenization on Nietzsche's view is that it fails to secure our freedom. It does not reflect back to us our own particular ego or our own particular freedom, since our ego has become absorbed within the we. The general will provides us with a kind of illusion of our own freedom by reflecting back at us that we are in some sense a part of. But given that egos are no longer distinct from one another, in that general will, our own individuality cannot be said to be part of anything. Since democracy provides us with the illusion of freedom, it thereby satisfies our distinctively human desire, so long as the illusion persists. Since it also aims to secure social utility, rather than the utility of some ruling class, it also satisfies our animal desires. Democracy, in this sense, can successfully fool us into thinking that it is the end of history, where our contradictory human ends have finally found a reconciliation. Such human beings who come at the end of history, the last men, can celebrate themselves as the pinnacle of human development. But these last men are also the last in the sense that they least resemble human beings, since their humanity is becoming increasingly dissolved in a homogenized whole, thereby losing any remnant of their egos. Ultimately, we will be thrown back upon our animal needs for a comfortable life, which would, quote, destroy the soil out of which the great intellect and the powerful individual in general grows, close quote. The last man, the, quote, warmest heart thus desires the abolition of its own foundation, the destruction of itself, close quote, its own distinctive humanity. So turning to the third final part on liberalism and freedom. So what's Nietzsche's alternative vision for the direction of humanity? He does not think it possible to return to the aristocratic past with the advent of modernity and the destruction of all limited horizons. But even if we could, Nietzsche does not think it would be desirable to return to the past, since mythical orders fail to fully satisfy our desire for autonomy. Nietzsche's alternative vision is one of a modern culture of humanity, which I can only briefly characterize here. I wrote a book called Nietzsche's Culture of Humanity, where I tried to develop this greater length. Nietzsche distinguishes culture from politics in terms of their ends. So it's important in his early work, and I think also in his later work, that the spheres of culture and politics he thinks of as quite distinct, and one way to distinguish them is in terms of their ends. So culture, kultur, seeks the ends of the human spirit, our freedom, our, quote, higher self, while politics seeks the ends of our animal nature, our utility, or, quote, as he says, to make life endurable for as many as possible, close quote. Nietzsche again and again critiques the entanglement of culture and politics, arguing famously in the first Untimely Meditation that victory in war has led Germany to a low point in its culture. Those who tend to our spirit should remain studiously separate from politics, and those who attend to politics should not meddle in culture. So modern culture satisfies our freedom by fostering exemplary individuals, those artists, philosophers, and saints who demonstrate a form of autonomy or self-determination in their character. Through their work and their lives, they legislate the ends and values not only for themselves, but for the community. So Goethe is a common example that Nietzsche uses throughout his corpus, including in Human All Too Human. He describes Goethe as not just a, quote, good and great human being, but also as a culture. High culture might satisfy the autonomy of the few geniuses, but what about the many? On Nietzsche's view, the many can share in the autonomy of the geniuses by helping support the conditions for their possibility. Ironically, Nietzsche argues the many can do so precisely by providing resistance to the few. This is one of the things he develops in Human All Too Human, by upholding traditional norms and punishing the genius who seeks to upend those norms. One of Nietzsche's most interesting accounts of culture in Human All Too Human is that its energy for the production of genius derives in part through the conflict between the few and the many. The few must summon up courage and effort to become geniuses when they have to face the many's persecution. But the many also achieve freedom by rising up to support their own way of life against the few. At the same time, Nietzsche also argues that individuals outside of culture, those active men of business and politics, can provide support for the conditions of culture directly. They can, for example, support a German culture suffused with the poetry of Goethe by requiring Goethe be taught in schools, or naming roads and bridges after him, or citing him in public speeches and in business meetings. Their great task is to create the condition for the exemplary individual's emergence. And in doing so, they participate in the coming into being of the autonomous individual, so participate in his autonomy itself. They shape and help determine who Goethe is in German culture and how he is understood. Okay, so what form of politics, that's thinking about culture there, brief sketch. I mean, what form of politics might support high culture? In the 19th century, there were roughly two political options for the left and the right. The growing democratization movement, as expressed most clearly in socialism on the one hand, and the reactionary forces of the aristocratic ancien regime on the other. But there was a third alternative, however, that of liberalism. Liberalism was coined in the 19th century and rose to prominence after the 1848 revolutions as a dominant force in 19th century politics in England, but also on the continent. Many of the political theorists of 19th century liberalism, especially the aristocratic liberals, including Tocqueville, Mill, Burckhardt, among others, Schopenhauer I also include in there, critique the injustices of the right while also fearing the homogenizing tendencies of the left. Nietzsche, I think, should be conceived as allying himself with the liberal camp as the best modern political force for sustaining culture. But why wouldn't an aristocratic politics secure the best conditions for culture? It's sort of objection one might have to this. Nietzsche is committed to an aristocracy of culture, as I've suggested here a minute ago, in which exemplary individuals rule, but he's often understood to be committed to a political aristocracy too, where these same exemplars or their representatives exert political power. So what could liberalism contribute? Both are devoted to the value of individuality, both aristocracy and liberalism. Aristocratic orders extol the character and excellences of particular individuals whose virtuous personality can lead the people. Liberalism upholds the distinctiveness among persons, respecting their independence from one another as expressed first and foremost in the individual rights to life, liberty, and property that are inviolable. However, liberalism suffers from the problem that is associated first and foremost with material acquisition and market freedom. Liberalism inclines human beings towards a focus on our animal need for utility while directing our human desire for freedom and recognition to monetary wealth and power. Putting one's energies into pursuing the almighty dollar comes at the expense of pursuing cultural excellence. On Nietzsche's view, private property can protect our independence, but can ultimately come to possess us and make us, quote, a slave to our property, close quote. So a lot of aphorisms in Human All Too Human are committed to critiquing the sort of materialism of modern liberalism. However much aristocratic politics might have facilitated pre-modern culture, there is some direct evidence that, in Nietzsche's text that he has accepted liberal political principles. And it's sort of developed this in the longer version of the paper. But the direct evidence for Nietzsche's liberal connections is pretty slim, though, of course, in my defense, the direct evidence for any of Nietzsche's positive political positions, I think, is pretty slim. If you actually look pretty closely, they're few and far between. However, we can place this evidence within the context of two overall Nietzschean arguments for liberalism. Two reasons to think liberalism is more suitable than aristocracy in facilitating modern culture. So two reasons. First, it's that is liberalism's cosmopolitanism or universality. And second, its commitment to checks and balances and hence the dispersion of power. And the main problem, liberalism's tendency towards materialism and philistinism, can be at least partially remedied by liberalism recognizing that it too needs high culture to ally itself with. All right, so first on the cosmopolitanism point, liberalism is committed to the freedom for all human beings, not just the freedom for a particular class and a particular region of Earth, as aristocratic politics are. Throughout Human All Too Human, Nietzsche criticizes narrow nationalism and class-based party politics that constrain the modern project of creating a culture for humanity at large. Liberalism, by contrast, transcends national boundaries, seeing them as sources for the oppression of individual rights. Liberalism connects human beings from across the globe through commerce. Finally, it seeks to advance the freedom of human beings everywhere. Liberalism's cosmopolitanism can thereby undergird Nietzsche's, quote, he says, cosmopolitanism of the spirit, close quote. Unlike pre-modern cultures, which are situated in particular national cultures, modern culture is a world culture where all narrow perspectives have been overcome and where we, quote, have enjoyment of all the cultures that have ever been and their productions, close quote. Such a cosmopolitan culture points towards, quote, human ecumenical goals embracing the entire inhabited earth, close quote. Second, the second point about liberalism, liberalism pursues freedom by preventing the concentration of power in the hands of a single person, party, or class. The concentration of power, however well-meaning and initially oriented to the common good, tends to become corrupt and oppressive. It's the liberal familiar claim. Liberalism seeks to disperse power throughout its system in several ways, most famously through the checks and balances of liberal constitutionalism. For Nietzsche, the benefit of a liberal restriction on power is that it creates an independent space for culture apart from politics. When power becomes concentrated in single agents in a political system, as in an aristocratic system, then these agents begin not only to exert their power over politics, but over culture as well. Political agents fear the independent power of cultural forces, such as priests or philosophers who might question their authority. The political influence over culture distorts and corrupts culture, since politics is limited and partial, while modern culture is universal and spiritual. When power is dispersed in a liberal system, political agents spend their time jockeying for political power, and without a monopoly on that power, cannot wield dominating influence over culture. Liberalism can thereby maintain a distinction between culture and politics in a way that few regimes can. The ultimate result is a state committed to, quote, and this is from Nietzsche's notebooks in the period, the freest treatment, to repress nothing, rather to place itself at the forefront of spiritual liberation, close quote. Instead, the state's sole function, as he says, here directly from Human to Human, that long chapter on A Glance at the State, where Nietzsche, in a rare moment, talks about politics in a sustained way. The state's sole function is to serve as, quote, a prudent institution for the protection of individuals against one another, close quote. Democratization tends towards the dissolution of political authority, while liberalism rules through, quote, prudence and self-interest of men. Okay, so let's assume that you are convinced of Nietzsche's allegiance to liberalism for modern culture. Maybe at this point you're still skeptical, but let's just assume that you're convinced. Why might liberals be interested in allegiance with Nietzsche? It's a question one might ask. After all, Nietzsche castigates modern materialism, as I mentioned. He challenges one of the central planks of the liberal view, the freedom of the will, which underlies moral responsibility. Free will and moral responsibility are critical to a system of liberal capitalism, since these justify the allocation of unequal merit, and hence the just distribution of unequal resources. Nietzsche rejects the idea of the free will, and with it that we are responsible for and merit praise and blame for our actions. This argument undercuts the claim to justice of the liberal view. However, Nietzsche gives voice to critiques of liberal capitalism within the context of an irresistibly democratizing modern world. His critiques are a reminder that the march of equality throughout Europe is the great threat to liberals everywhere. From this perspective, Nietzsche's own metaphysical critiques of the freedom of the will are of little concern. The revolutions of 1789, 1830, 1848, the Paris Commune in 1871, all represented increasing threats to inequality and order. In Assorted Opinions and Maxims 304, Nietzsche addresses directly, quote, you wealthy bourgeois who call yourself liberal. And he argues that the only weapon against socialism you still have at your command is not to challenge it, close quote. At the heart of these critiques were similar challenges to the injustice of the liberal system, resting on ideological claims about the supposed merited wealth of a few and the poverty of the many. From the democratic perspective, the liberal regime supports the freedom and utility of the rich capitalist while undermining the freedom and utility of the many. In a democratizing world, the liberal order is thrown repeatedly into question. The increasing implausibility of liberalism is not lost on liberals themselves. They see the writing on the wall. As Nietzsche reports, quote, there is a strong feeling that the possession of property is unjust in modern culture, close quote. Nietzsche, in effect, provides liberals with two options in Human All Too Human. First, embrace the democratizing movement and thereby steadily lose your resources and positions of power and freedom. Or ally yourself with the aims of high culture, which can provide liberalism with a different sort of justification than the natural rights justification, the consequentialist justification that I discussed above, that liberalism tends to facilitate the freedom of high culture, while democracy tends to erode and undermine it. High culture holds out the promise of freedom for all human beings, not just the rich, and so can be a non-ideological justification underlying liberalism. As such, with the alliance of high culture, liberals can sustain their power and freedom and stave off the inexorable tendency towards democratization. To ally with high culture, Nietzsche says, quote, you liberals must first of all conquer yourselves and your obsession with wealth, close quote. With this alliance with liberalism, Nietzsche can facilitate high culture and, quote, arrest the pestilence, close quote, of the last man. Thanks.
You guys mind if I stand? Would that be okay? Can I? Okay, thank you. I'm a stander. All right. First, let me just thank a few people in the room. First, let me thank Dustin and the Little Forum. I realized yesterday I've known Dustin for 21 years. You know, that's a heavy spiritual burden to bear, to know Dustin for 21 years. And When you've been married to Dustin for 21, let's talk on the phone and we can commiserate. The second, I just want to second Dustin's very kind introduction of Michael Grinke. I too learned from him as a teacher, but not just as a teacher, as somebody who models, what it means to be an individual, which I'm going to talk some about today. So my gratitude to him and certainly to Zach for helping put this on. And finally, to the man I had breakfast with this morning, Professor Velkley. Much of the inspiration for this talk and also some of the remarks that I'm going to give in response to the Nietzsche and the Greeks panel were inspired by his putting together of Leo Strauss's lecture on Zarathustra from 1959. So that volume has been invaluable to me. I've read it twice in the past year, and I just keep coming back to it. It really is a wealth. So if you haven't looked at that, I highly recommend it. So let me just reiterate, I'm so grateful to be here, and having been asked by the Lofrak Forum to address Nietzsche's thoughts on liberalism is a real honor. I think that there's no timelier topic than the decline of liberalism. And Nietzsche says that timely topics are best addressed by untimely thinkers who apply a knife vivisectionally to the chest and virtues of their time. Vivisectionally means the arteries that spew blood. So that's what I think he does to the virtues of our time. His thoughts on liberalism, you could say, are untimely. They're occasionally bloody, but I think this is why they can enrich our own thoughts about liberalism. He's so untimely. He's so remote from contemporary political discourse that the term liberal and its ideological cognate liberalism seldom appear in his writings. He's more likely to speak of freedom than of liberalism, and especially of the free-spirited individual. His books address free-spirited individuals and the requirements for their formation, in part because he doesn't think liberal institutions form free-spirited individuals. Often when he speaks of liberal institutions, it's to criticize them for suffocating freedom of spirit. In an aphorism of Twilight of the Idols titled, "My Conception of Freedom," he says, quote, "Liberal institutions cease to be liberal as soon as they are attained. Later on, there are no worse and no more thorough injurers of freedom than liberal institutions," end quote. The reason liberal institutions are illiberal and injurious to freedom is that they demand unconditional conformity to liberal ideals, particularly to ideals of health and well-being. In the words of Zarathustra, quote, "Everybody wants the same. Everybody is the same. Whoever feels different goes voluntarily into a madhouse." In a liberal regime, spiritual nonconformity is bad for one's mental health, as it's now timely to say, because nonconformity does not comport with what liberal therapists call baseline clinical values. Liberalism cannot tolerate spiritual nonconformity because it cannot risk freedom of mind. Some free minds are very free, so free that they might dominate the less free. It is not clear from what they have been liberated, and more importantly, to what they may be driven. These very free minds are great minds, whose greatness consists of, quote, "being noble, wanting to be by oneself, being able to be different, standing alone, and having to live independently." Liberalism abhors the kind of freedom that derives its meaning from the distance that separates great minds from average minds. Liberal institutions, quote, "level mountain and valley and call that morality," end quote. They flatten the peaks of the human spirit so that all spirits become small, cowardly, and hedonistic duplicates of one another. A good liberal is a team player or an ally, as it's now timely to say, in conformity with the rules of the Office of Institutional Compliance. Liberalism is pregnant with the logic of compliance, which is the logic of the herd. Nietzsche calls liberalism the, quote, "herd animalization of man," and he says that a free mind, quote, "spits on its contemptible type of well-being." For Nietzsche, the free human being is not a herd animal, but a warrior. Freedom is cultivated through war because freedom consists in overcoming spiritual adversaries. Freedom means, quote, that one has the will to assume responsibility for oneself, that one maintains the distance which separates us, that one becomes more indifferent to difficulties, hardships, privation, even to life itself, that one is prepared to sacrifice human beings for one's cause, not excluding oneself. Nietzschean freedom requires risk, exertion, struggle, and discipline to achieve liberation that results from victory over that which threatens to enslave us, literally or spiritually. The highest type of free men, he says, should be sought where the highest resistance is constantly overcome, 5 steps from tyranny, close to the threshold of the danger of servitude. Freedom is action rather than liberal contentment, vigor rather than liberal comfort, growth rather than liberal sustainability, and war rather than peace. Nietzsche's reputation for being a critic of the political left is well earned. His criticisms of liberalism extend even to socialism, which he calls a form of despotism that employs, quote, extremist terrorism to annihilate the individual. It is, quote, the socialist dolts and flatheads whom he holds responsible for what he calls the overall degeneration of man into a dwarf animal of equal rights and claims. Zarathustra teaches that doing justice means recognizing that, quote, men are not equal, nor shall they become equal. Our timely preachers of equality seek merely to wreak vengeance and abuse on higher spirits whose equals they are not and cannot be. But what makes Nietzsche so interesting, so untimely, is not simply that he's a profound critic of the political left. It is that at the same time that he criticizes the left, he is also a profound critic of the political right. He disparages Otto von Bismarck's brand of conservatism for having transformed Germany into a hyper-politicized and hyper-nationalized nation without culture or intellect. Quote, the Germans are now bored with the mind. The Germans now mistrust the mind. Politics swallows up all serious concern for really intellectual matters. In Twilight of the Idols, he warns conservatives that, quote, a reversion, a return in any sense or degree is simply not possible, end quote. Conservative parties and politicians are called crabs who walk backward and think backward because they foolishly believe modern progress can be reversed. Blinded by nostalgia and antiquarianism, conservative crabs underestimate the forward momentum of modern corruption. One must go forward, Nietzsche says, step by step into decadence. That is my definition of modern progress, end quote. Decadent modern forces like Christianity, liberalism, and science must fully discharge their spiritual strength, at which point they may exhaust themselves in nihilistic self-hatred and incoherence. Nietzsche's criticism of the left and right open up a political chasm and pose a political quandary because they condemn the West's 2 major political alternatives, seemingly without offering a third way. It is with good reason that he calls himself the last anti-political German in his autobiography, Ecce Homo. But being anti-political is not the same as being unpolitical, a fact which Nietzsche knew better than he lets on. He engages in political activity precisely because his anti-politics aim to emancipate great individuals from the spiritual degradation of political practice. He commits an act of political protest by committing the political act of publishing books that exhort great individuals to free themselves from political obligations and concerns. And now published transcripts from a 1959 seminar on Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Leo Strauss makes the point this way, quote, Nietzsche's appeal was to the individual, and his concern was with the creativity of the individual, and this is absolutely incompatible with political action. However, Strauss continues, the fact that his appeal to the individual had a political meaning is inescapable. To begin to see the political meaning of Nietzsche's appeal to the individual and thus to consider whether he offers a third political way, one need only examine the character of the new nobility he describes in various forms, and thus spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, and his late notebooks. In Zarathustra's speech on Old and New Tablets, Zarathustra says that, quote, "A new nobility is needed to be the adversary of all rabble and of all that is despotic," end quote. He seems to mean that great individuals are needed to be the adversaries of the democratic left and the dictatorial right. These adversaries are adversaries of, among other things, the political as such. Their nobility consists partly in the fact that they stand above or outside the political. Their purpose is not to rule others, but rather to prepare the way culturally for superior individuals who are freer and nobler than even they are. Zarathustra says that these preparations do not require serving a prince, because his new nobles are, quote, "exiles from all father and forefather lands." And Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche restates Zarathustra's call for a new nobility when he describes, quote, "individuals from such a noble lineage as are inclined by their high spirituality towards a more withdrawn and contemplative life, a life in which they can avoid, quote, the necessary dirt of politics." The Nietzschean nobility's relationship to the non-nobility will not be of the sort that characterizes masters to slaves, rulers to peoples, or governments to the governed. In a notebook entry from the early 1880s, Nietzsche said that it is, quote, "altogether not the goal to regard the supermen as the masters of the last men, but two kinds should coexist side by side, separated as much as possible, the ones like the Epicurean gods, not caring for the others," end quote. Leo Strauss places considerable emphasis on this remark in his interpretation of Thus Spoke Zarathustra. He says that this statement means clearly that there is no political relation between Nietzsche's new nobility and the non-noble types. The two classes live apart, not caring for one another, merely coexisting. Strauss then poses the following question about Nietzsche's new nobility, which is perhaps the most urgent question for assessing Nietzsche's political legacy. Quote, "If this new nobility does not have a political meaning proper, and if Nietzsche attacks any possibility of political organization in our age, does he not take on an infinite political responsibility, which might lead to the collapse of any civilization, as, for example, of Germany in the 30s? End quote. For Strauss, Nietzsche's criticisms of the left and the right, his anti-political rhetoric, his declaration of the death of God, his liberation of higher individuals, and his allusions to the extermination of lower types all create an explosive political combination. This explosive combination opens up a third political way, which Strauss calls, quote, "a radicalism of the right," which took hold in Germany in the 1930s and which many fear is taking hold again today. The theoretical core of this radical right retains the old right's notion of order while jettisoning its theism and its traditionalism, replacing them with atheism, creative individualism, destructive criticism, among many other things. Nietzsche's political problem was that he articulated a theory of a new nobility, but he did not address or elaborate in detail the political practice by which they would emerge. There is no discussion of law or public policy in Nietzsche's philosophy, no account of the best regime. In fact, he says that a people is merely, quote, "a detour of nature to get 6 or 7 great men." Yes, and then to get around them, end quote. A regime is just one instrument among many that are useful for shaping human nature and cultivating a people so that it may generate great individuals. Stagnant regimes in the death throes of decline produce spiritually exhausted men instead of great ones. Every people, and by implication every regime, must be gotten around so that a new people, a new regime, and 6 or 7 new great men may emerge from the vitality of political motion. Nietzsche is not attached to any particular regime because there is no permanent set of political circumstances that will promote the enhancement of man. Nietzsche's refusal to elaborate a more detailed political teaching liberated his political progeny to do whatever they pleased in his name. His silence was their license to forge a third way. In Strauss's view, Nietzsche was not concerned with the practical means by which his new nobility would emerge, because he was, quote, sure that the only way to get it would be by the awakening of individuals willing to be individuals in this strict sense. Those, however, who were closer to political action, Strauss continues, had to think of practical means, and out of that came fascism and National Socialism, end quote. Before continuing, I think it's important to emphasize that Strauss does not say that Nietzsche was or would have been a fascist or a Nazi. Rather, he says that Nietzsche's doctrine was, quote, with a kind of inevitability corrupted into fascism, that Nietzsche's appropriation by the radical right is, quote, neither the depth nor the importance of Nietzsche, and that Nietzsche, quote, made possible that perversion of his doctrine, which is National Socialism, but that it would be, quote, extremely foolish to say that since this is so, Nietzsche is a fascist, end quote. Nietzsche was no friend of liberalism, but neither was he a Nazi. The choice between liberalism and Nazism, contrary to what Twitter may have you believe, is not binary. A more nuanced view of Nietzsche's political problem acknowledges his intellectual influence on the horrifying movements of the 20th century, while also acknowledging his superior philosophic depth and the gravity of the spiritual crisis his philosophy attempts to diagnose. Nietzsche's refusal to address the means by which his new nobility would come into being, and thus his refusal to offer an explicitly political solution to what I have termed his political problem, was a deliberate refusal rather than an unwitting one. The problem of modern decadence, which for him means the problem of the last man, was of such a profound spiritual depth that political institutions and political parties were powerless to address it. A problem whose root cause is the death of God cannot be solved by better public policy or the reformation of currently existing institutions. Strauss makes this point when he observes that Nietzsche's concern for humanity is enormous in scope, something requiring a comprehensive regeneration of all mankind. Such regeneration requires millennia-long cultural and religious solutions that are by nature vague and indefinite. Nietzsche thought conventional institutions were powerless to revitalize man because they exert a kind of authority at which Western liberals balk. He says in Twilight of the Idols that, quote, the whole of the West no longer possesses the instincts out of which institutions grow, out of which a future grows. Perhaps nothing antagonizes its modern spirit so much. One lives for the day, one lives very fast, one lives very irresponsibly. Precisely this is called freedom. That which makes an institution is despised, hated, repudiated. One fears the danger of a new slavery the moment the word authority is even spoken out loud. Let me conclude with the following observation, which I hope will be worthy of discussion during the question and answer period. I've tried to show, following Strauss, that one can reasonably accuse Nietzsche of rhetorical immoderation and gross political negligence in his criticisms of Western politics, left and right. For that reason, one can reasonably say that Nietzsche bears some responsibility for the horrors of the 1930s, and perhaps for the perennial reemergence of the radical right in Western politics. But I've also tried to show that Nietzsche thinks spiritual circumstances are so bad in the West that the West is not redeemable. The threats posed by the death of God and the last man are existential in his judgment. If Nietzsche is right about the gravity of these threats, then one could reasonably argue that rhetorical moderation and conventional political solutions will not do. Extraordinary threats require extraordinary responses, whose extraordinary character stems from the risks and dangers they willingly undertake. It is immoderate to be reckless in the face of ordinary threats, but it is reckless to be moderate in the face of extraordinary ones. Was Nietzsche wrong, immoderate, and morally reckless? Or was he right, moderate, and even morally dutiful. Settling the question of Nietzsche's political responsibility requires accurately assessing the spiritual circumstances in which he conceived his philosophy and to which he was responding. These circumstances are in many ways our circumstances, because the question of the collapse of Western liberalism is among the most urgent questions of our time. Whichever way liberalism's legacy goes, so goes inversely the legacy of Friedrich Nietzsche. Thank you.
I too want to thank the Lefrak Forum and the Hudson Institute for putting on this really terrific conference. And I want to thank Jeffrey Church and Shilo Brooks for their very fine papers, which present two dramatically different and so thought-provoking understandings of Nietzsche's disposition toward modern liberal democracy. Turning first to Jeff's paper, Jeff would have us consider the possibility, which he finds present in Nietzsche's middle period, and specifically in All Too Human, and more specifically the chapter titled A Glance at the State, that Nietzsche was a friend of or encouraged support for liberalism and liberals, but not for democracy and Democrats. Jeff finds that remarks in Nietzsche's later third period that support the interpretation of Nietzsche as the prophet of a new aristocracy of overmen are based on, quote, some fairly shocking remarks which are notoriously ambiguous and sometimes downright cryptic. He finds Human All Too Human to be clearer, and he makes the case that in order to put an end to democracy's and socialism's tendencies to resolve all contradictions, an attempt which is destructive of spirit, Nietzsche looks for allies in Human All Too Human, allies in equality-fearing bourgeois liberals. He hopes to find in them allies in the project of the creation and protection of a high culture of art, philosophy, and science. Liberals will keep alive the fundamental tension between our animality and humanity, or between our utility and the spiritual drive for freedom. That is, the drive to legislate for ourselves our own individual end or value. That drive produces the spiritualized, non-natural ends of art, religion, and philosophy. That tension is at risk in our day, for free spirits come to recognize the mythical in these matters, the mythical in beauty, order, free will. So they reject them, always, but above all, in scientifically enlightened modernity, with its critiques of the mythical in the name of the ego, or the unconditioned individual. According to Jeffrey, Nietzsche draws on these fashionable critiques in order to ingratiate himself to the practical powers of the bourgeois present. Nietzsche, we could say, seeks to enchant these democratic disenchanters, steering them away from socialism's siren call of equality in all things and its annihilation of the individual, to steer them away from the individual's homogenizing absorption into the we. But how is that achieved? By keeping the free spirit's culture-enhancing activities separate from modern politics and its spirit-destroying activities, a point on which Shilo Brooks elaborates. Jeffrey sees this separation, though, as an opening for Nietzsche to appeal to the development central to liberal regimes of the emphatically private or cultural realm, in which genuine, unconditioned individuals or geniuses, not Wagner, but Goethe, can flourish and even enjoy a fellowship. The many can exercise freedom or autonomy by opposing such geniuses. But where does the bourgeoisie fit into this? They can support culture, celebrating a Goethe by naming a bridge after him or citing him at a business meeting. Or perhaps one may add, by making Weimar, Goethe's home, the capital city. The bourgeoisie somehow participate in their own autonomy in this way. Jeffrey therefore presents liberalism as the third way between leveling socialism and doomed reactionary conservatism, that is, adherence to the Ancien Régime. Nietzsche is in this way similar, Jeffrey argues, to Tocqueville and Mill, who were devoted to the value of individuality. Yet, Jeffrey admits that, like democracy, liberalism, I'm quoting now, liberalism inclines human beings toward a focus on our animal need for utility, while directing our human desire for freedom and recognition to money and power. He's even led to see the direct evidence of Nietzsche's support for liberal political principles is, quote, admittedly slim. Yet, he counters, liberalism is cosmopolitan and universal and committed to the dispersion of power. Because of the latter, liberalism, and liberalism alone, allows for alliance with high culture. As to its cosmopolitanism, the liberal doctrine of rights transcends national boundaries. Modern culture is universal and spiritual, an oligarchy of geniuses rather than a uniformity. And liberalism, as bourgeois capitalism, could, in its insistence on the right to earned wealth, oppose the socialist recognition that there is no moral freedom that allows us to speak of earned anything. In short, liberalism tends to facilitate the freedom of high and universal culture, while democracy tends to erode and undermine it. Here are my questions and doubts. It seems to me that Nietzsche or his Zarathustra isn't cryptic, but quite clear in Zarathustra concerning the leveling tendency of liberal democracy. Its concern for the new idol, his concern for the new idol, the modern state, the coldest of all cold monsters, is destructive of peoples, of truly healthy political life, or of what Jeffrey is calling culture, that is, of that which has a single taste directing it. The liberal state convinces humans that they do not need to be united by a single great faith, that precisely the doctrine of human rights liberates them from such devoted unity and its high demands for a single taste. So with Kurt Rietzler, I don't see how this can possibly undergird a cosmopolitanism of the spirit, or that Nietzsche is arguing that it can. It is indeed the liberalism of the state that produces equal rights, but it thereby brings about the demand for equality of even the outstanding individual. Jeffrey further argues that the end of science is, quote, as little pain as possible, as long life as possible, which is congenial to liberalism's aims as well of life, liberty, and property. But then it's hardly conducive to the kind of suffering that Nietzsche thinks belongs to any higher life. Nietzsche is quite clear, as it seems to me, and not obscure. In Beyond Good and Evil, aphorism 44, precisely on the matter of suffering and of the genuine free spirits over and against those who claim the mantle of free spirits in liberal regimes, in liberal democracies, in America and in Europe. I'm going to quote part of aphorism 42. They belong to the levelers, these wrongly named free spirits, as glib-tongued and scribe-fingered slaves of the democratic taste and its modern ideas, all of them men without solitude, without personal solitude, blunt, honest fellows to whom neither courage nor honorable conduct ought to be denied. Only they're not free, and are ludicrously superficial, especially in their innate partiality for seeing the cause of almost all human misery and failure in the old forms in which society had existed, a notion which happily inverts the truth entirely. What they would feign with all their strength is the universal green meadow happiness of the herd, together with security, safety, comfort, and alleviation of life for everyone. I'd like to know from Jeffrey what I'm missing here, what's cryptic rather than clear. How can the private cultural realm within liberal democracy overcome the officially sanctioned end of abolishing suffering? Or name me a private institution whose goal enhances human suffering, or one that doesn't tie itself to the goal of abolishing suffering and cruelty. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation wants to wipe out AIDS in Africa. It's a high-tech version of the Salvation Army. Finally, I don't see how liberal capitalists' opposition to the socialists' claim that there's no free will and hence no earned wealth will make them at all sympathetic to Nietzsche's argument, which is actually in agreement with the socialists on this point, as Jeffrey brought out. But I'm eager to hear Jeffrey's arguments. Drawing from Twilight of the Idols, Beyond Good and Evil, and Zarathustra, that is from Nietzsche's third and final period, Shilo Brooks also argues that Nietzsche's works, quote, address free-spirited individuals and the requirements for their formation. But he sees the reason for this in the fact that Nietzsche does not think liberal institutions form free-spirited individuals. They instead suffocate freedom of spirit because, quote, they demand unconditional conformity, compliance with the cowardly, hedonistic herd, while the free mind, with its warrior spirit, seeks adversaries, risks, exertion, struggle, discipline. And Shilo notes, Nietzsche sees the leveling and conformity of liberal democratic regimes to be worse and more militant in socialist regimes, whose vengeful tarantulas seek to further dwarf man into a dwarf herd animal. As Jeffrey too had noted, however, Nietzsche does not ascribe to the backward-crawling political conservatism of Europe. Since those conservatives lack concern for the spiritual and are unaware of both how degenerate modern man is and must become before he can be saved. Nietzsche's appeal is therefore to the individual, to emancipate, quote, great individuals from the spiritual degradation of political practice, of political obligations. It's anti-political. On this matter, on which Jeffrey and Shilo agree, Shilo turns our attention to Strauss's 1959 seminar on Zarathustra, where Strauss observes the inescapable fact that this anti-political appeal to the individual has a political meaning. Shilo explicates that political meaning for us so that we may better understand the third way to which Nietzsche was thought to point. That meaning has to do with freedom and nobility, a new freedom and nobility of the soul, or rather a preparation for these in rare individuals who withdraw from politics and engage in contemplation and spiritual formation. The new nobility is, as Zarathustra says, needed to be the adversary of all rabble and of all that is despotic, an adversary of the democratic left and the dictatorial right. Yet Nietzsche's notebooks tell us that the supermen are to have no political or ruling relation whatsoever to the last man, but rather complete separation, like Epicurean gods. And Strauss, notes Shilo, asks whether this call for separation, as well as Nietzsche's call for the extermination of lower types, should not move us to hold Nietzsche responsible for the civilizational collapse of Germany in the 30s. While it would be extremely foolish to call Nietzsche a fascist, argues Strauss, the separation he called for Nietzsche called for left the way open for the radicalization of the right. The atheist right's policies directed to order, creative individualism, and destructive criticism. And Strauss is not arguing that the right is made atheistic by Nietzsche. The atheism of the right is already there. He's arguing that Nietzsche left the right without the kind of serious leadership that it needed. But Strauss continues, the calling of the rare individual to individuality requires the call to separation. Moreover, Shilo adds, Nietzsche finds that there's no natural end for man or the city, that the spiritual depth of the problem whose cause is the death of God cannot be solved by public policies or political institutions, but solved only, as Strauss too observes, by a comprehensive regeneration of man. Such a regeneration, Shilo argues, requires millennia-long cultural and religious solutions that are by nature vague and indefinite. Finally, Shilo notes, traditional institutions and other conventional means of regeneration were powerless to revitalize man because these institutions exert a kind of authority at which Western liberals balk. Nietzsche, therefore, is clearly calling deliberately for the supermen and even their noble preparers, the free spirits, to remain separate, withdrawn. Shilo concludes, one can reasonably accuse Nietzsche of rhetorical immoderation and gross political negligence in his criticism of Western politics, and one can reasonably say that Nietzsche bears some responsibility for the horrors of the 1930s. Yet, if Nietzsche is right about the degradation of modern man in the face of the death of God, and, quote, rhetorical moderation and conventional political solutions will not do, end quote, then perhaps Nietzsche was being moderate in his immoderation. In a nice chiasmus, Shilo asks that, quote, is it to be immoderate, to be reckless in the face of, it is to be immoderate, to be reckless in the face of ordinary threats, but it is reckless to be moderate in the face of extraordinary ones. That is, Shilo asks, or tells us, wasn't Nietzsche's immoderation in our present dire circumstances a form of moderation? Or as Shilo puts it, was Nietzsche wrong, immoderate, and morally reckless? Or was he right, moderate, and even morally dutiful? Okay. My first question to Shilo is this a question that Shilo thinks Strauss is raising, or is it one that Shilo is putting to Strauss and to us? Because our fundamental situation had not changed in 1959 when Strauss was engaged in that seminar, and yet Strauss does call for moderate constitutionalism. Did he do so on the basis of a claim that Nietzsche is not right, that is correct, in his assessment of our situation? And if so, how was Nietzsche wrong? What's the argument? Second, one may ask, if Nietzsche's immoderation was morally dutiful, as Shilo suggests we consider it, to what extent, or to what exactly was it morally dutiful? To the need to ennoble man? Where does that duty come from? For Nietzsche, the true individual's moral duties are self-creations. One may say then that he was dutiful to himself. Yet then one is saying that he merely appears immoderate. And when you look at his own understanding of man's degeneracy and his notion of a difficult challenge in spiritual combat, he was moderate. That seems solipsistic. unless we return, as we must, to the question of whether Nietzsche's understanding of man is true. There's the possibility raised, I think, by Strauss that the ancients fully understood what Nietzsche understood, but would have remained moderate in a way that we can all understand. Finally, a related question. Shilo argues that Nietzsche was no friend of liberalism, but neither was he a Nazi. That is, one can be an enemy of liberalism, but not a Nazi. There is, he says, no binary choice between them. But what then is the available political alternative suggested here? One can say that it is separation from politics, but this is, as Shilo beautifully brings out, something with political consequences. It opens the way to the radical right. And according to Nietzsche, that is now the only political right there could be, since thrown an altar, conservatism is doomed. Or is there a way for those who understand our situation to offer a reasonable political alternative, as Jeffrey suggests? Let me, in conclusion, again thank both Jeffrey and Shilo for their very thought-provoking papers.
Oh, you want me to go?
Okay. That was great. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. It was a great summary of my paper and great questions right on target. As I heard your questions essentially sort of focused on my claim that the late period is somewhat cryptic on Nietzsche's political commitments, which was in part meant to be a provocation. So thank you for taking the bait there. And yeah. So my general approach, I think, and maybe one of the basic points that I wanted to get across in this paper is to try to convince you that Nietzsche separates liberalism and democracy, that he doesn't lump them together. I think that's a tendency in Nietzsche scholarship. I think I've heard it here today too. I think in the citations you brought out from his later period, and I think the citations that Shilo cited, there's sort of tendency to sort of put them together in terms of liberal democracy, as opposed to, as I read the later period and the critiques in Human All Too Human, there are distinctive problems with democracy, with democratization, in the way that sort of Tocqueville thinks. I think Dustin referred to egalitarian liberalism yesterday, which I think of another way of sort of lumping them together. So in any case, I mean, one of the things that I try to do in thinking about Nietzsche is to try to bring out that he's aware of, I think, the distinctive differences among these different types of political approaches, and that's borne out, in the 19th century context of this, where, I mean, if you look at the history of liberalism in the 19th century, I had a conversation with Alan Cahan a couple weeks ago, who wrote a big book on liberalism. Liberalism is as a multifarious thing in the 19th century. It's a multifarious thing today as well. But there were left liberals and there were right liberals in the 19th century, and there were aristocratic liberals, as I mentioned, like Mill and Tocqueville, who worried about the effects of democracy and wanted to bolster liberalism, in effect, as a way to address it. So to think, for example, about that passage or about the section in Zarathustra on the coldest of all cold monsters, which is, as I read a sort of reason to think of Nietzsche as a liberal, because liberals famously don't really like the state all that much, and so can endorse the worry about the state. This is one of Nietzsche's long-standing concerns, all the way back. Shilo and I did a bunch of work on the Untimely Meditations. Nietzsche is a long-standing critic of the German state and the increasing power of the German state under Bismarck, for example. So the worry about that political tendency in the modern age to lionize, valorize the modern state, which sort of swamps individuality and freedom, is certainly a worry that sort of pervades throughout Nietzsche's corpus. But I think very much points to the reason why one would want to embrace, ally oneself with a kind of liberal cause to sort of fight back against the increased power of the state. Similarly, I think the point about science, which you brought out well, which I think is a helpful point. Modern science certainly in one of its iterations and ends seeks to reduce harm as much as possible. And so you might think that's in conflict with Nietzsche's emphasis on suffering as sort of ennobling and whatnot. But science, on the other hand, also has been taken to be in support of a kind of noble cause, right? So it's not just to reduce harm for human beings, but to increase the power of human beings over the earth for higher human ends. I think the sort of Baconian project can sort of cut in two different directions. And so I think in Human All Too Human, for example, when Nietzsche very much embraces science as part of a sort of higher culture, he's thinking about the ends of science in very much that second kind of way, use science to go to the moon and do amazing kind of things rather than use science in order to tend to our basic needs. So I think that points to the Beyond Good and Evil section that you cited, which was about democracy rather than about liberalism. I don't have the passage there, but when I heard you quote it, the quote is about democratic taste, right? So I think it's a worry about democracy and the way in which democracy tends to emphasize the equality of all human beings, and the point of the regime being about tending to all of our needs equally. To tend to all of our needs equally, you would have to tend to our most basic needs, because you can't tend to our highest needs, which would be variable. And so
It's actually about the free spirit.
it's about the free spirit. Okay, we'll have to look at that passage, I think. I'm also interested in this Twilight of the Idols passage that Shilo reminded us of, which is helpful. But in any case, I think that I would still want to maintain that it's a point about democracy and the equality and the leveling character of that, which is again another concern that Nietzsche's had since his earliest period. And Schopenhauer's Educator, Nietzsche in effect says that modern culture has two possibilities in front of it. It could think of its highest end as the satisfaction and support of all human needs equally, which would be a kind of reduction, would sort of diminish human ends, or we could commit ourselves to the flourishing of the highest human beings. And Nietzsche's worried about I think, the development of the former, and it's something that democracy, I think, is a force that is pushing modern life towards. Maybe I'll stop there.
Sure. I'll try to make it brief. Tim asked first whether it's Strauss or me raising the question about might Nietzsche have been moderate in extraordinary circumstances precisely by being reckless in those circumstances. That's me. That's not Strauss, and it comes as my response. If I could enter a time portal and go back, this paper is in a way the question I would have asked in that seminar. I would have tried to give it as clear of articulation as I could and ask him the question, why is Nietzsche not right given the diagnosis, the grave diagnosis of the circumstances? I'll say this, you mentioned Strauss doesn't hold up Nietzsche as a viable alternative, but rather a certain kind of modern constitutionalism. I myself am torn by this, and I would say, like all readers of Nietzsche, much of my own thinking is autobiographical in a certain way. I'm not persuaded that Nietzsche's recklessness is the right answer, and I'm compelled by Strauss's, as I understand it, alternative, and also by Tocqueville's diagnosis of the same circumstances Nietzsche was in. But I'm not persuaded by either, and so, as Nietzsche says, chaos gives birth to a star. And so I maintain in myself a tension which is the animating tension of my intellectual life and prevents me from sleeping for days on end, about which of these two alternatives is right. And it's an odd thing to have a Nietzsche person who's written a book on Nietzsche, for instance, at the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions at Princeton University. I know that. We all know that there. But that's what I am. And so I would say I'm grateful for the question, Tim, and it's the question I would have posed to Leo Strauss had I been a student in that seminar. I think it's the most urgent question, and I think it's worth a more discourse maybe than it currently gets from his school. On the question of I say, well, Nietzsche's not a liberal, he's not a Nazi. What's the available political alternative? My sense is that in a way Nietzsche wouldn't frame the question as available political alternatives the way Strauss did. That's why I quoted the passage from Beyond Good and Evil, where Nietzsche says, every people its purpose is to produce 6 or 7 great men and then to get around them. I think Nietzsche is in a way not interested in legitimating a political alternative, a perpetual political circumstance which will be good for man forever. As Michael said last night, Nietzsche uses what is available. And so I think Nietzsche would be open to any number of political circumstances, horrifying as well as less horrifying, precisely because those political circumstances would re-energize the West and perhaps produce another bloom of the kind that one saw in Athens, which Nietzsche talks about a lot in his early writings. What could have been the cause of the bloom of genius in Athens? Also in Nietzsche's own Germany, he was a part of a bloom that had extraordinary philosophic and artistic longevity and richness to it. And I think he really wonders, what is it? What are the circumstances that produce such blooms? Can we know? And my sense is that one thing we know is that they're not produced by any sort of perpetual political or cultural circumstances. They're produced in chaos. Maybe they begin in the first stages of decline. We could talk about that. But so my sense is that Nietzsche would embrace a certain sort of destruction of the kind that's in The Use and Disadvantage of History for Life when he calls for critical history. It's time to tear this thing down so that new monumental human beings can stride the earth again. I think this is present in his late writings and in his early writings. He's not wedded to any political circumstance. He's wedded to the greatness of man. And then finally, I'll just conclude.
Just a second.
Oh, yeah, please, go ahead.
On that point?
Yeah.
Are you saying now that Nietzsche does not think there should be a separation? There should be millennia of preparation? There should not be those millennia? Or are you saying that Nietzsche would take a political tack also?
I don't fully understand the question.
It seemed to me that in the paper you were arguing that the separation between the overmen and the last men was caused by the recognized need by Nietzsche to appeal to the genuine individual,
Right.
to prepare the way for the overmen, and that would be a millennia-long activity.
Right.
That means millennia of apolitical Nietzscheanism. But right now, it seems to me you're saying Nietzsche would welcome a number of different political movements depending on what they are.
I think what I have in mind is that the political circumstances don't dictate the quality or content of the legislators who stand apart from them. And so I have in mind, I think Nietzsche could envision any number of political circumstances on the ground, but that there would be some class of men who are separate from those political circumstances, either by either formally or informally, who are really driving the bus. I mean, one could think of a man like Socrates, who stands apart but also within political circumstances. And so my sense is that when he talks about the dirt of politics and the noble class who would stand apart, he also talks about them like a Brahmin brotherhood. a kind of group of people in robes or something, you know, shadowy and apart from politics, who may help pull the political strings, but ultimately have other concerns. And so my sense is that that activity, whatever activity they're engaged in, whether you want to call it philosophy or creative philosophic legislation, is it's not dependent upon the political circumstances on the ground, at least not in every way. I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but that's, you know, as far as I can go with the very limited amount of information Nietzsche gives. The only other thing I want to say is, you say, to what was Nietzsche morally dutiful? That's a really good question. It's a complex question. I only have in mind this, that, you know, whatever Zarathustra means when he says that he loves mankind, and we can talk about what the source of that is, but I think Nietzsche, when I have in mind perhaps he's morally dutiful to whatever it is that Zarathustra wants to do about or with mankind, and whatever the source of that love is. And so I don't think Nietzsche's liberated from morality, and I don't think beyond good and evil means beyond good and bad. I think Nietzsche is deeply interested in a restoration of what's good for man, and I think we have to hold him to having a certain notion of the good. So maybe I'll stop there.
We'll do Q&A now.
Well, thank you. This has been a very interesting discussion, and the papers were, you know, very enjoyable and interesting. And the discussion hasn't yet touched upon a couple of ways in which Nietzsche did engage himself in constructive, and one could say in a constructive, practical way, with political implications. It isn't, in my view, through an endorsement of liberalism, or if it is that, it would have to be quite indirect. But I'm thinking of statements in later work, and in particular in Beyond Good and Evil, concerning his hope that the petty nationalism of Europe, what he calls the nationalist madness, can be overcome. And he speaks of a hope for a more unified Europe, and speaks of certain individuals, in particular of the past or recent past. Let's see if I can find the passage now. Who point the way. Now, you might find at least one name on this would be a little funny or odd to include, but you understand, I think, why he does it. I'm sorry, I lost it. It's 256, and it's a chapter on people and fatherlands. And Nietzsche refers to Napoleon, Goethe, Beethoven, Stendhal, Heinrich Heine, and Schopenhauer, and sort of tentatively he says Wagner too, if you see him the right way, can be thought of as pointing towards a synthesis of European peoples. And this is related to Nietzsche's phrase, you know, the good European. Now, perhaps we don't think that that's such a very promising thing anymore, but of course, in light of what happened in the 20s and 30s, it was a much better direction to take, we could say, and this is clear indication you can't associate Nietzsche with something like Nazism. And the other way in which he was intervening significantly, I would say, in a practical way, is in his praise of the Jews and the attack on anti-Semitism. So, I mean, this is quite concrete and quite clearly directed towards, you know, current political matters, with implications that relate to his criticism of conservatism, and you could say in a way also to his criticism of democracy, but perhaps less clearly that. But anyway, I'll stop there.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Richard. It's good to be reminded of those sections. I mean, the petty nationalism point and the development of a kind of a good Europeanism, I think of as consistent with what he's talking about in Human All Too Human, where he launches a sustained criticism of nationalism and embraces a kind of cosmopolitanism. And this is Nietzsche's project. I mean, I think of Nietzsche as a cosmopolitan kind of thinker because he thinks that with the advent of modernity, all limited horizons, and the way he talks about in Use and Disadvantage of History for Life, they have been exploded. So modernity is the condition in which, universality, the universal perspective is the one that's opened up. And the great worry that he has is the development of a kind of democratic system that would pervade the earth, that would level all human beings. But I think of those two kinds of passages as consistent with the sort of liberal approach that I'm taking, in the sense that liberals are perfectly congenial with a cosmopolitan project. I mean, we have the European Union today, sort of liberal project. His anti-Semitism is would be kind of liberal approach. So I think of those. He's anti-Semitism. Thank you.
It's important.
Yeah. I mean, one of the, I will say, I think what is different about the late period rather than the middle period, which I'm working with, is that I think he becomes much more skeptical that this democratizing tendency can be staved off. That it by a kind of liberal, any kind of liberal bulwark. And so in Beyond Good and Evil, he has these passages about, the great democratization of Europe is going to lead to tyrants of all kinds, in all senses, including the most spiritual, the 291 or something like that. That passage, I think, is helpful in reading those cast of characters that you read, which is, you have a Napoleon who's a tyrant in the political sense, who can embrace the democratizing world and envelop it. But you also have a Goethe who promises a kind of world culture and is a tyrant in a kind of spiritual sense.
Okay. I'm not sure that, yes, it is working. So,
The com-
okay. I didn't mean to cut you off, Susan. First, thank you all for 2 wonderful papers and very great comments that are provoking. To Jeff, I would ask whether you haven't given an argument that Nietzsche should have been an advocate of liberalism differently understood, because, as you, I think, acknowledge, the textual evidence for his support of liberalism, as opposed to individualism, is thin. And maybe I could ask both Shilo and Tim the same question. And that question, I guess, could be put in 2 ways. So Tim mentioned Strauss, and Strauss, in his note on the plan of Beyond Good and Evil, talks about the ancient distinction, or the ancient philosophers, the Socratics, saw that there was a conflict between philosophy and politics. The moderns, including Nietzsche, saw that there was a conflict between belief and unbelief. I don't think Strauss calls for a return to the ancients. Simply, he steps very far back from that in his preface to The City and Man. But the question would be, why does Nietzsche just ignore politics? See, he has philosophy, and he has the rabble at the end. And maybe he, yeah, I guess I could put it that way. And that would lead us, I think, to a question that I actually expected this panel to address, and I didn't hear it. And that is Nietzsche right in his diagnosis of the modern condition? Are we all becoming last men? Is that what actually happened in the 20th century? Or are there contraindications?
On your last question, Catherine, thank you. I did put that question to Shilo, I believe, but I put it in the following form. If Strauss actually argues for moderation in 1959 and subsequently, then he must have disagreed with Nietzsche. What's the argument then? He must have disagreed in his assessment of our situation, of modern man's situation, which is certainly a different situation than that of the ancients. It includes, above all, Redlichkeit. It includes, above all, the probity that that emerges from Socratism, science, and Christianity, that makes the death of God come about. And that is a situation that Socrates or Plato or Aristotle did not face. They didn't face an enlightened humanity and everything that comes with that. I think that you're right also that Strauss puts Nietzsche in, you could say, or does indicate that Nietzsche falls within modernity, and you could say is a hypermodern, in as much as his attention to politics broadly conceived, not the narrow politics of policy, but the politics of horizon formation, let's say, is, and the role that he assigns to the overman in that is deeply political and moral, driven by a moral concern for humanity, or perhaps by a love, as Shilo suggested. I think there are many indications of that. That does not properly belong to the Socratic philosopher. But that's something I'm going to be addressing in my talk this afternoon, so I won't say any more.
Go ahead. Or do you have any?
Yeah, Catherine, should he have been more vocally supportive of liberalism? Yes, I think so. I mean, as I mentioned, I think he becomes less optimistic that liberalism can serve this kind of serve as kind of bulwark against democratization in the later period work. So it makes sense as to why he doesn't in the later period. But in the early and middle period, I mean, he does discuss liberalism and liberal capitalism at various points. In large part, I think it's a kind of a way to sort of chasten and transform liberal capital. He talks a lot about markets and wage slavery, for example, and so he is engaged in a kind of critical project as well with liberalism. So, I do. As I mentioned, I mean, it's a little hard to sort of work out some of these positive positions because Nietzsche's rarely, I think, vocal in his views about what the positive political prescriptions are, and that I think leads to your second question, which is why is he not as attentive to this? Shiloh's paper, I think, was good because he tends to be more anti-political. I think his interests are more primarily in the life of philosophy and reforming the sort of cultural realm than he is in the political realm.
Yeah, let me address, so just to be clear, I do think, and I am troubled by you asking, are we all becoming last men? I want to say no, but it would be dishonest. So I'll say yes. 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 Am I being recorded? Yes. And you can, so yes, I'm troubled by that deeply. But let me say something. I don't know if you posed this question to me or Jeff, but it's an interesting question, and that is, you ask whether Nietzsche should have become an advocate for liberalism. I'm not persuaded. Jeff said we might not be persuaded, and I'm not yet persuaded. And the reason is I'm just not persuaded liberalism can make high culture, and that's largely because, as Jeff knows, in The Untimelies, Nietzsche defines culture as a unity of artistic style in the expressions of life of a people. And culture, when you think about culture, you can think about the cultivation of a plant or of a garden. One of the things that the creation of culture and cultivation requires is the setting of limits. So you would take a plant which you want to grow in a certain direction, a tree which you might want to grow beautifully sideways, and you would bend a wire and you would tie the tree to it so that it unnaturally grew in a certain direction, and then you would take the wire off and it would be this extraordinary thing precisely because of the limits that were placed on it. I think liberalism, or the logic of liberalism, contains within it no limits of that kind. And so my sense is that liberalism can't produce high culture because, as Nietzsche said in Twilight, liberals balk at authority exerted by institutions, right? Precisely the kinds of institutions that would shape a unity of artistic style, or we might say just a unity of intellect in the expressions of life of a people. And there might be periods in American history where you did get that unity, early on after the founding, or, all the way up to I don't know when. But one can envision that is a possibility for a period of time in liberalism. But I think the logic of liberalism simply can't sustain it. And I would just point out that it doesn't, I wouldn't call culture today high culture. So if we're testing liberalism's capacity to make high culture, I don't deny America has an extraordinary tradition, especially of novelists and writers. One can think of Melville and Twain and Cormac McCarthy and these sorts of people. But by and large, you all teach students, high culture is not the the word of the day. So I'm just not persuaded that liberalism has in it the authority to bend the being that it wants to cultivate in the direction of a culture, fully understood. And that's, of course, why we talk about the culture of liberalism as multiculturalism. Nietzsche says this is a carnival motley. There's no such thing as multiculturalism. When you have this, you have what you had in Germany, he says, at the time of Bismarck, which is a French infusion of culture after the Franco-Prussian War, and a kind of cultural chaos. We've lost our identities precisely because we don't know what we are. That just seems to be the destiny and the fate of liberalism. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what I would say in response to Jeff's views about high culture being wedded to liberalism.
Yeah, and just one thing on that, Shilo. That's helpful because I don't think that liberalism can foster culture either, on Nietzsche's view. I think for Nietzsche, liberalism should just get out of the way, and that it's the job of cultura to do the actual fostering of human excellence. That liberalism's job is to, as he says, protect individuals from one another. So it's a sort of if you think of it, it's sort of more of a classical liberal vision rather than a kind of modern. This is where I think he's different from somebody like Mill, where Mill thinks of liberalism as in much more perfectionist terms, where liberalism is about developing a regime and a way of life, whereas I think Nietzsche thinks of liberalism in much more instrumental and mechanistic terms.
Mm-hmm. I just think the protection of us from one another would lead to a kind of a wild growth. In other words, there's a sense in which we need to exert pressure on one another in order to form the kind of unity that constitutes a culture.
Mm-hmm.
Is this on? Yeah. Well, thank you. Those were two very rich and provocative papers and really excellent comments from Tim. And I'm sorry to monopolize things because I'm sure the students have questions too that they would like to ask. But just a quick question to Jeff. I wonder, one thing you don't discuss, whatever may have been the case in the 19th century, what about popular culture and the extent to which it has simply seemingly swamped everything? I was at a wonderful performance of Don Giovanni the other day, and let's just say I brought down the average age of the audience, despite the fact that tickets for young people were, like $25. So maybe you could just say something about what that tells us about the adequacy of the solution that you propose. To Shilo, I have to say that I'm deeply troubled by your remarks. I appreciate their personal and confessional character, and you say we're all here making witting or unwitting confessions, right? But maybe in a way echoing something that Tim said, it seems to me that in presenting the view that pulls you away from constitutional liberalism, you sound a little bit like the young German nihilists whom Strauss discusses, who he in a way excuses on the grounds that they didn't have access to an old-fashioned liberal education because the great German liberals had in a way been thrown aside under Bismarck and the educational reforms that followed. But you have. And that brings in Tim's question, which is the truthfulness, the accuracy, the adequacy of Nietzsche's understanding of what our situation is. And I'm just wondering why you find it so persuasive. That is to say, why there isn't something precious about civilization as such, which is difficult, which doesn't happen automatically, that takes perhaps eons to produce, and there's no real reason to believe that if you blow it all up, it will come back. And to speak about blossoms here and there, I mean, it sounds a little bit like an aesthetization, as someone once said of politics. Would you really push a button and blow up the world, your loved ones, everything you care about, on the off chance that human blossoms might appear in 1,000 years? I mean, I can understand the attraction of feeling driven in that direction, but in your heart of hearts, is that really what you think, that the situation is so dire that nothing could be worse? Nothing. And if so, why? What is the foundation? And if it's Nietzsche, where exactly is the argument in Nietzsche that you see goes there? And, how should we evaluate it? On what grounds other than a kind of taste? Or a kind of revulsion, a kind of moral revulsion discussed with some of the things we see. So I would really kind of push you on this, because I think you reflect something that's in the air and that's very dangerous, and that you may want to really perhaps give a little more weight to the to what I would consider the better angel sitting on the other side, before you're willing to throw away the baby with the bathwater, so to speak.
You want to go ahead?
Thanks, Susan. Popular culture, I think, is very persuasive. A father of an 11-year-old daughter, I took to her first concert, a couple of pop music concert. I saw the stadium filled with devotees of popular culture. So I'm not particular. I don't think Nietzsche would be particularly troubled by popular culture, in part because he thinks that life is very hard for human beings, and one of the purposes of cultural life is to make life as endurable as possible. And so I think the existence of popular culture is not in itself criticisms. So that's, yeah, I think, right. And there I think I might disagree with you, just because, I don't know, I mean, teaching students, it's very difficult to get students to read Plato and Aristotle and Hobbes and Locke and so forth. But I think they still do recognize that there is something special and excellent about these thinkers. Now, you do get, of course, students who are politicized and want to reject all dead white men, but that's an effect of the democratization of culture. In general, I think that there's still a pull for human excellence that's still in young people and in young students, and that they recognize that even if it's not, they'd rather listen to popular music, they're still going to be, defer to it, see that it's something important to be in a university curriculum and so forth and so on. So that's something that one can draw on. So I don't think Nietzsche's of the view that the many all of the time need to be reading Goethe, and pop music singers should be citing Goethe in their lyrics or something like that. But at least that there's some sort of deference that allows a kind of space that Shilo was talking about for the truly excellent artists, philosophers to do their thing.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I don't want to be misunderstood. It's, what does F. Scott Fitzgerald say? It's the true test of a first-rate mind to hold two contradictory thoughts in one's head without going insane. That's how I feel. I don't feel nihilistic. I feel enlivened and enriched by the prospect of a regeneration of American liberalism and American democracy. I work actively for that regeneration, but I also feel moved by, and I see in the world the diagnosis, the accuracy of the diagnosis of some of the ills that Nietzsche prescribes. I am in full agreement with you about liberal education. And I do rely on and find solace in the great books. One of the difficulties, though, it's good not to forget, at least from my point of view, is that liberal education, at least as it's undertaken, say, at a great book school like St. John's, presents you with a wide variety of alternatives. They all disagree about what the true and the good are in some ways. And so you get a kind of radical liberation from liberal education. I tell people it's dangerous. Being liberally educated is dangerous insofar as it challenges your deepest held convictions and requires you either to defend them on the basis of some argument or abandon them. So liberal education itself has a kind of liberating effect. It doesn't necessarily tie you to the regime or to your religion. In fact, it can do quite the opposite. But that said, there are people in this room, Tom and Ian Tuttle, who can testify to the fact that I stand in front of 250 Princeton undergraduates twice a week and try to provide the best that's been thought and said in defense of our regime by way of the greatest books that have ever been written. And so I do try to carry out precisely the mission of saving our civilization by way of liberal education to the best of my abilities that I can. So I'm not in disagreement with you. In fact, I'm in agreement with you, but I just want to point out that that liberal education, I mean, you know, you were at Boston College with me. You're partially responsible for this. It messes you up. Like if you, you know, you come off the ranch in Texas and everybody's having you read Hegel in the Republic, it'll do something. You know, it'll do something to you. So yeah. So you know, think about what you want America to be before you take its people and subject them to these books and say that it will save us. But at any rate. And no, I don't want to just press a button and destroy civilization. In fact, I'm troubled by that. And I don't think Nietzsche, I don't know that his teaching on the collapse of civilizations amounts to the pressing of a button and the destruction. It amounts to seeing accurately where you are and using what you have in a creative way. That's not the active will to destruction necessarily in every case. It's tremendous. It's tremendous.
I mean, what's the content?
The content of the risk, as I think you put it well, is that what you had before might have been good and salvageable, and you made an error, you know. And I worry about Nietzsche making that error. On the other hand, as I said a moment ago, I look around me, and maybe this would have been the case if I was, you know, you all tell me, if I was alive in 1965 or 1935, not that, you know, but that I would have seen it too, but it's pretty bad. And when modern technology is wedded to some of the worst instincts that liberalism liberates, it's hard to see a way out. And I don't know, and I mean, Nietzsche couldn't have lived to see the technological marriage of modern technology to liberalism and the kind of monster, psychological, intellectual, spiritual monster that would produce. But I think that the circumstances, dare I say, that we find ourselves in are altogether new with respect to the future of liberalism, because there's a new force at play, which is the most it is the new culture. In other words, when I was talking to Catherine and said that you can imagine a wire that you can tie the tree to and it goes sideways, technology is shaping us all in ways that are just acculturating and wholly unpredictable. And so I can see a certain volatility that I think even Nietzsche couldn't see, and that's what, you know, drives me in some ways to him. But don't mistake me. I'm persuaded by and have benefited from and stand before you because of a rich liberal education.
Okay, since we started late, we'll just take one more question, but please, let's be wrapped up at 10:40. So.
Wow, what an honor. Great panel, wonderful start to our long discussion together. Each of the panelists, and Tim, your comments were very helpful. I'll try to be quick. Jeff, I had the impression that this panel was going to argue that Shilo says Nietzsche is not a liberal, and you argue that Nietzsche is a liberal. And yet there's a great deal of agreement between the readings that you offered of Nietzsche. You both emphasize his interest in the individual and the cultivation of the individual. You both emphasized, I'll cut to the chase. It strikes me that there's a difference that remains between you, which is your relative evaluation of how important war making is in Nietzsche's understanding of the cultivation of culture. And putting this to Jeff, because Jeff, you emphasize Nietzsche's early and I think you take it enduring distaste for the role of the military, militarization in the formation of the German state, and as such. And therefore, both you and Shilo emphasize the distinction between a cultivated future individual and anything to do with war or politics. Your emphasis on politics as utilitarian, I think, has some of this character to it. How then, I'll just put it this way, you think that the enduring cultivation of culture depends on something like, you alluded to this, a traditionalist mob that opposes the free spirits? That tension between the lower classes and the free spirits is part of what allows a kind of struggle that produces culture over time. What is the character of that struggle? What is the character of that tension if it's not war and threat and implicit violence overflowing into the creation of art and culture and philosophy even? What is it if it's not war? I hope you can parse out my question from my hasty remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good, Alex. Yes, I tend to be unpersuaded by the war making, the bloodthirsty kind of Nietzsche. I tend to be on the there tends to be non-domesticated Nietzscheans and domesticated Nietzscheans. I'm on the domesticated Nietzschean side, as you might have gathered.
Hey, I'm wearing a tie and all that.
So the way I mean, war is important for Nietzsche, though, in the following sense, that I think that for him, Nietzsche's a historical thinker. So war is crucial for the development of spirit in at the early stages of humanity, because it's a way to demonstrate excellence in a kind of simple regime where you can demonstrate physical prowess. If you think of the blonde beasts from the genealogy of morals, but the point, though, is that for Nietzsche, there's a spiritualization, a sublimation, a sort of a development of the human spirit over time, such that war becomes spiritualized rather than something that's physical in nature, right? So the sort of brute character of physical toughness no longer becomes an index for excellence. Rather, the restraint on one's capacity for violence becomes an index for excellence. And so war then becomes sublimated or displaced into a spiritual field, such that it's something like when he talks in his late period works about all this war, it's often in a spiritual term. That is, it's a war for spirits. It's a war battle among different, as I read it, different exemplars for how to think about the future of Europe, right? And so so he doesn't want a sort of unification of different approaches to culture. He wants a continued struggle, and I think that similar point goes for you might say opposed to the horizontal spiritual struggle, the sort of vertical spiritual struggle between the few and the many, where it would be something like sort of democracy against sort of elitism, worry that, I mean, again, to use the college campus example, I mean, the kinds of struggles that you see about why are you teaching and writing about dead white men constantly. This is a struggle of democracy, and a spiritual struggle. It's not one that eventuates into violence. Although we'll see what happens in Colombia, but it's something that is at the level of spirit. I don't know what you think about that. Yeah.
Okay, then we will conclude our first panel now, and we will reconvene at 11 for the second panel. So we have a brief break here. Please join me in thanking our fine panelists and discussant. Susan, this wasn't clear to me online. Are you
The taste for
determined with? Welcome back,
Oh,
and
I
welcome to
I
those
sent
of
it a
you
week
who are
ago. I'm really
just
sorry.
joining us now for the
Yeah,
for this panel. This panel is on the naturalness or rationality of morality. We have Jeremy Fortier, who is visiting assistant professor of political science at Colgate University. We have Catherine Zuckert, the Nancy Reeves Drew Professor of Political Science Emerita at the University of Notre Dame and visiting professor at Arizona State University School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership. And then as discussant, we have Susan Meld-Schell, who's professor of political science at Boston College. I meant to mention when I introduced the last panel that we do have some bios of all of our panelists and speakers for the conference on these papers that are out there. So if you'd like to learn more about our speakers than I am divulging in my brief introductions here, there is a way for you to do so. So now I will give the floor to them.
Okay. On first reading the invitation from Zach to present a paper on the naturalness or rationality of morality at a conference on Nietzsche, I thought the topic to be discussed must be whether morality is either natural or rational, according to Nietzsche. But in that case, I thought that Dr. Fortier and I would apparently have very little to say. For in section 188 of Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche declares, and I quote, well, translation, every morality is a piece of tyranny against nature, also against reason. Fortunately for all of us here, Nietzsche immediately adds, because he likes to conflict, this in itself is no objection, so long as we do not have some other morality which permits us to decree that every kind of tyranny and unreason is impermissible. What is essential and inestimable in every morality is that it constitutes a long compulsion. And the curious fact is that all there is or has been on earth of freedom, subtlety, boldness, stance, masterly sureness, whether in thought or in government, in the arts or in ethics, has developed only owing to the tyranny of such capricious moral laws. The probability is by no means small that this is, in quotes, nature, and, in quotes, natural. It does seem as if we have something to talk about, after all. How can morality constitute a tyranny against nature and yet be natural? At first glance, Nietzsche seems to contradict himself concerning the naturalness of morality. But his position does not appear to be quite so contradictory if we distinguish between every particular morality which develops at a certain time and place and morality in general. What seems to be essential to and about morality in general, according to Nietzsche, is that human beings have to learn to obey in a single direction over a long period of time by developing an understanding of what makes it worthwhile to live, be that virtue, art, reason, or spirituality, the striving for which gradually transforms human existence. These goals or ideals, as developed and enforced in Europe, have had good effects, he thinks, at least for some, and on some human beings at a certain stage in their development. And again, I quote, "The long unfreedom of the spirit, the mistrustful constraint in the communicability of thoughts, the disciplines thinkers imposed on themselves to think within the directions laid down by a church or a court, or under Aristotelian presuppositions, however forced, capricious, hard, gruesome, and anti-rational, have proved to be the means through which the European spirit has been trained to strengthen ruthlessness, curiosity, and subtle mobility." To be sure, Nietzsche admits, in the process, an irreplaceable amount of strength and spirit had to be crushed, stifled, and ruined. For here, as elsewhere, nature, again in quotation marks, manifests herself as she is in all her prodigal and indifferent magnificence, which is outrageous but noble. As indifferent, nature herself is not moral. But virtually all commentators agree the philosopher who declares, or has a character declare, as I recall, God is dead, and rails against metaphysical understandings of all kinds, certainly does not think human morals have a supernatural or theological source. Neither specific moral commands nor morality itself is given in or by nature. Yet, Nietzsche suggests, human beings have instinctively, and thus in a sense, naturally developed moral codes. And some of these codes have proved to have beneficial effects on some beings over time. However, the human beings who articulated and established these codes did not understand what they were doing or what the long-term benefits or costs would or could be. And lacking an understanding of how and why these benefits have been realized, human beings may not retain them. Neither the benefits nor the way in which they were produced have been understood because human beings have not investigated, or to his time, what Nietzsche calls the, in quotes, natural history of morals in Beyond Good and Evil, and the genealogy of morals in his subsequent volume. Following the example of Socrates and Plato's misunderstanding of him, Nietzsche maintains, European philosophers and theologians have sought to use reason to discover one goal, the good, or God. But, he contends, reason has not been the source of morality, or to speak more precisely, moralities, plural. Reason is instrumental and specifies means of achieving goals and understandings of what is good that arise from an instinctive valuation. And that valuation is closer to faith than to reason because it originates, could be 19th century American literature, in the feeling of the heart or passion. The history of the human species, according to Nietzsche, is a history of struggle between weak and strong wills, but it has not resulted and is not certain to result, contrary to Darwin, in the survival of the fittest, if by the fittest you mean the best. So like Rousseau, Nietzsche complains that previous philosophers have examined human nature and human beings who have lived in and been shaped by their associations with others. But unlike Rousseau, Nietzsche does not attempt to determine what nature was like in a pre-social individual human being by hypothetically subtracting all the faculties and characteristics we acquire only in the society of others. Like Rousseau, he sees that human beings acquire our distinctively human characteristics, speech, reason, and religion, only in association with others. But unlike Rousseau, Aristotle, and the Bible, he does not attribute the creation and development of human societies to a combination of the effects of sexual desires and economic necessity, which led human beings to associate and gradually develop our rational faculties as a result. And I quote, "As long as there have been human beings," weren't always human beings, Nietzsche observes, "there have also been herds of men, clans, communities, tribes, peoples, states, churches, and always a great many people who obeyed, compared with the small number of those commanding. Animals who are recognizably human, in other words, have never been equal or free. You shall obey someone and for a long time, else you will perish and lose the last respect for yourself. This appears to Nietzsche to be the moral imperative of nature, which, to be sure, is neither categorical, as Kant would have it, nor addressed to the individual. What do individuals matter to nature? Her imperative is addressed to peoples, races, ages, classes, but above all to the whole human animal, man." That's Beyond Good and Evil, section 188. If humans are to behave, however, they must have someone or something to obey. The reason he thinks that human development has taken so long is that the herd instinct of obedience is inherited best and at the expense of the art of commanding. When the highest and strongest passions of individuals force them to rise above and beyond the herd conscience, they are perceived as threats to the community and called evil, while the fair, modest, submissive, conforming mentality, the mediocrity of desires, attains moral designations and honors as good. And when this instinct progresses to its ultimate excesses, as Nietzsche thinks it has in late 19th century Europe, those who command and are independent will be either altogether lacking, or they will secretly suffer from a bad conscience and find it necessary to deceive themselves before they can command, as if they too merely obey. They know no other way to protect themselves against their own bad conscience than to pose as executors of a more ancient or higher commands, of ancestors, of the Constitution, of right, the laws, or even God. Nevertheless, Nietzsche reminds his readers, this herd morality is merely one type of human morality, beside which many other types, above all higher moralities, are possible, or ought to be. Although he identifies himself as the immoralist in some of his later writings, he does not oppose morality per se. On the contrary, he worries that the intellectual, physical, and moral discipline that human beings have acquired over centuries with so much pain and suffering will be lost because what he calls herd morality has become dominant, and it resists the emergence of any other kind by declaring that it is morality itself. And with the help of a religion which indulged and flattered the most sublime herd animal desires, he sees, we find even in political and social institutions an ever more visible expression of this morality in the democratic movement, which is heir of the Christian movement we talked about this morning. Nietzsche declares that he has a different faith. He thinks the democratic movement is not merely a form of the decay of political organization, but a form of the diminution of man, making him mediocre and lowering his value. Nietzsche places his hopes for the emergence of a higher morality not in nature, which is indifferent, or in reason, which is merely instrumental, but in the emergence of new philosophers. These new philosophers will, and I quote, teach man the future as dependent on human will, and to prepare great ventures and overall attempts of discipline and cultivation to end the gruesome domination of nonsense and accident that has so far been called history. Nietzsche sees what might yet still be made of man as a result of the discipline and power that has been accumulated in Europe as a result of the impositions of past faith and moral codes. But he worries that leaders capable of articulating and achieving such a goal will not arise. There is no necessity, as he sees it, natural or rational, that they do so. He is certain that the overall degeneration of man into the perfect animal celebrated by the Democrats and socialists is possible. So Nietzsche's writings are addressed to individuals who retain enough of the spiritual discipline and natural desire to impose a new and better form of self-affirming rather than self-denying life on themselves and possibly on others. Nietzsche begins both Beyond Good and Evil and the Genealogy of Morals by complaining that the human beings who seek wisdom, traditionally called philosophers, have not understood or known themselves. They claim to be seeking truth, but in fact, they have been imposing their own will to power on the world in its most spiritual form. The difference between the new philosophers for whom he is calling and the old is that the new philosophers will acknowledge that they are not discovering the truth in a given order, nor are they merely constructing and imposing an order on nature or presenting one among many possible interpretations of the meaning of human life. They themselves will embody reason and justification for all the suffering that has gone into producing sovereign individuals, as he calls them in the genealogy, who do not look beyond themselves, but at and in themselves for a reason to live. The fact that human moralities have their source in a natural instinct does not mean that these moralities and their effects are determined by nature or that they are necessarily good. As Nietzsche explains at the end of Beyond Good and Evil, every enhancement of the type man has so far been the work of an aristocratic society. That is, a society that believes in the long ladder of rank and difference in value between man, and that needs slavery in some sense. He regularly criticizes accounts of the changes which have occurred in human development or evolution or history in Darwinian terms of the survival of the fittest, because self-preservation would constitute a conservative goal or process. The history or genealogy, because it doesn't have a determined end, he describes the continual self-overcoming of man, and he warns his readers against yielding to humanitarian illusions about its origins. The development of man, according to Nietzsche, began with human beings whose nature was still natural, men of prey, who were still in possession of unbroken strength of will and lust for power, who hurled themselves upon the weaker, more civilized, more peaceful races. It's Beyond Good and Evil 257. Nietzsche maintains that the decisive changes that have occurred in the human animal were not gradual or voluntary, nor have they represented an organic adaptation to new conditions. They occurred as a result of a break, a leap, a compulsion. He may appear to present a quasi-political account of the development when he declares that the oldest state, his word, appeared as a fearful tyranny, an oppressive and remorseful machine that went on working until this raw material of people and semi-animals was not even thoroughly kneaded and pliant, but also formed. However, Nietzsche does not, like Aristotle, credit any statesman with inventing and founding such an order, or describe the operations of the political communities they founded as deliberative, made possible by the development of human speech and reason. And he explicitly rejects the idea that such fierce animals could have founded a community or state on the basis of a contract. Although he does trace the development of ideas about justice and mercy to initial practices and concepts of exchange. He argues that human beings became capable of promising and so able to fulfill agreements and pay their debts as a result of suffering centuries of cruel punishments, which gave the creditors the pleasure of inflicting pain on debtors who did not repay what they owed. It's not just an economic exchange. He is not interested and does not trace the effect of the different kinds of regimes various peoples and individuals have established at different times and places, or of the possibility of replacing them with a more rational order. He describes the process whereby human beings have, in effect, changed their own nature as moral rather than political, because he thinks the internal changes in the nature of the souls of members of the ruling class are more fundamental and promising than the external regulations of everyone's behavior. As products of the original violent imposition of the rule of the strongest on the weaker, he contends, there are basically two types of morality, you all know, master morality and slave morality. And he also argues that these two types of morality now coexist in all higher and mixed cultures, even in the same human being. It's also beyond good and evil. The natural history or genealogy he sketches is now fairly familiar. Having compared and subdued the weaker, the bestial masters declared that their characteristics were good or noble, and that the slaves who served them were not merely bad, but contemptible. In reaction to the violence and injustice of their masters, but unable to oppose them directly or openly by means of force, the weaker developed a new morality or set of standards which declared the characteristics of their masters to be evil and their own slavish obedience, passivity, and gentleness to be good. Nietzsche praises the cleverness of the Jews and notes the success of their reaction to the imposition of master morality. They won. But he insists that slave morality is and must be of lesser rank than master morality because it presupposes and depends upon the earlier imposition. He thus worries primarily about the possible disappearance of any natural masters, strong wills, able to assert the goodness of their own lives and characteristics in contrast to their weaker brethren who can at most follow or obey. In describing the change in human nature that has occurred over time in the genealogy, Nietzsche first describes the tyrannical imposition of order by bestial masters and the way in which that made the behavior of human beings living under it more regular and thus predictable, to the point that it's no longer needed to be enforced by laws with punishments attached. That's one of the things I doubt. But that is not the most interesting or important change as Nietzsche sees it. The more difficult question to answer is why those with the souls of masters accepted the slavish condemnation of their own characteristics and drives. These strong souls did not accept slavish morals merely because they were punished for not doing so. Nietzsche observes that punishments make human beings more orderly, but criminals do not become guilty as a result of the penalties imposed upon them. I think there's empirical evidence to show they become hardened and seek to find ways of avoiding punishment in the future. These semi-animals accepted the morality of the weak when they were enclosed in a society where they could no longer follow their instinctive desires to prey upon other members of the society. Prevented from discharging their tyrannical drives on others, they turned inward. And this internalization of man resulted in the development of what was later called his soul. And I quote, The entire inner world, originally as thin as if it were stretched between two membranes, expanded and extended itself, acquired depth, breadth, and height, in the same measure as outward discharge was inhibited. No letting out. And all those instincts of wild, free, prowling man were turned backward against man himself. Thus, according to Nietzsche, began the gravest and uncanniest illness from which humanity has not yet recovered. Yet, and I quote, an animal soul turned against itself. This was something so new, so profound, unheard of, enigmatic, and contradictory that it was pregnant with the future. In the Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche briefly sketches an internal history parallel to the external history of the way in which human behavior became regularized and predictable. He describes the way in which human beings developed a religious account of the way in which their community grew from the work of their ancestors in founding it. To the extent to which the community expanded and flourished, the debt the people felt they owed its founders increased until they concluded that those ancestors must have been gods. Concluding with primitive logic that these gods also must have needed a government, people ended by worshiping one God to whom so much was owed that it could not possibly be repaid, except by the mercy and love of that God who sacrificed himself on their behalf out of love for his debtors. However, Nietzsche suggests, the internal effects of this development are even more dramatic than the external. You will have guessed what really happened here beneath all this. That will to self-tormenting, that repressed cruelty of the animal man made inward, seized upon the presupposition of religion so as to drive his self-torture to its most gruesome pitch of severity and rigor. This man apprehends in God the ultimate antithesis of his own ineluctable animal instinct, and reinterpreting his instincts as a form of guilt before God, he ejects from himself his denial of his nature in the form of an affirmation of not man, but God, as something existing as an eternal judge who inflicts upon humans torment without end. And I quote, "We modern men are the heirs of the conscience vivisection and self-torture of millennia." Man has, as Nietzsche concludes, man has all too long had an evil eye for his own natural inclinations, which have been inseparable from his bad conscience. An attempt at the reverse would in itself be possible. But there is no one strong enough now to wed the bad conscience to all unnatural inclinations. This is the reverse, revaluation. All those aspirations to the beyond, to that which runs counter to the sense, instinct, nature, animal, in short, all ideals hitherto, which are one and all hostile to life and slander the world. Nevertheless, Nietzsche thinks, or perhaps we should say hopes, in a less self-doubting future, a redeeming man of great love and contempt must come. Although his isolation is misunderstood by the people as a flight from reality, it is only his immersion and penetration into reality that will enable him to redeem us, not only from the hitherto reigning ideal, but also from that which was bound to grow out of it, the great nausea, the will to nothingness, by making, in quotes, the great decision that liberates the will again and restores its gold to the earth and his hope to man. In Book 3 of the Genealogy, Nietzsche examines several different kinds of human beings who had adopted and propagated the, in quotes, ascetic, self-denying morality he finds so destructive. And he explains why he thinks one and only one type provides the basis for his hope of future redemption. Those are the philosophers who, in contrast to artists, women, the majority of the physiological deformed and deranged mortals, priests, and saints, have embraced apparently self-denying morals, but not to escape from their current existence or to achieve some other end. By continentally not seeking fame, political power, money, or women, philosophers have not been denying themselves anything they really want. On the contrary, they have affirmed their own existence, and only this existence by seeking the optimal conditions for pursuing the highest and boldest spiritual activity. The problem that Nietzsche seeks to remedy is that philosophers in the past did not understand this. They perceived that the inactive, brooding, unwarlike element in the instincts of the contemplative aroused the mistrust of the people around them. And having absorbed the moral standards and values of the communities in which they were born, these philosophers had to fight, and I quote, against every kind of suspicion and resistance against the philosopher in themselves by means of cruel but inventive self-castigation in order to believe in their own innovations. So Nietzsche concludes the peculiar withdrawn attitude of the philosopher, world-denying, hostile to life, suspicious of the senses, freed from sensuality, which has been maintained down to modern times and has become virtually the philosopher's pose par excellence, is above all a result of the emergency conditions under which philosophy arose and survived. Because for a long time, philosophy would not have been possible at all on earth without an aesthetic self-misunderstanding. That's Nietzsche. I wish to turn and ask the participants of this particular conference what happens to Nietzsche's argument or speculative history of morality. If there is evidence that the philosophers in the past did not misunderstand their situation or themselves, what if they intentionally and consciously presented their ideas not only with an eye to protecting themselves against the suspicions of their fellow citizens, but also to sustain the beliefs necessary to maintain the political communities which make it possible for a few individuals to engage in philosophic activity, even though they themselves did not accept those beliefs and indicated the reasons why to their most perspicacious readers. That is, I think, as you all know, what Leo Strauss thought he had discovered in the mid-1930s, when he rediscovered the use of esoteric writing by ancient philosophers, historians, and poets. It's both good and bad to mention the name of Lawrence Lamprecht right now, since he's recently deceased, but he has argued that Strauss's discovery of esotericism allowed him to join Nietzsche's project of founding a new morality or religion explicitly on, in quotes, unbelief. But that Strauss did not have the courage to follow Nietzsche the whole way by emphasizing the death of God. I wish to suggest, on the contrary, that Strauss's discovery of esotericism led him to turn away from Nietzsche because he found that Nietzsche had the facts wrong. Nietzsche includes himself among we scholars in Beyond Good and Evil 6 and describes real scholars as handmaids to philosophy. But Nietzsche's sickness, if not his education, and Ecce Homo, he equates the two, as he himself thought, prevented him from studying the works of other philosophers with sufficient care. In The Birth of Tragedy Out of the Spirit of Music, Nietzsche broke with other philologists, but he did not understand the Greeks. In his note on the plan of Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, Strauss points out, the ancients saw the fundamental conflict to be between political life and the philosophic life, whereas Nietzsche, like other moderns, thought it was between reason and revelation, or unbelief and belief. Although Nietzsche traces the origin of morals to the tribal necessities embodied and enforced by blond beasts with the ability to organize, he insists that the origin does not determine the meaning of any phenomenon. And in his account of the history of religion and morality, the political origins get lost. As a result, it becomes difficult to understand how his philosopher of the future, who continues to be misunderstood by the rabble, and does not clearly have to come down from the icy heights in which he thinks clearly, but to which he certainly has to return to avoid nausea at the sight of the rabble. How can that individual possibly redeem the suffering lives of all human beings? There isn't any communication or public teaching. Like Nietzsche and Plato's Socrates, Strauss deems philosophy to be the only form of human existence truly worth living. That's my commentary, of course. But in late semi-public exchange with Jacob Klein, Strauss credits Heidegger, not Nietzsche, for enabling him and others to break with the Christian, scholastic-based, traditional understanding of the history of philosophy by reading the old works with new eyes. I'm introducing Strauss not to add a complicated and controversial subject to an already complex subject, Nietzsche's understanding of morality. I'm introducing Strauss in this context merely as a critic of Nietzsche's history. In his notes, Strauss concludes that Nietzsche wanted to get rid of nature, but couldn't because his hopes for the emergence of philosophers of the future depend on the continuing existence of a natural difference between strong and weak human spirits or will. And most Anglophone philosophers now agree that Nietzsche is a kind of naturalist realist, as opposed to an idealist philosopher. But they don't agree on what he means by nature, which they see as mixed with various degrees and kinds of cultural, that is, conventional elements. They cannot agree because Nietzsche's teaching on morality as neither natural nor rational, but requiring elements of both to contribute to humanity's emerging understanding of itself as the source of all values, does not and seemingly cannot make the character and proportions of the mixture clear. He cannot specify either the particular content or embodiment of the philosophy of the future because, in quotation marks, nature varies in individuals as well as circumstances, times, and places. And he wishes not merely to retain, but to celebrate the richness of that variety. As Nietzsche, that's what he calls, as I understand it, the Dionysian. As Nietzsche, in contrast to Strauss, understands it, philosophers are creative spirits who legislate. But he does not seem to think they create the material out of which they form new goals or ways of life. Everything human beings think, including his own thesis about nature in quotation marks, as an ongoing expression of a universal will to power, is interpretation, as he says, in Beyond Good and Evil. The old philologist points out, we do not have access to an underlying text, but a text seems to be presupposed.
So my thanks to Professor Zuckert and Shell for their indulgence with my remarks that I'm about to give. And let me start by observing that I think talking about Nietzsche always presents unique challenges because people tend to have unusually strong and unusually personal impressions of him. My sense is that when students first encounter Nietzsche, some are instantly captivated, others are immediately repulsed. And I must say that as a student, I was very much in the category of being immediately repulsed. Like many of my students today, I couldn't understand what Nietzsche was so angry about, why he seemed to be shouting all the time. And I basically had to be forced into spending time with him due to a course I was enrolled in on the expectation that it would be about Adam Smith. This was actually a bait and switch. The professor for the course had taught an outstanding class on Rousseau's philosophy of compassion the previous year and promised to follow it up with a course on Adam Smith's theory of compassion. But after the registration period, he decided to teach Nietzsche on compassion instead. And by then, I was trapped in a seminar room with this one author I had found so off-putting when I had glanced at him before. But I've never really stopped reading Nietzsche since. and Nietzsche himself predicted that. He once remarked to a correspondent, "It was not difficult for you to find me, the difficulty is to lose me." And that's true. Yet I continue to meet people I greatly respect who can't fathom why it would be worthwhile to stick with Nietzsche, having only an impression of him as self-important, obnoxious, and unaccountably angry about so much that is decent in the world. And so the response I want to suggest to that today, which is in a way a response to myself, is that Nietzsche is worth taking seriously because although he's a kind of extremist, he's acutely aware of problems with his own position, objections to his own position, in a way that extremists usually are not. In a nutshell, Nietzsche combines the postures of social criticism and self-criticism in a complex way. This is especially true, I think, of how Nietzsche positions himself on the topic of our panel concerning the naturalness or rationalness of morality. This is a topic where Nietzsche has been most exposed to the objection that his treatment of moral life is too simply debunking and destructive. But I would say that for Nietzsche, it's actually crucial to find some kind of constructive compromise with the very moral worldviews that he criticizes. To make that point, I'm going to wind up spending some time considering how Nietzsche positions his account of morality against some alternatives. But so that we don't lose sight of our main subject, let me start by surveying how Nietzsche's views evolved over the course of his career. Here then are three key stages. First, in Human All Too Human, he makes the claim that morality demands actions be performed out of a kind of selfless altruism that is impossible and which therefore produces self-forgetting illusions in the minds of people who want to be considered moral. In this regard, Nietzsche especially indicts Schopenhauer's morality of compassion and Christianity's morality of guilt and redemption. Then, in Daybreak, he clarifies that what needs to change is not so much a set of actions classified as moral as the motives driving people's actions. In this argument, acting differently is sometimes necessary, yes, but thinking and feeling differently is always necessary. This is why Nietzsche will later say that to be beyond good and evil is not to be beyond good and bad. There's still better and worse actions, but how you feel about them is something else. And therefore to say, as Nietzsche had said in Daybreak, "I deny morality as I deny alchemy," is not to have done with it, since, as he concedes in The Gay Science, the next book, to show that a morality is rooted in error, quote, "does not touch the problem of its value." I take it then that Nietzsche's treatment of morality should not be appraised narrowly on the basis of the arguments he offers. It's not that the arguments don't matter, but Nietzsche offers the arguments because he wants to change how we think. And the purpose of changing how we think is to change who we are, how we are disposed towards the world, and the motives on the basis of which we are able to act. Which means that by his own account, Nietzsche's task can't be simply critical. You can't claim much of an advantage over someone if all you've done is show that their morality doesn't make sense. As Nietzsche himself stressed in an early text, quote, "The only criticism of a philosophy that is possible and that also proves something is to see if one can live according to it. The only criticism of a philosophy that is possible and that also proves something is to see if one can live according to it." I don't think Nietzsche ever changed his mind on that. But did Nietzsche ever manage to get beyond mere criticism and give readers a constructive view of morality that someone could live according to? I think this conundrum is really intensified more than it is clarified by Nietzsche's most famous text on the subject, on the genealogy of morality. Since, by Nietzsche's own account, that book is designed to be what he would later designate as a no-sane book, i.e. it's meant to be mainly debunking and destructive. In fact, I want to suggest, one could argue, I think, that people have generally underestimated just how much this book debunks, because everyone knows, of course, that it draws a contrast between slave morality and master morality. But while Nietzsche trumpets the ways in which so-called slave morality shuts itself off from reason, his analysis shows in a more muted way that master morality also necessarily fails to see and falsifies the world, as brought to light in a recent series of articles by Thomas Meredith that I commend everyone to. Slave morality and master morality are Nietzsche's analytical tools, for better or for worse. Neither is his morality. And here, by the way, I want to quote Twilight of the Idols, What the Germans Lack, Section 1. Power makes stupid. And that's Nietzsche's emphasis. Power makes stupid. Where Nietzsche stands between these alternatives is made easier to see in the epilogue to another polemical essay, The Case of Wagner. This epilogue is a neatly self-contained statement, but it also functions as a kind of appendix to the genealogy. Because what Nietzsche does here is place himself between alternatives that he refers to as master morality and Christian morality, and then in a footnote says that he had first explained this opposition in the genealogy. In fact, he's modified his terms between the texts, but the revised phrasing just puts the reader more directly to the heart of the matter. He doesn't note that he's changed his words, but he has. Here Nietzsche makes clear that he is not taking sides between these alternatives in some sovereign manner, nor is he blaming others, in particular Richard Wagner, for being on the wrong side. Rather, he is blaming others, particularly Wagner, for failing to do what he has done, which is acknowledge when one is unavoidably subject to and shaped by both. Accordingly, Nietzsche says that what separates him from Wagner is how he faces and responds to their shared predicament of being subject to and shaped by moralities that are at odds with one another. This point is elaborated in a somewhat peculiar way when Nietzsche says, and this is in the epilogue to The Case of Wagner, he says that one cannot refute Christianity any more than one can refute an eye disease. This is obnoxious, but it's also instructive. An eye disease is, first of all, a natural affliction. It's a natural affliction Nietzsche himself was especially subject to, and it is an affliction that Nietzsche both affirmed and resisted by adopting very unusual patterns of living and working, adopting a regimen that involved reading or writing for only a small window of time in a day, but structuring everything else in the service of that window of time, during which he often pushed himself to the point of collapse. These unusual working habits, adopted as a response to afflictions, diseases that he would not have chosen for himself, nevertheless proved to be indispensable to producing his very unusual body of work. If he'd retained a normal professional career, he wouldn't have produced Thus Spoke Zarathustra, I think. So Nietzsche does not want to live without his diseases, quote unquote. He wouldn't even be possible without them. That holds for his struggles with Christian morality as much as his struggles with his eyes. To quote from the epilogue to The Case of Wagner, "These opposite forms in the optics of value are both necessary. What alone should be resisted is that falseness, that deceitfulness of instinct, which refuses to experience these opposites, as Wagner, for example, refused. It is for this reason that Nietzsche often characterizes Wagner's artwork as a kind of opiate and escapism, to some degree for Wagner himself and even more for his audiences, people that Nietzsche thought were locked into fundamentally unsatisfying lives they wanted a half escape from. This makes Nietzsche's polemics against Wagnerism a little tricky to sort out, because to some extent he is simply debunking aspects of Wagner's appeal that were highly contingent and readily changeable. Bourgeois entertainment for people trapped in bourgeois lives, as Nietzsche knew from his own life. Part of his enthusiasm for Wagner changed simply as a result of changing his environment when his health conditions forced him out of a respectable profession and into a very irregular, itinerant lifestyle. But Nietzsche would not have given as much attention to Wagner as he did if that were all there were to it. That is why in the preface to the case of Wagner, Nietzsche insists that anyone who wants to understand the modern soul, and therefore their own soul, cannot do without Wagner. In other words, cannot do without Wagner's particularly powerful instantiation of the way of seeing the world that was presented most powerfully by Christianity. As Nietzsche says in the prologue to that text, I understand perfectly when a musician says today, I hate Wagner, but I can no longer endure any other music. Just a little, I think only an adult can appreciate Wagner. I don't think that Wagner can be appreciated by children. I think it's an acquired thing. And so I could get into that. But as this suggests, I can't entirely agree with a suggestion in Richard Bork's generally very instructive recent book, Hegel's World Revolutions, when Bork says that Nietzsche exemplifies what Hegel had characterized as the attempt to overleap one's world in the preface to the Philosophy of Right. In fact, I think Nietzsche would kind of agree with Bork and Hegel that anyone who claims to be simply beyond their world, or for that matter prior to it, in the sense of pre-modern, must be deluded and deluding others. Nietzsche could not have put the point more plainly than he did in the last words of the preface to the case of Wagner. There is no way out. One must become a Wagnerian. I don't think that readers of Nietzsche have taken that seriously enough, because we tend to think his interest in Wagner was very time-bound and so forth. But no, he says there's no way out. You have to be a Wagnerian. But at this point, someone might well want to know, why be a Wagnerian? And for some, I think even Nietzsche's half tribute to Wagner will be twice too much. But as it happens, and now I'm going to go off the deep end, so I'm sorry. As it happens, a powerful case for Wagner is kind of under our noses here at the Hudson Institute. In the work of an author who I think has recently come very much into vogue in conservative circles, and who, like Nietzsche, wrote 3 whole books on Wagner, arguing that Wagner's work vindicates exactly the moral outlook Nietzsche had condemned. I'm referring to Roger Scruton, who concluded the lectures that he delivered for the James Madison program at Princeton in 2013, published 4 years later under the title On Human Nature. But he concluded those lectures with a remarkable comment regarding how everyday feelings of guilt and the concomitant desire for redemption, quote, represent a kind of deposit in the mind of the moral being, not an explicit theory of the world, but a residue of individual existence, so that rather than burden this short work with my attempts to explain them, I refer instead to the 2 great works of art that have attempted to show what redemption means for us in the world of modern skepticism, Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov and Wagner's Parsifal. In the wake of these 2 great aesthetic achievements, it seems to me, the perspective of philosophy is of no great significance. Now, despite this remarkable statement, I'm not aware of the James Madison program sponsoring any programming on Wagner, even though they've sponsored a lot on Scruton. Yet Scruton claims that Wagner offers, in a way hardly anything else can, a vindication of the very moral intuitions and consequent religious belief which Nietzsche claims to have surpassed through his confrontation with Wagner. And I want to suggest that Scruton does in fact point to a compelling case for Wagner against Nietzsche, a case which Nietzsche's way of criticizing Wagner obscures from view. To be more precise, in the case of Wagner, section 4, Nietzsche gives an influential history of Wagner's ring cycle. This is a history of 2 things at once. Since Wagner worked on the ring on and off for 26 years, Nietzsche wants to show how the story of Wagner's life reshaped the storylines of the ring, because Wagner revised it constantly over 26 years. In Nietzsche's telling, there are 2 main features in Wagner's life, and thereby in his art. The early Wagner, a Feuerbachian revolutionary, and the late Wagner, a Schopenhauerian mystic. But Scruton makes a persuasive case that these elements of Wagner's career have generally been given far too much weight, and that for the most of the quarter century Wagner worked on The Ring, the greatest influence on him was actually Hegel, who is entirely absent from Nietzsche's potted history. And to my mind, Scruton makes quite a persuasive case that one will misunderstand the story Wagner was trying to tell with The Ring if one takes it as simply a Schopenhauerian conclusion grafted onto a Feuerbachian framework. That's how Nietzsche tells us to read it, and many people do read it that way as a consequence. But Nietzsche's picture of Wagner as an optimistic revolutionary turned otherworldly pessimist is not so much wrong as incomplete, and leaves out the earthbound conservatism Scruton associates with Hegel. Scruton points us especially to Wotan's storyline in The Ring, where the king of the gods learns that the law he is bound to enforce must be regrounded to accommodate the human capacity for freedom that shows itself above all in the human capacity for sacrificial love. On this reading, Wotan, who stands on the side of Wotan, who stands on the side of law, and Brunhild, who stands on the side of love, are provoked through their encounter with the other to recognize the necessity of negating themselves to make possible a world where law is ruled by love and love is ruled by law. On this Hegelian reading, the moral lesson of The Ring is conservative, not in the sense of being fearful of human beings' natural amorality, or in the sense of striving for a supernatural morality, but in the sense of showing how human beings' emergent self-consciousness naturally comes to support self-restraint and social order, while greater moral self-awareness brings with it greater moral accountability. I think Scruton's right that that's what Wagner was trying to do. And by showing us what is left out of Nietzsche's reading of The Ring, Scruton shows us what seems to be left out of Nietzsche's moral vision more generally, arguably. But if I can now add another dimension to this dialogue, and I hope I'll tie all these pieces together, so you'll have to bear with me, but if I can add another dimension, I wonder if it's not the case that while Nietzsche can be faulted for leaving Hegel out of Wagner, Scruton can be faulted for what he leaves out of Hegel. Here is what I have in mind. Hegel contends that at the cultural level, the function of art is not only to express or encourage people to greater self-awareness, it is to embody the extent of their self-awareness via the form of art they adopt. From this strongly evaluative and hierarchical point of view, music is superior to architecture, but poetry is superior to music. Dancing is not even serious, and so on. But Scruton's Wagner does not make this kind of claim. If anything, the reverse. For Scruton, it is crucial that Wagner's art gives music priority over poetry, and thereby to a variety of primal experiences that cannot be adequately communicated in words. This subjective point of view seems to be magnified in the commentaries of Scruton's current admirers, some of whom I admire, by the way, but who discuss why we need to open ourselves to naive or primal experiences of beauty, more than they emphasize evaluating and ranking particular forms of expression according to the degree of objective knowledge they embody. Perhaps this is unfair, but I'm struck that in reading either Scruton or some of his admirers, one can learn a lot about why it's important to be open to experiences of beauty and about how Hegel influenced Scruton's thinking on these matters. But one hears about this in rather open-ended, indeterminate terms that give the reader no sense of Hegel's much more demanding manner of evaluating the experiences and art forms at issue. Still more to the point, for Wagner, for Scruton, and Scruton's admirers, works of art seem to be significant not as the expressions of an evolved cultural consciousness. They are significant as a conduit for recovering lost cultural consciousness. Accordingly, at the individual level, For Scruton, aesthetic achievement is measured by how it vindicates elemental moral awareness. But for Hegel, aesthetic achievement is measured by how much it liberates us from that elemental awareness by representing it to us in a more objective form. Hegel thinks this is what Goethe achieved. He achieved this kind of self-liberation through his great compositions. In short, for Hegel and Hegel's Goethe, aesthetic achievement in the best case disenchants. For Scruton and Scruton's Hegel, in the best case, it re-enchants. All of which suggests to me that Nietzsche may have left Hegel out of his account of Wagner because he would have found in Wagner's career evidence and would find in Scruton and Scruton's admirers even more evidence that at a cultural level, Hegelianism inevitably gives way to Romanticism. But for the same reason, Nietzsche may have actually agreed with Hegel against Wagner and Scruton that in the best individual cases, art would offer an ascent to nature rather than a return to it. Although this is a controversial claim, I know, I would be happy to argue that Nietzsche agrees with Hegel in ranking poetry over music, because he holds that our natural experience of the world, including our experience of love, does not vanish into the ineffable. It's more unpalatable than inarticulable. At the same time, Nietzsche, unlike Hegel, does not think that one can or should do without music. That is to say, he does not, I don't think, suggest that aesthetic achievement can obviate its own need for itself. Because understanding our passions does not liberate us from them to the degree that Hegel claims. What Nietzsche calls for is therefore a particular kind of music that disposes us to the world in a particular kind of way, inspiriting and sustaining an internal disposition that counteracts our naturally somewhat conflicted consciousness. In sum, if I'm correct about any of this, and I'm not sure that I am, then Hegel holds that our moral self-consciousness can come to be so completely fathomable to itself that it supersedes the aesthetic achievements which embody initial, incomplete self-understandings. Morality does not need music, it needs to get beyond it. Wagner and Scruton hold that our moral self-awareness is so ultimately unfathomable to itself that it will always need music to animate or disclose its most important intuitions about the universe it inhabits. Nietzsche positions himself a bit awkwardly between these alternatives, because while he holds that ordinary moral awareness can be not only comprehended but criticized, he does not think that we thereby completely free ourselves from that awareness. And so music remains necessary to manage the internally contradictory awareness we inherit. The upshot of all this is that notwithstanding how histrionic Nietzsche often sounds, I think he's actually staking out something of a middle ground. This doesn't mean that he favors any kind of moderation, obviously, but his position, I've tried to suggest through my maybe ludicrous remarks, but his position, as I've tried to suggest, is more self-consciously delicate and therefore more compatible with self-criticism than it can seem at first. And this, I think, is why Nietzsche is worth our time. Not because he's beyond good and evil, but because he shows us how difficult that is to be. And I've tried to kind of clarify as best I can the battle lines between Nietzsche, Hegel, Wagner, Scruton on this front, not in order to produce a victory for one party, but in order to suggest where a resolution would have to be found, namely in the question of which author, if any, lays the best claim to a philosophy one can live with and love with. Let me repeat, the only criticism of a philosophy that is possible and that also proves something is to see if one can live according to it. And let me therefore conclude by suggesting that with regard to all the figures that I've just discussed, what should be most valuable to us is not their politics or even their formal doctrines, but their attempt to give us some sense for their particular experience of the world to the degree they found feasible, using the means they found appropriate. We might improve their doctrines, and we can certainly improve their politics. But in either case, we will be left to deal with their competing attempts to articulate their experience of the world. Against those attempts, they invite us and they challenge us to test our own. Thanks.
Let's see, where did I put my comments? Here they are. Well, I'd like to join my fellow panelists in thanking the hosts of this wonderful conference. I know I'm learning a lot from it, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have deepened, I hope, my own understanding of Nietzsche. There are currently so many versions of Nietzsche available, both in the scholarship and more popularly, that one is almost tempted to say that where Nietzsche is concerned, there are only interpretations, while the text has more or less vanished. Fortunately, that is not the case for this audience, or certainly for the present panelists, whose papers are admirable both for their lucidity and for their attention to the subject, the important subject at hand. Nietzsche's morality and its relation to nature and or reason. Both Catherine and Jeffrey have chosen to discuss Nietzsche's demanding treatment of morality by way of a kind of encounter, an Auseinandersetzung, with another serious thinker, namely Leo Strauss and Roger Scruton, respectively. Now, I'm not going to summarize at length these two very, very rich papers. I think their presentations, in a way, stand on their own. And also I'd like to save as much time as possible for discussion. And finally, there are certain elements of your paper, Jeremy, that I think maybe have been added and enriched a little bit.
I edited it.
Okay, so or else
I rearranged.
yeah.
I apologize. I
Which
did
have,
rearrange.
which I find extremely interesting, but I wouldn't be able to include them in a summary right now anyway. Now, Catherine's is the more direct inquiry. So anyway, I'm going to briefly take up each paper, ask a whole bunch of questions, and then maybe pose a few general questions, much less out of any objection to either of the two papers than in an effort to stimulate conversation. Not that in this group, conversation will need much stimulation. Catherine Zuckert's is the more direct inquiry into the stated topic of this panel. And her paper proceeds to show, with her characteristic clarity and vigor of mind, why Nietzsche can't do without a natural or rational moral standard of some sort. His own apparent protest to the contrary, namely, as she concludes, his own distinction, for example, between stronger and weaker wills. And she wonders whether this suffices to sustain Nietzsche's own preference for the morality of the noble, despite the apparent victory of the morality of the slave, among other things. Why the strong, despite its internal submission and perhaps disappearance before the morality of the weak, should not count as a kind of evidence against it. She focuses incisively on Nietzsche's analysis of philosophic asceticism particularly, and really she has some really wonderful remarks on this, as a self-understanding based on the philosopher's internalization of the fear and hatred of the many. And she closes by suggesting that this analysis on Nietzsche's part was subsequently refuted by Strauss's own discovery, or at least she asked if it wasn't subsequently refuted, by Strauss's own discovery in the 1930s that philosophers were not in fact self-deluded, but quite self-aware in the masks that they assumed, both for their own protection and for that of the community on which philosophy depends. I wonder what Nietzsche, in her view, would have made of Strauss's discovery. So now I'm sort of juxtaposing. Would Nietzsche have a response? Would he have become a Straussian? If only he'd known. Or would he have replied that the distinction between the philosopher and the city that Strauss famously draws remains burdened by what Nietzsche himself calls the typical prejudice of the philosophers, namely belief in opposing values. Philosophy versus politics, man versus citizen. Or finally, might he have focused on the following claim of Strauss? Philosophers look at political things in the perspective of the enlightened citizen or statesman, while seeing clearly things that the enlightened citizens or statesmen do not see at all, or do not see clearly. And this for no other reason than the fact that philosophers look further afield, though in the same direction, unquote. Might Strauss, too, then, have been something like a perspectivist? It's all about looking which direction you're looking and how far and close your vision is. A final question I'd like to pose, it's really not a question, it's really a elicitation of further elaboration. And it's this very interesting distinction you draw between these two oppositions, reason and revelation, which seems, according to Strauss, to be Nietzsche's primary focus, versus philosophy and politics. And I just wonder if you could say more about that. You mentioned it very briefly at the end, particularly in light of Strauss's own self-description as having been, in a way, dominated by his own concern with the so-called theological political question, which in a way seems like a merger of these two things. Or also his very telling remark that somehow the vitality of the West has in fact been constituted not by simply the old opposition of politics and philosophy, but by the opposition, the tension between philosophy and revelation. So I just wonder if you could, and that may perhaps having something to do with modernity, as opposed to the human condition, you know, as such. So I just wonder, it would be wonderful to just hear more remarks from you on that. Just one final thing. I want you to, whether you might, in your account, your very, kind of clear account of the genealogy of morals, the priests don't really show up, and maybe you could also say more about their role, which touches on some of these other questions. I now turn to Jeremy Fortier's rich and remarkably personal paper, a self-confession of sorts. And I must here make my own personal confession, for I am hampered by a visceral and dislike of Wagner, at least as strong as Jeremy's own youthful aversion to Nietzsche. And to make things worse, this dislike in my case has not abated, despite being married to a Wagner lover for 53 years, which makes me, I guess, a perpetual juvenile, right? Well, something, at my age, there's something to be said for that, perhaps. So to make things worse, so in short, I may be maybe the most ill-suited person in this room to be a commentator on your paper, especially since your comments very much hinge on respective responses to Wagner of both Nietzsche and Roger Scruton. And this brings a further difficulty to mind, which is that I'm no great knower of Roger Scruton's work, for which Jeremy evidently has great respect. In short, again, I may be the least qualified person here to be speaking, but here I go anyway. Jeremy begins by accepting, at least provisionally, it seems, Nietzsche's presentation of morality as a species of self-expression, one's own most way of living. And he argues that Wagner, as interpreted by Scruton, may have a richer account of the moral life, and the Christian life in particular, than Nietzsche allows. And I think here I would like to, I think you left out the long passage of Scruton that was in your paper.
I quoted it very brief. I chopped it up for time, but
Okay, well, since I'm taking so little time, maybe I can read it. Because especially for those of you who, like myself, may be less familiar with Roger Scruton's work, I think it sort of puts out what you're talking about. So this is quoting Jeremy, quoting Scruton. In talking about sort of the general, how would we describe it? Well, he said, these thoughts and experiences represent a kind of deposit in the mind of the moral being, speaking about art and the way in which it reflects both the religious experience and the profound kind of human experiences out of which both emerge. Those thoughts and experiences represent a kind of deposit in the mind of the moral being. Not an explicit theory of the world, but a residue of individual existence, which gathers like leaf mold in the forest, feeding the plants that feed it. Religion, seen in this way, is both a product of the moral life and the thing that sustains it, by understanding the world as the gift of a transcendental person, whose real presence is displayed in sacred moments, and who cleanses those who pray. We plant our moral thinking in the fertile soil of religious practice. Good and evil, sacred and profane, redemption, purity, and sacrifice all then make sense to us. And we are guided along a path of reconciliation, both to the people around us and to our own destiny as dying things. Even for those who do not consider the dogmas of religion to be literally true, the religious posture and the rituals that express it provides another kind of support to the moral life. Religion, on this understanding, is a dedication of one's being. Okay, so much just as a kind of introduction to Scruton's approach to the Christian life as something which Nietzsche perhaps does not do, to which Nietzsche does not do full justice. Jeremy's paper then proceeds by setting Nietzsche and Scruton in a kind of dialogue mediated by their respective responses, especially to the late Schopenhauerian works of Wagner, about whose implications for morality and the modern predicament each offers very different answers. Now, if this were already not demanding enough, presenting these very, very complex thinkers in a kind of, again, kind of medley of discussion, of conversation, of argument, especially given the complexity, especially of Nietzsche, but Hegel does not make things easier. The paper also, again, brings in Hegel as a kind of proto-Wagnerian wingman conservative in the precise sense, to quote Jeremy's paper, here's what he means by conservative here, showing how emergent self-consciousness naturally supports self-restraint and social order, and greater moral self-awareness brings with it greater moral responsibility, something that seems not particularly applicable, at least in any immediate way, to Nietzsche. Now, I guess my first question, which is one that I think the paper you, as delivered today, kind of spells out rather interestingly, and I'd love to follow up with you on it. My question is whether by show, when you speak how emergent self-consciousness naturally supports self-restraint. When you say show, do you mean prove or demonstrate or something else? Do you mean emotionally reinforce a conviction, which may or may not also be rationally supported, as Hegel, for example, claimed to do? And again, you speak a little bit more today. In other words, what is the probative status of this Wagnerian experience that the listener is provided with? But if it is more the latter, a kind of reinforcement of a moral outlook that finds rational support elsewhere, why a conviction that may or may not be thus sustainable, then why prefer scrutin to Nietzsche or Hegel for that matter? But in a way, it seemed as if you were, at the end of your talk, preferring Hegel after all, maybe, or Nietzsche as some kind of blend of scrutin and Hegel. Is Wagner merely a convenient lens for viewing the thought of others, or does he offer himself independent insights, in your view, that can only be accessed poetically and musically? In other words, you say at the beginning of your paper somewhere that the arguments of Nietzsche matter, but not so much. And I just, I'd like to hear more about the arguments, whether they're sustainable. This came out a little bit in Shilo's paper too, as to what extent is as Catherine brought out, the analysis of our predicament, our modern predicament, true, accurate, rationally compelling, or if they're not, are they compelling on some other ground, and why should we credit that other ground? I'm just wondering if you could say more about that. My second question concerns your understanding of a statement by Nietzsche, on which your conclusion turns. Namely, and you repeated it, that the only criticism of philosophy that is possible and also proves something is whether one can live according to it. Now that's obviously a very powerful but also very ambiguous statement. So I wonder what you would here mean, or what you think Nietzsche means, or what you mean by living according to a philosophy, or a criticism for that matter, especially and this with a view to Nietzsche, especially in light of Nietzsche's later complex treatment of life. What is it to live? It's not just to be alive, it's just to exist. It means something very, very peculiar for Nietzsche. And life both with and without scare quotes. So and is philosophy nothing more than an attempt to articulate one's experience of the world? I gather that you don't think that's the case. But if not, what makes one articulation of one's experience of the world better than another? What makes the philosophic articulation different or superior? And how might this bear on the general title of this panel? Finally, just a couple of more questions, just to get in case anybody wants to address them here. I'm obviously much fuller with questions than with any kind of answers. I wonder if we could come up maybe collectively with what we mean here by morality, or as Nietzsche understands it. And again, why we should find his understanding of morality a compelling one. And also the same would go for reason and nature, extraordinarily elusive terms. What does Nietzsche mean, and why should we take his understanding seriously? But let me just make a few suggestions, because I feel like I should say something constructive, and I'll try to develop some of these ideas more fully tomorrow. If, as Nietzsche claims in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche means to make psychology once again the queen of the sciences. I wonder who originally made it the queen. Was it Plato? I'm not sure who originally made it the queen of the sciences. Aquinas says that theology is the queen of the sciences, so interesting statement. Albeit he would restore not so much psychology as what he calls physiopsychology, a psychology freed from its Kantian, Christian, and Platonic presumptions. And might this not suggest less an abandonment of nature than new and deeper insight, as he sees it, into the way to truth? Such a way would be one's own, not in the sense of being merely subjective or one perspective among others, however more comprehensive, but because the will to truth, as Nietzsche sees it, must necessarily pass through the crucible of a kind of self-testing, for which the Kantian self-critique of reason and the Platonic purging of the soul are insufficient. In short, having viewed Nietzsche from the perspective of Strauss and Scruton respectively, what would it mean to try to understand Nietzsche as he understood himself, or in conversation with his preferred ideal reader? That's a lot, and I apologize. It's easier to ask questions than to answer them. But I remain very grateful for both very rich and provocative papers, so thank you again.
Yeah.
Okay, it's impossible to respond to your question, Susan, in full, so I will try to be very brief. How would Nietzsche have responded to Strauss? I think, with trembling perhaps, that Nietzsche would say that Strauss had not taken adequate account of the Christian spiritual tradition. As I heard, and I didn't review the transcript, Strauss accused Nietzsche in The Class and Beyond Good and Evil, not Zarathustra, of not having taken adequate account of the status of righteousness of the heart in the Hebrew Bible. But be that as it may, pardon? Oh, oh, okay. All right. My imagination of how Friedrich Nietzsche would have responded to Strauss, I think that Nietzsche would have told Strauss that he wasn't taking adequate account of the deepening effects of
Sorry, you muted yourself.
I undid myself. Okay, I am better doing that one than this one. Okay, I think this is echoing. Nietzsche would accuse Strauss of having discounted the importance of the effects of Christianity on the formation of the modern soul. And there's a way or an extent to which Strauss admits that, because in his note on Beyond Good and Evil, he refers the reader at a certain point to a part of, Nietzsche's characterization of the Dionysian, et cetera, that is beyond his ken, and sends us to Walter Otto. So that would be on the one hand. What partly assigning Ecce Homo this semester reminded me of, or highlighted, is the extent to which, at least in that book, but in previous books, Nietzsche is very emphatic on the importance of maintaining conflicts and oppositions. And so he starts Ecce Homo by saying he can be who he is because there's the conflict between his father and his mother, and German and Polish, and on to whether he doesn't drink alcohol or coffee, but he may take a little tea. But you have to maintain the differences among people so that I think this is where answering this becomes that Nietzsche would have some sympathy with the way in which Strauss wanted always to have dichotomies: reason and revelation, politics and philosophy, ancients and moderns. Because Nietzsche seems to be arguing that the task for the modern individual soul, mind, Geist, is somehow to bring together the poles without destroying the poles or the tension between them. And in that way, I think Nietzsche could see Strauss as continuing something that was important in his thought. I mean, actually fundamental to it, because you need the conflict in order to have change, in order to have life, in order to have movement, in order to have creativity. Those were not Strauss's goals, but they, as I understand it, they were Nietzsche's. I still think Strauss, on the other hand, would fault Nietzsche. In fact, I think this is the whole point of Strauss's emphasis on political philosophy, that Nietzsche did not recognize the need for philosophers to take explicit account of the requirements of politics, which are not thoroughly rational. And that's just the brute fact, if you want, or you can call it nature. Nietzsche doesn't give a particularly flattering account of priests. They're very powerful. It's kind of interesting that this time reading the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche raises a question. Well, was it really Christianity that changed the souls of everyone or all human beings? Or was it these priests who saw in Christianity a way of achieving power and influence over others? And that would change the way you saw the results. More than enough.
Yes, maybe I'll suggest inadequately just two thoughts, and maybe they can be teased out more later, but on two strands of what Professor Schell mentions, I can't do justice to all of her comments, but two thoughts. One on what it is that Wagner's music shows, in the sense of proves or demonstrates. I wonder if the answer would be that for Wagner, what the music shows or proves or demonstrates is that we always have social obligations, even where we can't explain what makes them obligatory, what makes them holding on it. Like there's a hold on us, even if we can't explain what it's for exactly. And it seems to me that's a point that's communicated or Wagner thought was communicated through music rather than, and because he's clear about, in some of his letters to correspondents, there's a published version of The Ring that was published as text, and then there was the version that was to be done as performed, and the musical version leaves out a bunch of the text, because Wagner seemed to think the decisions that the characters were making and why they decided they had the obligations that they didn't need the words to explain, right? That it could be explained or shown by the whole of the music, and that was all you needed. So that was my thought about what it shows, is that our deepest obligations are not something that we could fully explain, but they're not any less obligatory on us for that reason. That would be my thought about what the music is meant to prove. To live according to, I don't have a sufficient answer, you're right, but I have a little bit of an answer, which is, I think that for Nietzsche what's important here is the idea that you can set and determine a goal that you know to be fulfilling for yourself and not become distracted from it. And I think that's really important. And I think that Nietzsche thinks that most people, what they're doing with their lives, they wind up having to distract themselves in terms of what they're acting for. So this would get us to some of the questions that I think were coming up earlier about the status of politics in Nietzsche and how important it is to live in a certain type of world, to bring about a certain type of world that would make your activity satisfying to you. I think for Nietzsche, it's important to claim that he doesn't rely on anyone else for his own happiness, and that he can set himself a goal and set himself a way of life that's fully satisfying to him, and that the source of satisfaction can be internally generated. And so that would be the live according to, I think, or part of what he has in mind. I don't know if that's good enough, so maybe I'll wait and see if people want to object, but those are the two thoughts I had.
Thanks for the panel. Question for Catherine. So, Catherine, as I heard your presentation of the genealogy and especially the third essay on the ascetic ideal, I think what I heard you argue, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, was that Nietzsche's account of the philosopher there was meant to be sort of an account of the philosopher as such. But maybe a different way of reading that essay is that what he's objecting to is a particular kind of philosophy, that is the philosophers or philosophy that's sort of, enchained within the aesthetic ideal. That is, there are possible other philosophers who are not beholden to the aesthetic ideal that, you know, are the true or genuine philosophers who could escape, who are not deluded, for example. I guess what I have in mind is, you know, in the Untimely Meditations, Nietzsche has this image of, you know, exemplary individuals who can, you know, you build a bridge over becoming, and these exemplars sort of speak to one another across time and space, which strikes me as an image that Strauss would actually quite like. That would be very congenial to sort of the Straussian project. That, you know, if the idea of esotericism is that there's a kind of universality, so that Nietzsche is, you know, is fighting back against that kind of historicism about philosophy. And so I wonder, you know, wonder what you make of that. And then just briefly for Jeremy, you know, pairing Hegel and Nietzsche together, which I appreciate. Thank you. The Hegel, of course, has this famous theory about the end of art thesis, right? So that, like, you know, in modernity, art no longer has a purchase on the modern spirit, as it were. Whereas Nietzsche thinks of art rather than reason as the path for a kind of aesthetic self-creation of individuality. So I wonder what you make of that, you know, the sort of end of history thesis in Hegel versus, you know, its sort of embrace in Nietzsche.
Okay, so I answered Jeff. I guess I don't think that Nietzsche is willing to grant that past philosophers have understood themselves, because he does think, and this verges on the last question that Susan addressed to Jeremy. He thinks that past philosophers didn't ask themselves enough about why they were seeking knowledge or the will to truth. And so he just presents his definition of morality actually as setting the conditions that are necessary to preserve a certain way of life. And that's true for all moralities. It just happens that this one is, aesthetics are especially good for people who want to spend all of their time thinking and not be bothered with the rest of life. And to relate that to the use and disadvantage of history in life, what Nietzsche says there that I think is relevant is he said, well, Plato understood the difficulty, but Plato thought he could have a noble lie. Lies are no longer possible. So the future has to rest, actually, I think for Nietzsche, not on a work of art, but on something that the thinker or individual thinks is absolutely true. I mean, on the other hand, what I have in my mind right now is that I think Nietzsche, contrary to Strauss, wanted to combine reason and revelation more than Strauss ever thought that they could be. And I think that because of Nietzsche's statement about Zarathustra in Ecce Homo, where he says his composition was an inspiration. And inspiration is not the same as, you know, what we at least usually think of as reason or thought. But I think it was inspired, but it had to be true.
I can comment, but I know Professor Meyer is eager to comment, so I wanted to defer. I will get back to Professor Church's question.
Does it work now? Okay. So I think it is necessary to say something about this relation between Strauss and Nietzsche regarding exotericism and esoteric writing. It is a strange habit in the Straussian school to think that esoteric writing is something which one has to take into consideration if one is reading texts of the ancients. But it has to be taken into consideration if one is reading texts of the moderns too. Strauss did that, and there is no philosopher in modernity for whom it is more important to take this into consideration than Nietzsche himself. not only did Nietzsche refer explicitly to the distinction of exoteric-esoteric writing in Beyond Good and Evil 30, as everybody knows, that was what all the philosophers before did, but he also refers to himself as a writer who is using masks to hide masks, and so etc. So it is really a feature of his presentation that he is not just addressing one addressee in the same voice, but different addressees in different voices. And the question asked about what does he think about philosophers before is not only answered in a way by this Beyond Good and Evil 30, where he makes an explicit statement, but also in Ecce Homo, the very last thing he really wrote, if you read the preface, number 3, you will see that he refers explicitly to this question of philosophers were under this pressure of morality. That means we have to think about the history of philosophy in a new way, or in taking that pressure into consideration. Then you can understand it as an accusation of these philosophers that they were too moral, or you can read it in a different way, and that is, be careful if they pretend to be so moral, perhaps they are not. So I think that's absolutely crucial for understanding Nietzsche correctly. And then all his presentation, I mean, how can one just say, Nietzsche says such and such, and not thinking about the context of when he is presenting something, that he is using characters, so to speak, characters, in Zarathustra it's obvious, of course, that's a dramatic, or an epic poem, where he is using a character and other characters, and you would not, as we learned from Strauss, you would not say if Hamlet is saying something, that is what Shakespeare means to say, so you have to take that into consideration. But in the case of Nietzsche, for instance, it's very common to say, well, he was preaching the overman. But did he preach the overman? Is that really true? I mean, Overman and Last Man. Everybody knows Overman and Last Man. It's so common. But look to Zarathustra and look how it is introduced. Look how important Last Man is. Last Man comes up 10 times in the third speech on the marketplace. And then in 11th time in the third part, when he looks back, just looks back to that, just refers to it in a look-back way. And never again it is used. And Nietzsche himself never used it in his own name, not a single time, right? And the overman, Nietzsche did not take up the overman himself after Zarathustra, but everybody knows that the overman is the purpose of everything Nietzsche believed and hoped for to bring about. Well, there are questions. And we should really, if we think Nietzsche is a philosopher, we should even be careful about what we take to be a statement for a certain purpose and what is his thought about that statement. So I think that's I make this general remark because it may affect all the other discussions, and we should not forget this fundamental fact. If we learn something from Strauss, then we should have learned that and apply it to Nietzsche. And I think he learned a lot about it, by the way, from Nietzsche himself. He learned it from the moderns, from Lessing and from Nietzsche he learned it. And then he discovered it in Maimonides, and only then in Plato, etc. That's very clear.
Can I just briefly get back to, just circle around back to Professor Church's comment really quick? I just wanted to throw in, I think that it's important that for Nietzsche, his project of self-creation I wouldn't characterize as artistic in the sense of involving a kind of confusion or self-deception, which is how he sometimes talks about the need for art. What I'd stress is that Nietzsche, when he talks about the role that art would play in and I think especially music would play in a healthy culture or a healthy individual, he often uses the term recuperation. So to the extent that Nietzsche thinks that there isn't an end to art, because obviously I don't think he thinks with Hegel that there's an end to art, but to the extent there isn't an end to art, but I don't think it's in the sense of a continuing need for self-deception or a confusion on his own part, but on the continuing need for a recuperation and for a culture to have this kind of, both at the cultural level, that's Daybreak 172, but then also in his own case, I think he uses the term recuperation to say what music was for, which is distinct from how he sometimes uses the art in the sense of self-creation, which would be more the just simply confused, deceptive thing, which is a kind of a different kettle of fish. So no end to art, but not because you want to deceive yourself, because you need a source of recuperation. Sorry, that was my little. And thanks to.
Questions? Mr. Granke to the rescue.
Is this on now? Okay. I think I want to maybe ask Catherine to talk about a difference between Strauss and Nietzsche about their understanding of esotericism. So I think if we look at Beyond Good and Evil 30 that Heinrich Meyer just mentioned, Nietzsche, I think, denies that the difference between the exoteric and the esoteric is the difference between those who are inside the secret and those who are outside. But he points instead to the same thing being looked at by human beings of different characters, or one could say natures. How would you understand the effect of that understanding of the exoteric and the esoteric?
Okay, my thoughts start going one way and then curve around. I am aware that Nietzsche talked about esoteric and exoteric writing, and also that he uses masks, and it would be hard for me on the basis of Ecce Homo to say that Nietzsche said the same thing all the time, because he emphasizes that he doesn't. So the difference, I think, and maybe this is the panel, that Nietzsche claims that for all their differences, past philosophers have been promoting and serving certain kinds of moralities, even if they didn't themselves accept them, as a technique of survival. And yes, Strauss and Nietzsche aren't the only people who recognize, or scholars or philosophers or thinkers who recognize the existence of esoteric or exoteric and esoteric writing, and one can just be a plain old workaday literary critic and say yes, or a student of rhetoric and say yes, writers address different audiences. So I guess the way I understand the difference is in talking about the difference between reason and revelation. In the essay and studies on Platonic political philosophy, Strauss identifies the biblical tradition and coming to the conception of one God as being the logical extension of the moral impulse. And it's tied to the prizing of liberty, because morality requires that you make a choice, and if you're not free, you can't make a choice. And he sees that reason is not quite the same as that, because at least in the past, many philosophers were trying to use the reason to discover what the character of the world was and human beings in it, but seeing human beings always as not the whole world, but as being a part of it. And that means that human beings aren't entirely free, and that there's something not quite reasonable about morality. So I don't think that that's the way Nietzsche sees the relation between reason and revelation or morality. Where I see the difference is not that Nietzsche didn't write esoterically in a sense. I mean, I think it's impossible to be a philosopher and not write esoterically. I mean, I remember somebody criticizing Strauss at a conference on reason and revelation a long time ago at the University of Virginia by saying, Kant, of course, Kant is an esoteric, right? He's so hard to understand. You don't need all this other stuff. And there is, of course, some truth to that, but that isn't, I think, what Strauss had in mind. What Strauss had in mind was that you can't have philosophers without organized societies. And you can't have organized societies without having laws, consensus, and rulers. And he wouldn't see that, yes, politics always involves force. It's not simply force, but you can't have a political society that lasts without using force because people are not, certainly, are not entirely reasonable. So there just is that grounding, or I don't know, fundamental, you can't have politics without recognizing that there's, some of it's just not going to be rational. And that's very different from philosophy if you understand philosophy to be the exercise of reason. Now, I would love for somebody in this conference to explain to me, because I don't really understand, what exactly Nietzsche's understanding of the character of the new philosophy or of his own philosophy. Because to be sure, Zarathustra is a character, but in Ecce Homo, Nietzsche says Zarathustra is A, his greatest book, greatest gift to man, but B, Zarathustra's task is my task. Now, a task is not a dogma, granted. A task doesn't have to be carried out in the same way, but there's a closer relation. I don't know whether that's an adequate answer. I mean, I'm not sure I can give an adequate answer. I just give you my fiddling thoughts.
I think one more question.
This is for both of you, and I think it was stated or implied by both statements that, and other statements earlier in the conference, that Christianity has deepened the human soul and taught, I think Nietzsche implies, like taught him something that could not have otherwise been known about morality. And I mean, as an aside, an alternative view is that it did not, and therefore you would be making a mistake if you made that judgment. There's a suggestion maybe Mr. Strauss thought that. We don't need to bring him into the this part of the argument, but what is it that Nietzsche thinks we learn through Christianity, or that what effect it had on the human soul? So either person, if you just want to say something to that.
Sure. So if you go back to the point about Wagner, and obviously Nietzsche has the contrast between Wagner and Bizet, which I think serves a lot of purposes. I don't think it's just a thing about praising French people. Some people think he was just like trolling Wagner by praising French people. I think there's like a much deeper point. Well, some people suggest that. I think there's a much deeper point. So part of it, like part of what you're getting in Wagner that you're not getting from Bizet, and part of why he says you have to go through Wagner, not just have Bizet, you are getting, as I had suggested in the talk, you're getting the portrayal of sacrificial love and why sacrificial love is a genuinely compelling ideal, whereas in Bizet you're getting a picture of love and what love is, which is not that. It's something else that may be true according to Nietzsche, but I don't think, and this is why I was suggesting that, I don't mean it just lightly. Nietzsche also says the difference between Wagner and Bizet. He says, you know, Bizet makes music for dancing and Wagner makes music for swimming, and that people today want music for swimming. And that's like an ideal that you have to somehow grow into, right? And I think that Wagner's way of talking about, I think Nietzsche would have seen Wagner's way of presenting sacrificial love as an ideal as something that you have to learn in a way that you don't have to learn the presentation of love that's in Bizet. That's controversial, but I think that's what I would take it to be.
One of the things, okay. So one of the characteristics of Wagner that Nietzsche comes down on very hard in his later works is, along with German nationalism and militarism, is anti-Semitism. And he's very critical of the anti-Semites by saying they don't even recognize where Christianity came from, okay? It came from Judaism. So I think that's, well, one reason why I just put myself forward, we're being autobiographical. I am very reluctant to embrace Wagner as the source of conservative politics.
I didn't mean to endorse that, but I want to be clear. In fact, I was struck, so I don't want to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
No, I want to be clear that part of what puzzled is that, of course, Scruton wrote all this on Wagner, but people's kind of, even people who like him kind of ignore it. And so I was trying to figure out why, like why he did all this, even though even the people who like him kind of ignore it. So, sorry.
No, David, so I think that what Nietzsche, now talking about Nietzsche, I mean, because Nietzsche's understanding is not everybody's understanding, and I don't think it was Strauss's understanding of Judaism, at least. I don't think that Nietzsche sees this internal self-examination, what he talks about as internal torture, as being, he sees it as being very characteristic of Christianity, and it goes together with the will to truth and the development of guilt and the bad conscience. I don't think he sees that as being characteristic of Judaism, and so I think that's what he thinks is really distinctive about Christianity. And so why, you mentioned that Nietzsche thinks that you have to go through this critique of both reason and revelation, actually, in order to come out with the ability to affirm not the other world, but this world.
Could I just say something? Is this on? Do I have? Oh, now it's off. There we go. Just briefly, on Tom's question, I'm just struck by a comment that in his correspondence with Gerhard Kruger being a Christian, a kind of strange Kantian Christian who Strauss had a very interesting correspondence with in the 30s, when the way they both were taking separate paths, but in a way from very interesting common ground. And Kruger is saying, well, you know, I mean, Christianity has changed history. I mean, and from Strauss's point of view, that makes Kruger, despite his insistence that there is indeed a one way to live, is a kind of historicist. And in opposition to Kruger, Strauss says, you know, I wonder whether Christianity has deepened our understanding, or whether of nature, our awareness, whether something hasn't lodged itself in front of our vision as a kind of obstruction. And I think what he has in mind is something like the notion of consciousness as an inner world, which Kruger makes much of in a very interesting essay on Descartes as the kind of origin of modernity, but that, you know, arguably Plato doesn't really present us with. And so that would speak, I think, to Catherine's point that there's some difference between Judaism and Christianity on this point that Strauss may also have had in mind.
Okay, well, it's exactly 1 o'clock, so we will conclude for now and return at 2:45 for the third and final panel of today. Thanks.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to rush back, and at least you'll have it. You don't have to comment on it, but
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Microphone test. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Testing 1, 2. Microphone check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Microphone check 1, 2. Check, check, check.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just turned it. I didn't want to have a hot mic experience.
Welcome back. It's time for Nietzsche and the Greeks, or more specifically, Nietzsche and Socrates and Plato. And we will be hearing from Peter Ahrensdorf, who is the James B. Duke Professor of Political Science and Affiliated Professor of Classics at Davidson College. We'll be hearing again from Tim Burns, who's, as I said before, Professor of Political Science at Baylor University. And we'll have as our discussant for this panel, Shilo Brooks, who is the Executive Director of the James Madison Program in American Ideals and Institutions and lecturer in the Department of Politics at Princeton. Gentlemen.
So I wanted to thank the LeFrak Forum and the Hudson Institute for making this wonderful conference possible, and especially Dustin Siebel and Zach Bennett and Rachel Mackey. I draw to your attention, I couldn't help but notice that since there are 7 sessions in this conference as a whole, and this is the 4th session, this is the central session. I would also add, which may be important, that since there are 3 speakers here, it is Professor Burns who is giving the central talk in the central session. So, the title of my talk is Nietzsche's Sympathetic Critique of Plato. From the beginning to the end of his intellectual life, ancient Greece appears in Nietzsche's writings as the positive model of a healthy, flourishing human culture, and therefore the standard according to which he judges and criticizes the modern Christian world. As Nietzsche explains, the Greeks remain the first cultural event in history. They knew they did what was needed. Christianity has been the greatest misfortune of humanity so far. What is more, Nietzsche emphatically identifies Homer as the founder of the Greek people, the one who gave them their gods, their ideals, and the heroes who embodied those ideals. It is thanks to the intellectually and humanly liberating education of the Greeks by Homer, thanks, one might say, to the Homeric Enlightenment, that the Greeks became the greatest of peoples, the highest height. Nietzsche juxtaposes his tremendous admiration for Homer with a correspondingly harsh condemnation of Homer's ancient critic, Plato. If, according to Nietzsche, Greece represents the clearest positive example of a healthy culture, Christianity apparently represents the clearest negative example of an unhealthy culture, and Nietzsche associates Plato and also Socrates with the rise of Christianity and the subsequent degeneration of humanity. Christianity is Platonism for the people. Socrates was a misunderstanding. The whole improvement morality, including the Christian morality, was a misunderstanding. In that great calamity, Christianity, Plato represents that ambiguity and fascination called an ideal, which made it possible for the nobler natures of antiquity to misunderstand themselves and to set foot on the bridge leading to the cross. Accordingly, Nietzsche appears to present the opposition between Plato, who paved the way for Christianity, and Homer, who founded ancient Greece, as tantamount to an opposition between misunderstanding and enlightenment, decadence and health, even death and life. Plato versus Homer, that is the genuine antagonism. If Homer is the model Nietzsche strives to imitate, Plato and Socrates would seem to be examples he altogether shuns. And yet,
Nietzsche's stance toward Homer and Plato proves on closer examination to be surprisingly ambiguous. For even though Nietzsche certainly sets forth powerful and memorably harsh critiques of Plato and also Socrates throughout his works, at times he singles out both Plato and Socrates for the highest praise. In Human All Too Human, Nietzsche identifies Plato as one of his 8 teachers. With these I must come to terms when I have long wandered by myself. From them will I accept being told what is right and what is wrong. To them I want to listen when, in the process, they tell each other what is right and what is wrong. Whatever I say, resolve, think up for myself and others. Upon these 8 I fix my eyes and see theirs fixed upon me. Of Socrates, Nietzsche expresses the hope that the time will come when to develop oneself morally and rationally, one will take up the memorabilia of Socrates rather than the Bible. The roads of the most diverse philosophic ways of life lead back to him. Socrates surpasses the founder of Christianity in having the merry kind of seriousness and that wisdom full of pranks which constitute the best state of the human soul. And even in Twilight of the Idols, in which he offers extremely harsh criticism for them both, he also offers high praise of Plato and also of Socrates, a great erotic, for their account of the philosopher as one whose love of wisdom is a form of erotic passion. Quote, Plato says with an innocence possible only for a Greek, not a Christian, that there would be no Platonic philosophy were there not such beautiful youths in Athens. It is only their sight that transposes the philosopher's soul into an erotic frenzy. What ultimately grew out of this philosophic criticism of Plato? A new art form of the Greek agon, dialectics. In these passages, Nietzsche praises Plato and Socrates not only for their wisdom, but also for their capacity to express both fully and spiritually their erotic drive, and hence to combine in a healthy Greek unchristian manner reason and passion, soul and body, by means of a philosophic eroticism. Furthermore, in stark contrast with Homer, who deliberately hides his own life of the mind and focuses an audience's attention on the active life of politics, Nietzsche, like Plato, explicitly and emphatically celebrates the philosophic life as the best way of life. The free minds whom Nietzsche explicitly holds up as models for his readers throughout his mature writings are philosophic minds, free of all prejudices, including the prejudices of the philosophers. The free mind, quote, demands reasons, the other's faith. The free minds live for the sake of knowledge alone. They draw inspiration from the heroism of even this free mind, Socrates. They are wanderers and philosophers. The free minds resemble such royal and magnificent hermits of the mind as the philosophers Heraclitus, Plato, Empedocles. For we free, very free minds are also hermits, and Nietzsche suggests that he himself is a hermit of the mind as well. Now, it is true, as we have talked about in this conference, that Nietzsche speaks of what he means by philosophy or the philosopher in an equivocal, seemingly contradictory manner in his writings. On the one hand, the philosopher is devoted to the betterment of humanity through such political actions as founding and ennobling civilizations. Quote, the philosopher as we understand him, we free minds, is the man of the most comprehensive responsibility for the overall development of man. Genuine philosophers are commanders and legislators. On the other hand, philosophers are solitary, contemplative hermits of the mind, as according to Nietzsche, Plato was. Philosophers are also of necessity, always at odds with their society, as was the philosopher Socrates, who was executed by Athens. The philosopher, being of necessity a man of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, has always found himself and had to find himself in contradiction to his today. His enemy was ever the ideal of today. In his perplexing presentation of the philosopher as both primarily political and primarily contemplative, Nietzsche reminds one of Plato in the Republic, whose Socrates portrays the philosopher as one whose fulfillment lies in ruling a just society as king, in which, quote, he himself will grow more and will save the common things together with the private things, but also as one whose nature is best fulfilled outside of the inevitably ignorant and hostile cave of society in a life of private, divine contemplation. Indeed, Nietzsche himself highlights this puzzling ambiguity in Plato. For while Nietzsche describes Plato in Beyond Good and Evil as one of the royal and magnificent hermits of the mind, he asserts in Human All Too Human that Plato was the incarnate desire to become the supreme philosophical lawgiver and founder of states. And while in Dawn, Nietzsche goes so far as to claim that filled with the political drive, as he himself says he was, to help found a pan-Hellenic city in Sicily, quote, Plato intended to do for all the Greeks what Muhammad later did for the Arabs, for his Arabs. Nietzsche also claims later in Dawn, quote, two men as fundamentally different as Plato and Aristotle were in agreement as to what constituted the supreme happiness, not only for them or for mankind, but in itself, even for the gods of the highest bliss. They found it in knowledge, in the activity of a well-trained, inquisitive, and inventive mind. One might say then that like Plato, Nietzsche presents the philosopher in a deliberately paradoxical and thought-provoking manner, as one who strives above all to provide political guidance to humanity, and as one who also strives above all to attain the happiness of the theoretical life for oneself, in order to encourage his readers to ponder for themselves the relation between politics and philosophy, and between devotion to others and devotion to oneself. Nevertheless, Nietzsche is unambiguous in holding up the philosopher as the model human being. For example, when Nietzsche declares in the title of his final work, Ecce Homo, Behold the Man, he urges his readers to focus their attention not on Jesus as Pontius Pilate in the Bible does, nor on such heroes of political and military life as Achilles, as Homer does, but on himself, the philosopher. Quote, whoever knows how to breathe the air of my writings knows that it is an air of the heights, a strong air. The ice is near, the solitude tremendous, but how calmly all things lie in the light, how freely one breathes. Philosophy, as I have so far understood it and lived it, is the voluntary life among ice and high mountains. Notwithstanding Nietzsche's ferocious, powerful, and serious criticisms of Plato, and notwithstanding his great praise of Homer, in this one important respect, in his explicit and emphatic presentation of the philosopher as the exemplary human being, Nietzsche reveals himself to be a follower of Plato. The account of the philosopher in Beyond Good and Evil that Nietzsche appears to embrace resembles the account of the philosopher offered by Plato's Socrates. Nietzsche's account of the philosopher as a hermit of the mind resembles Socrates' description in the Republic of the philosopher as a human being who has fallen in with wild beasts, as one who minds his own business, and as a man in a storm when dust and rain are blown about by the wind, stands aside under a little wall. It also resembles Socrates' description of the philosopher in the Theaetetus as one who is a complete stranger to his fellow human beings. Nietzsche's account of the philosopher as an enemy of the ideal of today reminds one of Socrates' account in the Republic of the political community as a cave from which the philosopher tries to free a few of the prisoners, but in which the rest of the prisoners, the citizens as a whole, strive to kill him. Indeed, Nietzsche explicitly cites Socrates as the only named example of a philosopher who fulfills the task of being the bad conscience of his time. Nietzsche's description of his own task in the preface, when he describes himself and his fellow free minds as we whose task is wakefulness itself, seems to refer quite specifically to Socrates' description of himself in the Apology as a gadfly sent to awaken and persuade and reproach each of the Athenians. More broadly, Beyond Good and Evil, in a number of ways, resembles Plato's Socrates in its overall spirit. Nietzsche contrasts Socrates' recognition of his own ignorance of good and evil with the Europe of Nietzsche's today, which falsely claims to know what is good and evil. Moreover, the whole of the first chapter of the book would seem to be Socratic in its effort to awaken his readers to their own ignorance. For its overarching argument is to expose what philosophers claim to know as truths as merely prejudices of the philosophers. And Nietzsche's goal here would seem to be to free the minds of his readers from these unexamined assumptions or prejudices by imitating Socrates and making his readers aware of their own ignorance. I mean, that's why the second chapter is entitled The Free Mind, perhaps. Similarly, the title of the final chapter of the book, What is Noble, is not merely an example of the Socratic question par excellence, what is, no, and in the German, it is a question mark. For some reason, Kaufmann leaves that out. But also, what is noble is the central question of a specific Platonic dialogue, the Hippias Major. Finally, in Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche identifies Socrates as a skeptic and thereby appears to express his own affinity with Socrates. For Nietzsche virtually defines himself in the preface to Beyond Good and Evil as the adversary of dogmatism, skepticism's ancient foe. Moreover, in other works, Nietzsche identifies philosophy itself with skepticism. The more mistrust, the more philosophy. The skeptics are the only honorable type among the quinquivocal nation of philosophers. Great minds are skeptics. This apparent affinity between Nietzsche's account of philosophy in Beyond Good and Evil and that of Plato's Socrates raises the question, why does Nietzsche criticize Plato and Socrates so harshly in his works? How can one reconcile Nietzsche's praise of the philosophic Socratic life with his critique of Plato and Socrates? In order to address this very large question, let us consider more carefully the preface of Beyond Good and Evil, the one book of Nietzsche's that opens with an attack on Plato and Socrates. Nietzsche begins the preface by boldly and harshly accusing all philosophers of dogmatism, that is, of taking for granted what is questionable and of claiming to know more than they do. Their teachings take the form of simple, definitive, unconditional, and universal doctrines that are at odds with the truth. Philosophical dogmatizing is, he suggests, no more than a noble childishness and amateurishness, a simple-minded way of thinking that presents the world as more moral than it truly is. The foundations for such sublime and unconditional philosophers' edifices as the dogmatists have built so far are insubstantial. The dogmatist philosophy is not based on genuine reason or thought, but rather on, quote, any old popular superstition from time immemorial. Nietzsche goes so far as to suggest that the teachings of all philosophers resemble the bogus science of astrology. Nietzsche here accuses all philosophers of presenting doctrines that depict the world as more knowable or definitive, more friendly to the hope for wisdom, and more noble, more friendly to the hope for justice than it truly is. But one wonders, how is it possible that all philosophers until Nietzsche were so simple-minded and ignorant as to equate naive, noble childishness with philosophy and popular superstition with thought? Now, Nietzsche then offers a possible defense of the philosophers against his accusation. Quote, "It seems that all great things first have to bestride the earth in monstrous and frightening grimaces in order to inscribe themselves in the hearts of humanity with eternal demands. The dogmatic philosophy was such a grimace. For example, the Vedanta doctrine in Asia and Platonism in Europe." Now, Nietzsche here suddenly suggests that all philosophers were not genuinely dogmatists, but merely pretended to be dogmatists. Their dogmatic philosophy was not sincerely believed in by the philosophers, but was rather a rhetorical device, a contrived facial expression or pose used by them in order to inspire reverence in the hearts of humanity for philosophy. The philosophers presented sublime and unconditional doctrines to humanity because what is sublime and unconditional inspires reverence among humans more than what is not sublime and unconditional. And the philosophers based their doctrines on popular superstitions from time immemorial in order to persuade people as a whole to revere philosophy as something compatible with their own popular religious beliefs. But why should philosophers seek to inspire reverence for philosophy among humans who are not philosophers? The example of philosophical dogmatism that Nietzsche examines in the preface to Beyond Good and Evil is Platonism, which is mentioned twice in the preface and whose creator, Plato, is mentioned 4 times. After mentioning Platonism, Nietzsche suddenly proceeds to attack Plato quite harshly as a dogmatist who is responsible for the worst, most durable, and most dangerous of all errors, Plato's invention of the pure mind and the good as such. Nietzsche here refers to what, along with the doctrine of personal immortality, formed the doctrinal core of Platonism, the doctrine of forms, a doctrine that holds that there are invisible and even divine beings that are pure moral beings, the good, the noble, the just, that are objects of the philosopher's contemplation and that are knowable to the pure disembodied mind of the philosopher. The Platonistic doctrine of forms, Nietzsche suggests, is the quintessential example of philosophic dogmatizing, of noble childishness, since it emphatically presents the world as knowable and as moral, as more supportive of the hope for wisdom and for justice than it truly may be. Nietzsche states most sharply that Plato's doctrine is an error, the worst, most durable, and most dangerous of all errors. But what kind of error is Plato guilty of, according to Nietzsche? Is Plato guilty of a theoretical error because he sincerely believes in the untrue Platonistic doctrine of forms? Or is Plato guilty of a rhetorical error because he adopts Platonism as a public face, a theatrical mise en scène, he later says, in order to inspire reverence for philosophy, but in doing so, ultimately endangers philosophy? Nietzsche proceeds to stress how extremely surprising it is that Plato should be a sincerely dogmatic philosopher, As a physician, quote, as a physician, one might ask, how could the most beautiful growth of antiquity, Plato, contract such a disease? Did the evil Socrates corrupt him after all? Could Socrates have been the corrupter of youth after all? And did he deserve his hemlock? Nietzsche here explicitly raises as a question how such a singularly impressive human being as Plato could embrace and promulgate such errors of dogmatism. The reference to Socrates underscores the question, for Socrates was put on trial not for dogmatism, but for skepticism, for moral and religious skepticism. He was deemed evil for corrupting the youth by weakening or destroying their belief in the gods and laws of Athens, and thereby rendering them impious and unjust. But if Plato was a devoted student of his teacher, the skeptical Socrates, how did he become a dogmatist? Now, Nietzsche's overall account here makes one charge against Plato, that he invented Platonism, which was not only erroneous but harmful. But Nietzsche offers 4 reasons for doubting that Plato believed in his own dogmatism. That is, that Plato was a Platonist. First, by saying that Plato adopted Platonism as a grimace or pose, Nietzsche suggests that Plato invented Platonism as a rhetorical device to inspire reverence for philosophy rather than as something he believed to be true. Second, by praising Plato so emphatically as the most beautiful growth of antiquity, Nietzsche invites us to wonder how he could have failed to recognize the falseness of dogmatism as a whole and the errors of his dogmas in particular. Third, by alluding to the fact that Plato was a devoted student of Socrates, Nietzsche invites us to ask how the devoted student of a skeptic could have sincerely become a dogmatist. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, by referring to Socrates' execution by Athens for being evil because he corrupted the youth and also because he did not believe in the gods of Athens, Nietzsche points to a powerful reason why Plato might have invented Platonism, in order to inspire reverence for philosophy among those humans who are not philosophers. For precisely because Socrates was a philosopher, he challenged the ideals of his society, the justice and piety of Athens, as all genuine philosophers always will, since the task of philosophy is wakefulness, that is, to awaken their fellow human beings from their dogmatic slumbers by questioning their most sacred beliefs. Such radical skepticism, however, inevitably provokes deadly persecution, as was suffered not only by Socrates, but later, for example, by Spinoza and Bruno, whom Nietzsche mentions later in Beyond Good and Evil. The bad conscience of one's time will inevitably be branded evil by one's time, and bad is the same word for evil in German, as befell the evil Socrates. Plato accordingly invented the dogmatic philosophy of Platonism, whose principal doctrines of the idea of the good and the pure mind seem to uphold morality and piety in order to defend philosophy against the charge of immorality and impiety. He sought to present philosophy, which is at its heart moral and religious skepticism, with a moral and religious face. Nietzsche continues to suggest in the rest of Beyond Good and Evil that Plato invented Platonism not because he believed in the truth of its doctrines, but as a way of protecting philosophy. According to Nietzsche, Plato was given to secrecy. He had the enigmatic nature of a sphinx. And notwithstanding his Platonistic pose as a champion of morality and piety, Plato secretly admired the irreverent Aristophanes. Indeed, Nietzsche contends the Greek philosophers as a whole were given to secrecy and to presenting their teachings in a deliberately enigmatic way, as we have discussed. For the books of the Greek philosophers, as well as the Indian, Persian, and Muslim ones, contain 2 teachings: an inner esoteric teaching that is dangerous in its moral and religious skepticism and therefore must be kept hidden from humanity at large, and an outer exoteric teaching that is not dangerous. According to Nietzsche, what distinguishes Plato from the other Greek philosophers seems to be his determination to provide an exoteric teaching that does not merely hide the moral and religious skepticism of the philosopher behind a cloak of traditional morality and piety, but redefines the philosopher for the public at large as a human being who actively leads a moral and pious life, who actively promulgates doctrines supportive of morality and piety, and who therefore is positively deserving of popular reverence. Through his own writings, Plato attempted to give Socrates his own refined and noble Platonic masks. It is true that Nietzsche claims at one point in Beyond Good and Evil, Plato strove to prove to himself that reason and instinct of themselves tend toward one goal, the good God. And due to the power of Plato's writings, since Plato, all theologians and philosophers are on the same track in their support of morality. But Nietzsche's overall account of Plato suggests that Plato merely taught exoterically that reason and faith are fundamentally in harmony and united in their support of morality in order to provide a moral and religious mask to conceal the inner, radical moral and religious skepticism of philosophy. As Nietzsche remarks in The Antichrist, truth and the faith that something is true, two completely separate realms of interest, almost diametrically opposed realms. They are reached by utterly different paths. Having knowledge of this, that is almost the definition of the wise man in the Orient. The Brahmins understand this, Plato understands this, so does every student of esoteric wisdom. Nietzsche's critique of Plato, then, is not for being a genuine Platonist, but for adopting Platonism as a rhetorical strategy. The error of Plato is not primarily a theoretical one, but a rhetorical one. Nietzsche suggests that the defect of Plato's strategy of redefining philosophy as a supporter of morality and religion, of fixing on philosophy a moral and religious face or mask over its moral and religious skepticism, in order to inspire reverence for philosophy among humanity at large as a champion of morality and piety, is that it has been all too successful. It has led to a complete misunderstanding of what philosophy is, down to Nietzsche's time. Quote, nowadays all the world talks of things of which it cannot have any experience, and this is most true and in the worst way concerning philosophers and philosophical states. Exceedingly few know them, may know them, and all popular opinions about them are false. In the first place, Platonism has led to a well-nigh universal identification of the philosopher as a passionate partisan of morality, rather than as a ruthless investigator of morality. Whereas Socrates publicly proclaimed his knowledge of his ignorance of what is good and evil, Platonism publicly promulgates the moral teaching of the good as such. Accordingly, quote, the moralism of the Greek philosophers from Plato on is pathologically conditioned, and the moral skepticism of Socrates is followed by the Philistine moralism of the Socratic schools. As a result of the influence of Platonism, philosophy is identified as the endeavor not to know the truth about nature, but in the fashion of the Stoics or later Kant, to impose your morality, your ideal on nature, and not to attain wisdom concerning morality, but to supply a rational foundation for morality. Secondly, while in reality there exists between religion, this is a quote, in reality there exists between religion and true science neither affinity nor friendship nor even enmity, they dwell on different stars, Platonism has led to a popular identification of philosophy with religion. Since Plato, all theologians and philosophers are on the same track, Nietzsche says. Plato's philosophy comes to sight not as his thoroughgoing investigation of the world through reason alone, but as, quote, Plato's ideomania, his almost religious madness about the forms. After Plato, and as a result of Platonism, philosophy succumbs to a dogmatic rationalism, a, quote, fanaticism with which all Greek reflection throws itself upon rationality. It is because of its seemingly moral and religious spirit, for example, its portrayal of the philosopher as one who seeks to become purified of the body in order to contemplate with a pure mind the divine forms of the good and the just, that Platonism paves the way for Christianity, according to Nietzsche. Christianity is Platonism for the people. It is Platonism which made it possible for the nobler natures of antiquity to misunderstand themselves and to set foot on the bridge leading to the cross. Platonism, then, which seeks to protect philosophers from the fate of Socrates by hiding the true radical nature of philosophy, ultimately hides the true radical nature of philosophy from the potentially philosophic themselves. Platonism, then, is the worst, most durable, and most dangerous of all errors because it endangers philosophy itself. Platonism leads to a great forgetting of what philosophy is, a belief that philosophy is dogmatic rather than skeptical, moralistic and pious rather than questioning of morality and piety. Nietzsche confides to his readers that, quote, my recreation, my preference, my cure from all Platonism has always been Thucydides and also perhaps Machiavelli's Principe. Nietzsche suggests here that these two famous political realists, Thucydides and Machiavelli, counteract the disease of moralistic dogmatism, that is, the Platonistic identification of philosophy with a championing of morality through their critical but humane analysis of morality. Yet while Nietzsche praises Thucydides and Machiavelli over Plato for the explicit critiques of morality to be found in their works, Nietzsche follows Plato rather than Thucydides and Machiavelli and Homer in his own explicit praise of the philosophic life. Nietzsche objects not to Plato's open celebration of the philosophic life, but to his way of celebrating the philosophic life. Nietzsche emphatically embraces Plato's belief that the philosophic life must be overtly praised and encouraged, against the view of Homer, Thucydides, and Machiavelli that it is best for philosophy to be hidden from public view and quietly pointed to rather than loudly championed. Nietzsche attacks Plato quite harshly, but his attack is on the contrived face of Platonism rather than on the radically questioning, independent-minded hermit of the mind that Plato truly was. Nietzsche attacks Plato, but he does so for Platonic ends, one might say, to clarify for potential philosophers what philosophy truly is in an age that has forgotten what philosophy is due to Platonism. It would seem to be out of a desire to counteract the Platonistic identification of philosophy with morality and piety that Nietzsche goes so far in identifying himself as an immoralist, as one who is beyond good and evil, and as the Antichrist. For through his rhetorical presentation of philosophy as emphatically opposed to morality and religion, he hopes to reintroduce the radical moral and religious skepticism of philosophy to a world that has lost sight of it. Quote, how I understand the philosopher as a terrible explosive endangering everything. Nietzsche does not, however, simply disregard the need to contrive a grimace or face or mask, however translucent, to protect philosophy from society and also society from philosophy. His statement in Beyond Good and Evil that, quote, every philosophy also conceals a philosophy. Every opinion is also a hideout. Every word also a mask, also applies to Nietzsche himself. Among other considerations, quote, for being an immoralist, one has to take steps against corrupting innocence. Now, however casual and even flippant such a remark might seem, Nietzsche, as we have seen, does present the philosopher intermittently but memorably with a moral mask, as one who exhibits a noble devotion to the overall development of man, as one who strives heroically to prevent the overall degeneration of man, as a new Homer who celebrates the noble master morality of the Homeric heroes. Nietzsche, then, does not entirely abandon the Platonic strategy of presenting the philosopher as a champion of morality, but rather modifies that strategy. In this way, too, does Nietzsche, the critic of Platonism and therefore of Plato himself, reveal his fundamental affinity with Plato. Thank you.
I want to again thank the Lefrak Forum and Hudson Institute. And now we have a chance to thank John Walters, Hudson's president and CEO, who's joined us. Unlike others on this panel and in the audience, I'm not a Nietzsche scholar. Everything I say today is therefore very tentative, especially the doubts I intend to raise concerning Nietzsche's understanding of Socratic political philosophy. My tentativeness stems from two considerations. Nietzsche is a philosopher, and I am not. I may well be overlooking things that he did not overlook, though I hope that others here who know Nietzsche's thought far better than I can show that he did not. Second, Nietzsche contradicts himself, and so anything one takes away from his texts might be refuted by other statements of his. Let me add that my understanding of Nietzsche and the Greeks is very indebted to Werner Dannhauser's Nietzsche's view of Socrates. My understanding of the difficulties with Nietzsche's understanding of the Greeks and of Socrates in particular is indebted to Leo Strauss. In my paper, I first present Nietzsche's evolving understanding of the ancients in the three periods of his thought that he himself distinguishes in Ecce Homo. And then, in the second half, my tentative doubts about his understanding of Socratic political philosophy. In the interest of time, I'll limit my oral presentation to the second half of my paper. I'll say this about the first half. I try to establish that Nietzsche's first presentation of Socrates in The Birth of Tragedy, that is, as a hyper-Apollonian, is, or has as one of its criticisms that the Dionysian is unable to do what the Dionysian does in company normally with the Apollonian, and that is to give a glimpse of the chaos, of the disorder, of the meaninglessness of life, and instead becomes, as hyper-Apollonian, something that argues for the possibility of actually understanding, fully comprehending an intelligible whole. Nietzsche, rejecting that and rejecting it firmly, advocates for a new kind of philosophizing, over and against the Platonic. Even his aphoristic style is intended to condemn the act of reasoning to conclusions as vulgar and superficial, to remind us that our conclusions are not reasoned, but reflections, rather, of a mysterious self, the great stupidity that we are, with brief allusions to dark truths that would upset moralists. So from the start to, in The Birth of Tragedy to the end, that's an ever-present lesson. Okay, I'll spend the balance of my remarks, again, tentatively putting question marks after Nietzsche's understanding of Socrates or Socratic political philosophy. Let me begin with a consideration that's not decisive, but is crucially important. Nietzsche understands his arguments to be driven, in part, by an historically developed, post-Socratic, and indeed modern moral impulse or virtue, redlichkeit, probity. But probity is not at all foreign to Socratic thought. Socrates even refers explicitly to the hatred of the true lie, the lie in the soul. Did Nietzsche's historicism lead him to overlook this fact, to arrogate to himself and his age, and deny to Socrates a virtue and a corresponding insight that he in fact possessed? To be thereby inclined to see Socrates' arguments as superficial and not examine them with the care that they require. Historicism likewise moves Nietzsche to examine the emergence of Socratic thought from within Greek culture, including Greek culture prior to Socrates. In that pre-Socratic period, Nietzsche claims philosophy or its teachings, non-teleological science, atomism, or Heraclitean flux, could be and were an integral part of Greek culture, and to further claim that philosophy became peripheral, a profession rather than a way of life, only after Socrates. That's a rather amazing claim. It would make the pre-Socratics into precursors, successful precursors, of artful Nietzschean thinkers or artists who are an integral part, the peak or greatest fruit of a vibrant culture, despite, or rather because they made sharper the world's meaninglessness or flux, grasped, in their case, on the basis of intuition. Is this true? It is true that Pericles studied with Anaxagoras. Yes. It's also true that Anaxagoras' books were not allowed in Sparta, and they were burned in Athens. Philosophy was not an integral part of Greek culture. Moreover, Socrates, and he alone, arguably saw the need to defend philosophy as a way of life in his second sailing through political philosophy. Did Nietzsche not see this? Did he fail to see that Socrates saw the challenge posed to philosophy by the possibility affirmed by most Greeks that gods or God intervene in events, rendering what appears to be necessities mere contingencies of their or his will, thereby opening up the possibility that the philosophic life is radically mistaken and morally wrong? Socratic dialectics, the famous second sailing, are intended to meet, as far as it can be met, this great challenge to philosophy posed by the possibility of willful gods or God, whose existence would render all apparent necessities mere contingencies. By contrast, in his proclamation of the death of God and the gay science, Nietzsche makes clear that he understands belief in God and belief in scientific objectivity to go together. Does Nietzsche not unwittingly here succumb to the tradition rather than deconstructing it? Is the God that he attributes to Plato not much closer to the Thomistic God, the creator of a morally ordered nature? Nietzsche's claim is that Socrates' innovation was to drag everything before the bar of reason. But isn't just the opposite of this true? Socrates brings philosophy, the life of reason, before the bar of the city, and its laws, its opinions, its morality, there to test the assumption that it's good, that it's the right way of life. Socrates, and later Aristotle, who develops a distinct science of the human things separate from theoretical science, proceeded from within common opinion. They did so through the practice of dialectics. Far from bespeaking a theoretical detachment or a detached worldview, as Nietzsche argues, dialectics is a deliberately pre-philosophic, pre-theoretical activity. It's not Socrates' sole or even primary activity, which is indeed theoretical. Dialectics thus stand in marked contrast to Nietzsche's alleged refutations of morality in his middle period, which are made on the basis of scientific psychology and physiology, and the alleged catastrophic historical developments. Nietzsche's refutations, not Socrates's, appear scientific. Socrates and his dialectics, though, became ascendant, according to Nietzsche, because dialectics were the only means at the time to preserve life. There was an anarchy of instincts in the nobles, which might have been deadly but for Socratic dialectics. In a time of descending life, of the anarchy of instincts, as Michael Grenke stressed, reason as the one tyrannical instinct could protect life. The first problem with that claim is that it doesn't tell us what caused the alleged anarchy of instincts. One might suspect that reason had something to do with it, that the nobles were ripe for Socratic dialectic because they were pulled by reason against other instincts, or rather, as Socrates indicates, against erotic hopes. But it's left unclear. And it's left unclear because there's no account of the actual path of dialectics, such as we see it in Platonic dialogues. Despite their aphoristic character, it's Nietzsche's arguments against Socrates and not Socrates' own arguments that appear to be based on a theory or series of theories. And dialectics are judged by their alleged historical effects on life rather than carefully examined. According to Nietzsche, Socratic dialectics brings about a defeat of the formerly scorning nobles, noble youth, and their instinctual drive, their former commanding from the mysterious depths of their souls, their former contemptuous silence about any reasons for their actions, if anyone indeed asked for them. One does not carry around reasons in one's pocket, as Nietzsche says. Now, it's quite true that giving reasons is indeed the task of dialectics, but Nietzsche's position requires us to believe that no one truly noble and healthy had ever before given such reasons or judged his courses of action, that the plebeian and resentful Socrates was the first to force them to do so from a theoretical attitude. Socrates imposed reason on the hitherto noble youth of Athens, who had hitherto contemptuously rejected any demand to know reasons for their actions. The very strange, and I would say hard to credit, assumption of Nietzsche is that the healthy nobles never before gave reasons for what they did. The truth is that they did so all the time. It's hard to find any noble Greek who doesn't give his opinions concerning good and bad, and hence just and unjust. Even the laconic Spartans give reasons for their actions. Socrates is by no means the first to ask for reasons. Political life, as Aristotle remarks, entails reasoning about the good and bad, the just and unjust. And this is already clear in the poets, long before Euripides, and certainly in Thucydides. Socratic dialectics disclose the contradictory character of those opinions or reasons, contradictions that lead out of them, purifying the passions behind those opinions or reasonings, such that the desire to know emerges alone and no longer guided by them. The reasons that we see given in Platonic dialogues demonstrate the confusion, the self-contradictory character of the guiding opinions of the one undergoing the dialectic. The aporia, followed by recognition of the need to see one's own good as the guiding principle. Socrates indeed asks his interlocutors to face this aporia, this self-contradictory character of their reasons. But this is something that the interlocutor is led to by his own opinions and is therefore troubled by. The aporia that results in the best cases is, moreover, not the result of a mere contest or a gone. It concerns the direction of one's life And so the promises, hopes, and fears that inform an interlocutor's opinions about that. The interlocutor, to be sure, sometimes resists Socrates' questions. The interlocutor in the Hipparchus, for example, turns away in the end from where the Logos has led. But it's his own Logos and his own contradiction from which he's turning. Now, one might object that the use of the principle of non-contradiction represents a tyranny of reason. But Socrates didn't invent the principle of non-contradiction. It too is found in the opinions, the consciousness of those engaged in political life. It's used all the time by political men and indeed in some sub-political arts. The contradictions are above all visible in the two opinions held by the virtuous, or those who aspire to virtue. That virtue is good in itself, most conducive to happiness, and that virtue entails sacrifice of one's good. Both parts of this contradictory opinion are present in political life prior to Socrates. Did Nietzsche not see this, either on his own or in the Platonic dialogues? Perhaps Nietzsche indicates his awareness of the contradictions in his observation that the noble Greeks were astonished at Socrates' claim that virtue equals happiness. Noble Greeks were astonished, he argues, because they valued virtue as a means to power and glory. This would mean, though, that they saw virtue neither as a means to happiness nor as a sacrifice, something to be admired, wept over, not congratulated. The interpretation, that is, captures neither side of the contradiction. The noble young men could indeed not believe their ears, but this seems to be because they knew that they were not made happy by virtue. And one of their opinions about it was that one should not expect to be made happy by virtue, but rather to be admired for its requisite sacrifice of their good. Their other, more buried opinion is that their virtue was indeed a means to happiness. Nietzsche's claim is they did not seek happiness, and this appears mistaken, though it comports well with the doctrine of the will to power, of life as will to power. The Socratic critique of pre-Socratic nobility indicates one's own happiness is an ever-present concern and indeed compulsion. Still, one might object that what Nietzsche calls Socratic optimism is visible, manifest in dialectics, and optimism means harmony, among other things. It means harmony between man and his world, such that the wound of human existence can be healed. But Nietzsche's claim indicates, perhaps, that he's missed the critique of human happiness entailed in Socratic dialectics. One's death means that there is no harmony. More generally, Nietzsche perhaps fails to see the hardness of the truths that Socratic dialectic uncovers, and the sadness that they induce in the giving up on such deeply held and pervasive opinions as the belief in free transgression, sin, punishment, as opposed to ignorance. True virtue belongs to a life led free of the hopes driving those opinions, in conscious awareness of their futility. The happiness that's promised is not a cheerful thing, certainly not what Nietzsche ascribes to Socrates. Nor is the hidden, resentful pessimism, life is sickness, that Nietzsche eventually ascribes to Socrates to be confused with the recognition of Socrates' sadness, his claim that philosophy means dying and being dead, which has nothing to do with resentment, revenge, nor with the understanding of life as sickness. In yet another presentation of Nietzsche's understanding of the crucial Socratic teaching that virtue is knowledge, Nietzsche takes this teaching to be evidence of Socrates' superficiality and seems even to equate it with the Lutheran teaching that faith necessarily leads to good works in the dawn. He appears, to me at least, to think that Socrates is claiming that moral virtue follows from knowledge. Knowledge of an intelligible teleological universe and leads to happiness. But Socrates does not presuppose an intelligible universe, if intelligible means that all riddles can be solved. And he was resigned to our universe going out of existence. More importantly, the Socratic teaching that virtue is knowledge implicitly denies that moral virtue is virtue. Because, to repeat, it denies moral responsibility, moral freedom. Its full grasp, therefore, leads to the death of moral indignation, as one sees vividly in Socrates. Now, it's true that Nietzsche ascribes belief in moral freedom to the slave morality, a thing allegedly birthed resentfully from the weak, whose will to power has turned inward. And in his middle period, Nietzsche also contrasts Socrates' teaching with Christian morality or slave morality on the matter of moral responsibility. But he never presents the Socratic critique of the noble Greeks in this manner. That is, the critique of the nobles' belief in moral freedom or human responsibility. But one might object that Nietzsche surely has found in the Melian dialogue a clear statement by the Athenians of the argument that the strong rule the weak by necessity and that justice is an invention of the weak. But as David Bolliton has brought out, the same Athenians at Milos show that they remain attached both to justice and the noble and the moral freedom on which they depend. And Nietzsche could not present Christianity as Platonism for the masses if he had clearly presented Plato's Socrates as having radically questioned moral freedom. On the matter of Socrates' understanding of virtue and his own happiness, Nietzsche is characteristically ambiguous. He presents Socrates as egoistical and utilitarian, that is, seeking a why for moral action, but also as having taken know thyself to mean cease to be of concern for yourself, or as having sought knowledge of the whole for someone else's good rather than his own. And while Nietzsche presents Socrates as having professed ignorance of good and evil, skeptical, as my friend Peter brought out, and therefore as ironic in his claims concerning rational morality, Socrates' statement, to which Nietzsche is alluding, deserves a more careful rendering than this. Socrates claims to know nothing good and noble. That is, nothing that is both. They contradict one another. But is Socrates' theoretical drive to make all things intelligible not evident, as Nietzsche argues, in his judgment of poetry as the irrational, because unconscious, making of unintelligible things? I don't think so, no. For as Socrates indicates, poets articulate through their dramas the very same problems as do Socratic dialectics. Poets know the human soul. One's tempted to wonder whether Nietzsche read the first treatment of poetry in the Republic, as we know that he did, and neglected its second treatment, as well as the relevant portions of the Laws, in which the poets are shown to be knowers of the human soul and also to give adequate expression to the insufficiency expressed by tears of moral virtue, especially in the face of death. The poets, moreover, are presented by Socrates as not mistaking the mythical parts of their work for the truth. Their poems contain, as Socrates says in the Theaetetus, teachings, including in Homer's case, about Heracleitean flux. That Plato puts hitherto autonomous poetry in the service of the philosophic life is, of course, quite true. Socrates indeed demands of poetry that it be subservient to, ministerial to, the philosophic life. But this indeed itself indicates that that life is not one of blessed happiness. Nietzsche misses the conscious presentation by the poets of the problems that political philosophy makes ministerial to the philosophic life. Homer presents those problems, above all, through Achilles. Yet if he enlisted the poets, Plato above all, in the elevation of the philosophic life, Socrates did not attempt to transform Greek education or to cure it. Let me say in passing that Heidegger, who in making the same claim relies on the cave allegory, and I think misinterprets it. For that knowledge is a universal healing power is manifestly not held by Socrates. Socrates, as a psychologist, had an understanding of the phenomenon of soul that Nietzsche scarcely begins to examine, one that speaks against enlightenment. That psychology is a psychology of eros, of erotic longing in the face of human mortality. It's made clearest perhaps in the Symposium, where Socrates, or Diotima, indicates that the blessed happiness promised by Eros for the noble or beautiful is not available. The resolution, again, of the aphoretic contradiction and the recognition of the hope for one's greatest good bestowed as a reward for noble action can indeed bring about a purification of Eros or its offspring, spiritedness, or desire for something as difficult to obtain. Such purified erotic desire becomes the desire for one's own good simply, and this means desire for the truth, however ugly. The exceedingly rare purification entails, above all, a recognition of the erotic and thumatic overestimation of the significance or meaning of human life. We are the playthings of the gods. That the philosopher gives up, like an erotic lover, his dignity is indicative of the ugliness of the truth he finds. Life is not meaningless, but it emphatically lacks the significance that our death-evading erotic desires wish it to have. The resulting serene resignation to death that characterizes Socrates thus entails, to repeat, a certain sadness, a giving up of Eros' promise of blessed happiness, and is not something available to or to be expected of most of us. It accords with this that, contrary to Nietzsche's claim, Plato did not argue that ugly truths are beautiful because they're intelligible. Nor did Socrates cease to fear death in all of its terror. If Socrates mythologizes in the Phaedo about the afterlife, he does so in such a way as both to sustain the hopes of the weaker of his followers and to give some rather strong indications that the myth is incoherent or falls apart. Characterizing Socratic philosophy as optimism overlooks, more generally, the massive limits Plato's Socrates indicates on erotically infused political moral life, the intractability of the irrational in political life, the resistance to reason of political moral life. One of the tasks of the dialogues is to bring out this resistance, this limit on political idealism of the sort that Nietzsche hopes for in the philosophers of the future, that is, the idealism that he hopes for. The Socratic Xenophon, moreover, even indicates dramatically the need for beatings of his men and for what Nietzsche would call cruelty. He cuts the throat of a man to obtain a guide through Armenia. One might claim that Nietzsche glimpses Socratic resignation to an awareness of the limits on enlightenment by his comments on Socrates' final words in the Phaedo about owing a cock to Asclepius. But Nietzsche's interpretation of those words not only goes too far, it presents Socrates as realizing that his solution to the problem of happiness has been a resentful fraud or swindle. One could even speculate on the basis of Socratic psychology which does not precede but rather follows from dialectics, as an explanatory account of their course, that Nietzsche has succumbed to the delusions of erotic longing. Nietzsche claims in The Birth of Tragedy that the spectator takes a metaphysical joy in the destruction of individuation, of the hero's downfall, an ecstatic joy in the changing appearances, creation and destruction of creative power, of the eternal Dionysian life force, as he calls it, or a solace in the experience of symbolic union with unintelligible life force. The hope is that suffering in this way becomes meaningful. He speaks similarly of the joy of the law-giving, commanding role of future philosophers in human life. Is this not a version of erotic longing for the eternal? However this may be, Socratism, rationality, science may still remain guilty, as Nietzsche charges it, of a corrosion of culture and tradition and hence of life. When Nietzsche diagnoses what he diagnoses concerning science seems to me quite true of modern technological Enlightenment science or philosophy, which self-consciously attempts to wipe out all traditions through the famous conquest of nature, in an amazing new attempt to ground the philosophic life against the challenge of a willful God. Modern science has indeed left Westerners bereft of guiding authoritative moral traditions. But this is not true of Socratic political philosophy, which leaves those traditions in place, by and large, even shoring them up, while making some minor reforms that might make room for the private practice of philosophy. The science that characterizes or rules over modernity is quite a different thing from Socratic philosophy and ancient philosophy in general, sustained as modern philosophy is by the turning away from the ultimate futility of all human action. Socrates was not an optimist if optimism means, as Nietzsche says it does, the mistaken belief that human existence can be corrected. This is a major difference between ancient and modern science. With this difference in mind, Nietzsche appears to be a hyper-modern, seeking in the overman a conquest of chance or nature, or in philosophers of the future, let's say. In fact, it is the Socratic perceived need to preserve traditional morality that can help explain why Nietzsche, if he did, misunderstood Socrates and Plato. And one must by all means account for such a misunderstanding. One can, as I have suggested, trace it to Nietzsche's historicism, which, we must add, Nietzsche tried mightily to justify with successive attempts to explain how Socratic rationalism arose out of Greek culture and its decadence. But these attempts assume the accuracy of Nietzsche's understanding of Socrates. And that understanding has been radically called into question by Leo Strauss's rediscovery of esotericism, of Socrates' awareness, that is, of the need to protect philosophy from the city and the city from philosophy. One might object that Nietzsche was aware of the esoteric character of past philosophers' writings, and this has come up with respect to Aphorism 30, Beyond Good and Evil. But Nietzsche's account of esotericism there has to do with the pathos of distance and the refined taste of thinkers, philosophers, including, as he says, Muslim philosophers, rather than with the careful examination of opinions that's engaged in by Socratics. Nietzsche speaks indeed of Socrates' irony and relatedly of Socrates having quietly indicated his pessimism. Yet he calls Socrates on this basis a resentful fraud. And that charge is something quite different from the attribution of self-conscious esotericism. Nietzsche does not ascribe esotericism, as far as I can see, to the plebeian Socrates. Socrates looks from below rather than down from above. Nor does he understand Plato in any differently. My question for the Nietzscheans here is, should he not have done so? Might he not then have discovered a deeper reason for Socrates' exoteric doctrines and for his moderation? One might say that Socrates is in agreement with Nietzsche concerning the knowledge drive in most human beings, that its satisfaction would destroy their lives. For to repeat, genuine philosophizing does not sustain it. It rather destroys the overestimation of human significance that is the fundamental human error. But Nietzsche overlooks the fact that Socrates, realizing this, frequently backed off and thereby sustained the pre-existing teleological understanding of his interlocutors. He was content to allow most of his interlocutors to remain in their thumatic error, or practiced what Xenophon identifies as Odyssean rhetoric. That Nietzsche observes in Beyond Good and Evil the increasing religiosity among Europeans, even in the atheism induced by the conquest of nature, concurs, it seems to me, with Socrates' findings and his great caution. Nietzsche takes Socrates to be someone who thinks that everyone can and ought to be free of delusion, instead of seeing the Odyssean rhetoric of Socrates, who leaves most of his interlocutors with their delusions intact. And this rhetoric, by the way, is manifest in Socrates as the scolding, moralistic gadfly, who is by no means the true Socrates. And Xenophon the Socratic, while taking his bearings by necessity, is ever at pains to secure the piety and justice of those under him. His mini Ephesus, his estate, has a temple to Artemis at its core. One might also say that Nietzsche's mistaken view of Socrates stems from his tendency, in one important respect at least, to see himself in Socrates, namely as one who acts or wishes to guide culture. His understanding of the philosopher as a physician of culture. His future philosopher is to be so in spades, the creator of goals and projects for future generations. Socrates, far from sharing this vision of the philosopher, might well ask, who gave the philosopher this purpose, this task, this responsibility, this obligation? Nietzsche might respond that it's no more and no less than a manifestation of the philosopher's spiritualized will to power. The future philosopher freely imposes on himself the obligation to submit to his drive to create and to command. But even if all ends or goals are indeed man's creation, it doesn't follow that the philosopher is responsible for man. Why should the philosopher provide the allegedly needed creations? Can't we still ask that question? If Nietzsche or his Zarathustra were to add that he loves man, we would have to ask whether he has ruthlessly scrutinized love in the manner of Socrates in the Lysis. He's accused by Heidegger of being the last metaphysician with the doctrine of the will to power. But perhaps equally important is his unexamined modern subordination of philosophy to action. There may be in this a certain mythology, one that Plato would attribute, as I suggested, to thumos, heart, thwarted desire. The good is difficult to obtain. Philosophers are to create horizons, meaning, significance for modern man. To overcome the nihilism that Christianity, technology, and modern science have made rampant. Philosophers of the future will be religious atheists, the fulfillment at long last of the suffering and flight from suffering that has characterized Western life and that has finally produced the possibility of transfiguring our awareness of the abyss in the overman. Nietzsche's conviction that the Socratic tyranny of reason has led to a deadening of the will and of life-giving instincts informs his demand for the irrational instincts, the creative instincts, to be expressed, now in full awareness of their creative, artful character. His argument requires that reason be considered an instinct, a creative instinct, useful to life for a time, but hypertrophiated in the West and now threatening all instincts. Nietzsche stands up for instincts, noble instincts. Since Nietzsche himself, in this way, judges Socratism on the basis of its political fruits, broadly considered, historically considered, we're permitted to ask, what has been the result of his work? I see two things politically. Therapeutic democracy, which he clearly despised, is now more emphatically directed by equality of values in light of their alleged relativity. Therapeutic democracy is now more emphatic about that than it was. That's one outcome. The second is wildly immoderate fascism, Nazism, or in our day, the joke of Bapsterism, a reaction to this tendency. That's the other political result that we've seen so far. Thank you.
All right, so I knew I was going to have to face you guys after lunch, and if you see the looks on your faces, you will know that you do not want me to hold forth at length at you. I can see that. So I'm going to call an audible here. I'm going to do two things. One is I think we have a disagreement, folks. I think we have a disagreement on our hands. We'll see if they can talk their way out of it. I'm going to try to bring out that disagreement by way of just very briefly giving an account of the two, of what I take to be it's not the essence, but the most interesting aspects of the arguments. And I'll invite the two panelists to address each other. And I'd also like to, because I can tell, how long can a conference go with a bunch of Straussians on any thinker before the conference actually turns into a conference on Strauss rather than the thinker? And so I'm going to go ahead and let us give in to that, and we're going to give in to that impulse. And I'm going to read a passage from the Zarathustra lectures I mentioned earlier, where Strauss talks about Nietzsche and Plato in a very interesting way that echoes some things he says in Note on the Plan, and we'll just let ourselves go and just do the thing we want to do. Maybe I'll start just with the brief overview of the two papers that have been presented. I think it's pretty simple to see one aspect of the disagreement, and that is that Professor Burns argues that the disagreement between Plato and Nietzsche is one of substance, really heavy substance, right? Whereas, if I understand Professor Ahrensdorf, he seems to argue that the disagreement is one of rhetoric, of strategy, right? And such that he seems to indicate there might be some area of agreement between the two, whereas Professor Burns thinks not. So we've got substance and rhetoric are the two poles. And so as you know, Professor Burns seems to think that Nietzsche didn't see the challenge that the existence of the gods could pose to the veracity of philosophy, at least not fully. And he does not see religion and philosophy as opposed to one another. I thought that was an interesting observation, but rather he sees philosophy and theory as outgrowths of religion or manifestations of it. He thinks Nietzsche overlooks or doesn't take seriously enough Socratic philosophy's engagement with common opinion. Nietzsche discusses ordinary opinion about morality and as originating in the herd. It's something that's conventional. He points out that Socrates was well aware of this argument. After all, he devoted his life in a way to engaging with it, and he rejected it. He points out that Nietzsche's own criticisms of morality depend on the science that he otherwise and elsewhere criticizes, because they depend on scientific psychology and physiology, whereas Nietzsche, he thinks, is more wedded to that very science, the science he criticizes, than is Socrates, who was the genesis, according to Nietzsche, of that science. And Professor Burns points out that Nietzsche calls Socrates an optimist, and in so doing, he fails to see the hardness of the truths uncovered by Socratic dialectic. True virtue would seem to require freeing oneself from the kinds of irrational hopes an optimist might harbor. If Socrates was sad, he said, that sadness does not stem from a desire for revenge or from resentment or from sickness. It stems from some other thing that the Professor Burns nicely outlined. And finally, although there's much more to his argument, Nietzsche doesn't understand, and here's the kicker, Nietzsche does not understand Plato to have written esoterically. This comes back to Professor Meyer's comment earlier. If he had read Plato esoterically, he might have acquired a more robust understanding of the meaning of his exoteric doctrines. In contrast, Professor Ahrensdorf thinks Nietzsche did read Plato esoterically. He thought Plato made a strategic rhetorical error, Nietzsche did, by inventing Platonism to inspire reverence for philosophy after non-philosophers put Socrates to death. Platonism's notions of the good, the pure mind, they serve to uphold a certain morality and piety. Platonism's moralistic rhetorical strategy has been too successful, Professor Ahrensdorf argues. The philosopher in Plato's scheme comes to sight as a partisan of morality, and this has led to an identification of Platonism with religion. Platonism is so good, too good at hiding the radical nature of philosophy, that it's hidden philosophy from potential philosophers, he says, or has made philosophy less enticing than it might otherwise be. It's obscured the meaning of philosophy in a sense, and Nietzsche presents himself as an immoralist, among other things, to counter Plato's excessive moralism. Professor Ahrensdorf seems to indicate there are agreements on substance, on substantive matters between Nietzsche and Plato in a way that Professor Burns seemed not to. They both praise the philosophic life as the best life, although Professor Ahrensdorf seems to acknowledge they may mean different things by philosophy. They both paradoxically present the philosopher as a ruler involved in public life and also as solitary and contemplative. Both see philosophy as the bad conscience of their time. Both adopt a pedagogy that involves awakening readers to their own prejudices and compelling them to examine these prejudices to free their minds. So this would be the kind of essence of the two arguments. So here's what I'd like to do, in hopes that we can get a pre-dinner, after-lunch cage match of the highest order between these two. And also, I know there are a lot of people in the crowd who are really passionate about Nietzsche and the Greeks. I went to Boston College and studied Nietzsche with a bunch of people who study classical philosophy. And I know you guys can't wait, Dustin, I'm looking at you, to get in here. You and me, 20 years of this, 20 years we've been doing this. So I want to get you in here. I know Michael has given some really scandalous criticisms of Nietzsche on Plato at this very Hudson Institute. And so I'm trying to get him in here too and bait some of these people to get in. But I'd like to first allow our panelists to address one another. So I'd like to invite Professor Burns to comment on Professor Ahrensdorf's argument that Nietzsche did read Plato esoterically and that there was a rhetorical strategic disagreement between them. So I'd like Professor Burns to comment on his view of that part of Professor Ahrensdorf's paper. And then I'd like to invite Professor Ahrensdorf to comment on Professor Burns's argument that Nietzsche did not read Plato esoterically. After all, that was the thrust of his paper, is that that's in fact false. And then that there was substantial theoretical disagreement between them. And so I bracket that because I'd like to do one other thing, which is look at a third example of the. Can we bracket it? Do we not need to bracket it? Go ahead if you want to go ahead. But this won't take but just a minute. Let me do it. We've got to give in to the Strauss. We've got to give in. Let me just do this one thing because I think it's a beautiful thing, and I think it makes some sense of the two. It contextualizes the two positions that have been articulated in an interesting way. So this comes in these lectures on Zarathustra. Strauss has a student read a section from Old and New Tablets. The section is this from Old and New Tablets. When I came to men, I found them sitting on an old conceit, the conceit that they had long known what is good and evil for man. All talk of virtue seemed an old and weary matter to man, and whoever wanted to sleep well still talked of good and evil before going to sleep. I disturbed this sleepiness when I taught, what is good and evil no one knows yet, unless it be he who creates. He, however, creates man's goal and gives the earth its meaning and its future. That anything at all is good and evil, that is his creation. Strauss says the following about this in an interesting aside about Nietzsche's relationship to Plato. He says this: you see that Nietzsche says that everyone has taken for granted the answer to the question of what is good and evil. He makes this a question, and this was, as you know, the question raised by Socrates, who used similar formulations. Nietzsche returns to the Socratic question. Let us reflect on that for a moment. There is something in Nietzsche which reminds of Socrates. Both are not merely theoretical teachers, as the other great philosophers are. They are also, in Greek, psychagogoi, guides of the soul, fascinating as human beings, as well as repelling as human beings. We cannot forget them as individuals while listening to their speeches. In the case of the purely theoretical teacher, say, the mathematician, you must forget completely about them. They draw their own portraits, speak about themselves. Only Rousseau has a similar character, and he has an effect similar to Nietzsche's a century or so earlier, an effect which is now spent. There is an effect of Socrates which is not spent, nor that of Nietzsche. You may contrast this, he says, with Descartes, another philosopher who speaks of himself, who gave a kind of autobiography in his discourse on method. And then he continues later, Socrates is presented in writing not by himself, but by Plato. Plato presented Socrates' life, his work or his deed, Socrates in action, as a model, but as a model which could not be imitated by everyone, and even by anyone. Socrates has a certain teacher, which Plato calls, or Socrates himself may have called, his daimon, his daimonic thing, which is a reality for Socrates according to Socrates himself. As a presentation of an individual in action, Plato's work is not a philosophic work simply, but somehow poetic. Let us never forget that a philosophic reflection proper in the form of a treatise is in the form of a treatise in which no proper names occur except accidentally. Nietzsche's work too is poetic, although in an entirely different way. To mention the most obvious difference, Nietzsche's poetry, if you can call it that way, is not dramatic but lyrical. There is very little of the dialogue here, as you will see. In a section to which we shall turn later on the third part on Great Longing, we find Zarathustra conversing with his soul. No such thing occurs in Plato. There is, of course, a conversation of Socrates with his soul, alluded to at the beginning of the banquet, but we are not told in what it consists, so that his conversation as presented by Plato is entirely conversations. These are with other individuals. Needless to say, only the conversations with other individuals can be strictly dramatic, and not the conversation of a man with his soul. And I'll conclude with this. Now, why did Nietzsche restore the Socratic question? And this is what I'd invite our panelists to react to after they've had their fight. Now, why did Nietzsche restore the Socratic question? And assuming that this question properly understood leads to the consequence that the questioner, in his individuality, becomes somehow the theme, why is Plato's thematization of Socrates so different from Nietzsche's thematization of Nietzsche? The difference between Nietzsche and Zarathustra is not important in this context. A full answer to these questions would require a much deeper and much more comprehensive understanding of both Socrates, Plato, and Nietzsche than I possess. So I invite your reactions to that remark by Strauss, but first, please address one another's this deep disagreement between the two of you.
I think you were supposed to go first.
Okay, thanks.
You're the central speaker.
So I was very impressed with Peter's account, especially of the first part of Beyond Good and Evil, which brought up arguments that I hadn't seen. And I'd like to take a careful look at those. So I'm afraid we're not going to have a fight, but a love fest.
Scholars.
And our virtues. I guess two things that I noticed in what Peter delivered, and by the way, neither of us read the others beforehand. Peter got his in on time, but I didn't have a chance to read it until a few days ago. So those two things are Socrates as gadfly or conscience of Athens, or the one who critiques the today. That I think that that's part of the exoteric Socrates. That's not in play. If Nietzsche presents that as central to the philosophic life, that would be evidence to me that he's missing. That's what's central to the philosophic life. That is that kind of scolding. You know, did you hug your kid today? That already assumes answers to what you were presenting as the skeptical side of Socrates. So that's one thing. And then the second is in Aphorism 30 on esoteric, I thought Peter had said that it had presented it as if there was a difference between philosophers as skeptics and everyone else, but I don't recall skepticism being mentioned in Aphorism 30. It seems to me that it has to do rather with, as I said, seeing from below or seeing from above, that it has to do with a pathos of distance. And it's not only philosophers, or certainly not only Western philosophers. He mentions Eastern, Persian, Indian, Persian, and Muslim, interestingly, assuming that they can, one can be both. So those are the only thoughts that occur to me at the time. Now you're on the ropes.
Okay. Well, two thoughts that I think in a way, two thoughts that occurred to me about your paper. One is, I think one way perhaps of putting in a certain context or framework our disagreements or different emphases is, you mentioned at the beginning, I think correctly, that Nietzsche contradicts himself. No? I mean, you said at one point, that it's hard to talk about Nietzsche because he seems to say the opposite at different times. And in a way, that I think one way of understanding my paper is that I sort of take that thought and in a way run with it. I wonder if Nietzsche isn't, as is perhaps true of all philosophers, Muslim, Al-Farabi, that contradiction is a fundamental feature of inspiring perplexity and therefore further reflection. So, I mean, just to repeat in a way, to some extent, what I talked about, that the presentation of the philosopher in Beyond Good and Evil, for example, is simply contradictory. I mean, sometimes even on the facing pages, end of Aphorism 203, the philosopher is going to save us from the overall degeneration of humanity. The philosopher is a sort of champion of humanity. Aphorism 204, the philosopher is a royal and magnificent hermit of the mind. Aphorism 211, genuine philosophers are commanders and legislators. I'm sorry, I forgot about this. Can you hear me? Aphorism 212, the philosopher is the bad conscience of his time. So that these things, so I think that's sort of one way of understanding I guess, I wonder if you don't sort of take perhaps focus on one side and, that one would have to focus on the other side. I mean, one thing I would say just by way of parenthetically is that I wouldn't say that Plato and Nietzsche disagreement is only rhetorical. I mean, I'm not sure I wonder if there is such a thing as a disagreement between two philosophers that is only rhetorical. Of course, philosophers write under different circumstances and one has to take that into account. But there are other things at work because to reflect on what rhetoric is appropriate, say for potential philosophers or just for human beings in general, means reflecting on human nature, the relative force of reason and the passions. And I mean, this is another argument, but I do think that Plato and Nietzsche do have a different understanding of the relation between reason and the passions. But another point I thought might be worth mentioning with regard to Professor Burns's paper is I am struck by how much your fine presentation and clear presentation of the radicalism of Socrates and the sort of moral clarity and toughness of Socrates and the critique of morality invokes Xenophon. Because it seems to me that raises a question, perhaps, a kind of common ground, at least with regard to my understanding of Nietzsche, namely that there is a problem with Platonism. And perhaps I can now segue to Strauss. I mean, Strauss identifies himself with Plato, no? His last book is the Platonic Studies of Platonic Political Philosophy. But it seems to me that Strauss also expresses and I don't know, I'm not sure I understand why he doesn't express this more openly, but he expresses, it seems to me, I think unmistakably certain reservations about Plato, specifically with regard to Plato's rhetoric. So for example, my statement about that perhaps Plato's rhetoric was too successful is a quote from Strauss. Strauss says that in the restatement. He says, I sometimes wonder whether Plato's rhetoric wasn't too successful.
But he does add there, Peter, doesn't he?
I beg your pardon?
Doesn't he specify that, what he was successful at?
Well, I'm not
Namely,
sure.
convincing citizens not that philosophers are not atheists.
Let me finish. I don't think so. I think it's broader than that. Secondly, in the preface to Persecution and the Art of Writing, Strauss says that when he comments on the persecution of philosophy in the Islamic and Jewish world, that it was he cites that there was a kind of blessing to this because philosophy in the Jewish and Islamic world, like philosophy in the Greek polis, had an inner freedom which in the Christian world it did not have because of ecclesiastical supervision. It seems to me that raises the question of whether there isn't why is it that in Christian world there was this toleration at a price of philosophies because of Platonism, and therefore, I think it's very important, the real significance for Strauss in Maimonides and the Muslim philosophers is precisely to understand philosophy, in non-Platonistic terms. And then just finally and most simply, I mean, isn't Strauss's great achievement, insofar as one understands him as a Platonic scholar, is precisely that he liberated Plato from Platonism, no? And that one sees this not only that in the works he focused on in Plato, not the Phaedo, not the more the Platonistic parts of the Republic, not the Timaeus, in his but in a way, above all, in his focus on Xenophon and his comprehensive treatment of Xenophon's Socratic writings, which again stands in a certain contrast with his treatment of Plato. And obviously then there's the whole question of his entire book on Aristophanes. So I wonder, I wonder whether Strauss doesn't, in his way, not only indicate reservations about the Platonism of Plato, which obviously Plato did found, but also helps us to see past that, but that seeing past that requires, in some sense, at the very least, to supplement Plato, and maybe in some ways to, correct his rhetoric.
I agree with you that Xenophon was of enormous help to Strauss on that, and can be to all of us, and that's owing to his dramatically different rhetoric, not to any substantive difference between Xenophon and Plato. But I guess on the matter of Christianity versus the Islamic and Jewish worlds, just to clarify, Strauss doesn't argue that the Christian world is Platonic. In fact, he argues the opposite, that it was because the Arabs and Maimonides had access to Plato, which nobody had in the Christian West until the 14th century, that there was a difference. That Aristotle, the only work of political philosophy that was available that William of Moravec had translated, 1254, was the Politics. Thomas never commented on the whole of the Politics. He got through the first two books and 8 chapters, so when he hit the regime, he stopped, and it was taken over by Peter of Auvergne. And Strauss argues that the first question of the Summa, whether besides philosophy anything else is necessary, is the very opposite of the position in which the philosopher is found in the Islamic world, namely having to justify his way of life over and against the law. That the Christian position is the philosophic life is already accepted as something justified, indeed as the best way of life. That's not something that they got from Plato. They got it from Aristotle.
I think they got it from Platonism.
From Platonism.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd have
That's
to.
what I'm.
Yeah, I think you'd have to show then that that first of all, what the arguments that Thomas makes about Platonism, that is from Plotinus or other Platonists. But
Augustine, I think, is the one that Nietzsche at least identifies. But yeah, perhaps some of those other folks, but not Thomas. Although, again, I mean,
Thomas.
This is a long discussion, but Strauss's formulation of the faith versus, the philosophy versus the Bible, is often criticized by Thomist Catholics as being, being too fideistic, being too opposing them enough. But that formulation, in a way, perhaps owes something to, is an effort to try to avoid this sort of synthesizing, which is perhaps the legacy of Platonism.
Yeah, but we don't have evidence, for example, of Xenophon in the Islamic world. We do have Plato. So that, I think, tends against your argument, and which I think is a strong one, nonetheless.
I think we had a disagreement. Okay, I think in virtue of allowing people to ask questions, we can pass over my passage for now. We've adequately indulged already our desire to make it into a conference about Strauss. So what I'd like to do is open it up to you all and see if we can get any.
Hi, thanks for the great discussion. This question is for Professor Ahrensdorf. I'm wondering if you can just go into greater detail regarding what you think Nietzsche's exact correction of Plato's rhetorical strategy is. And you I think, pointed at the emphasis on Thucydides and Machiavelli, but they're not exoterically philosophers. And so you wouldn't be able to sort of dignify philosophy necessarily by referring to them. So do you think Nietzsche saw the task as being intrinsically different at his historical moment, such that philosophy needed demarcation as opposed to dignifying? Or do you think that there's a real ahistorical critique by Nietzsche of Plato's rhetorical strategy, such that Plato was not simply responding to the demands of his moment, but he really made an error that was ahistorical?
I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, one might understand Nietzsche to be criticizing not so much what Plato did in Plato's time, but that, 2,500 years later, we need a new strategy, or, I mean, one might say that there are, from a philosophic perspective, there are difficulties with any rhetorical strategy, because to the extent that any philosopher presents teachings that are perhaps somewhat simplified public teachings or public poetic representations of the philosophic life, that it's just bound to happen that those teachings become reified and have unforeseen consequences. I mean, Professor Burns mentioned possible consequences of Nietzschean rhetoric, difficulties with perhaps with Platonic rhetoric. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a question of, is this a difference of circumstance that 2,500 years later, Plato was too successful in defending philosophy from this charge of being somehow, unreliably moral and pious. But on the other hand, I mean, I think it is possible that Nietzsche is more has questions about. I mean, I think one of the interesting things about Nietzsche's account of Plato is that it brings out what is distinctive about Plato, and how Plato, unlike earlier thinkers, philosophic thinkers, I'm inclined to think, I think Professor Burns is also inclined to think, for example, that Homer is a kind of philosophic thinker, but that Homer, it was sort of on deep background, in the Protagoras. Protagoras says that the wise in the past, the sophists, hid their activity, and that Plato is very bold. He brings this out of the closet. It's out there, 35 dialogues, founding a school that would last 900 years. No, I mean, this is, it's sort of bringing philosophy up to a different public level. And I think, Nietzsche, I mean, it's complicated because on the one hand, Nietzsche seems to spell out all sorts of problems with that. But on the other hand, Nietzsche certainly doesn't make any effort, I think, like maybe Machiavelli does, of sort of, hiding philosophy more deeply behind a sort of moral and political activity that Nietzsche is so emphatic. I mean, I think this is perhaps the charm for those of us who are even repulsed by him, is that there's a certain heroism in his account of the philosopher, which is very gripping and which does remind one of Plato. So in that respect, there is, I think, both a difference of strategy, but also a real similarity.
Hello, thank you. Both of your comments when speaking about Plato, I think you were mostly focusing on what you could call political philosophy. And I think you were both taking for granted that the deep insights of Socrates are not best represented by the theory of forms. I think, Professor Burns, you indicated that Socrates' main activity was not dialectic, but was a kind of theoretical activity. And I was wondering if both of you could say something about how Socrates or Plato differed genuinely on theoretical questions regarding what nature is and what science is capable of. Because if there's a substantive difference, then that would be important to address.
Between Socrates and Plato.
Oh, sorry. Socrates and Plato on one hand, and Nietzsche on the other.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, it might be something that Dr. Grenke could better address. He gave us a wonderful presentation of the meaning of will to power, and I don't think that. Well, certainly, the ideas look very different from that, but I was assuming that the doctrine as it's presented doesn't seem to be one that makes sense. I mean, Aristotle has 11 proofs for why it's wrong, and including the third. So you get how could anybody ever ascribe to this? And but Aristotle, in doing so, speaks about Platonists. He doesn't speak about Plato. So it's already known to be, I think you could say. It's already known. Aristotle's putting it out there. This isn't Plato's doctrine. What does that mean? What is his doctrine? Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Okay. If you mean theoretical? Yeah, I don't know.
I would just add, it seems to me, I mean, I guess I would be inclined to say that Nietzsche, at the very least, is to will to power as Plato is to the theory of the forms. I mean, that these are doctrines that are set forth hypothetically, meant to be, lead to further questioning and so forth, but that they're not final, definitive doctrines.
I guess I'd agree to some extent, Peter, but it does seem to me that Nietzsche is saying, where he has a Zarathustra say, wherever I found life, there I found will to power. And that is potentially a doctrine that can explain everything. It's one that might do a much better job of that than other doctrines, but certainly than the theory of the forms, I think.
It's interesting you guys say will to power in the forms. In this lecture series, Strauss says will to power in eros, for what that's worth. Right. I think Professor Grinke had his hand up. Oh, okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask how much you can insist, I think, on Nietzsche's criticisms touching only Platonism, and whether or not it doesn't touch Plato and Socrates. And I'd probably just ask this, because I think when you come down to the end of the fourth book of The Gay Science, the criticism of Socrates about his last words comes right before the presentation of the eternal return. And this would be my suggestion. Does Socrates live up to the standard of the eternal return? Or does Socrates and Plato, do they sell human possibilities short? And this is what I think Nietzsche is saying. Maybe I'd address what Mr. Burns said, or Dr. Burns, sorry, about optimism. I think the optimism that's blamed is the optimism that Nietzsche ascribes to the solution of reason, but not that Socrates is optimistic in general. And that's what I think is pointed to right after the criticism of his last words. And the last words are, in a way, in that passage, the only thing criticized. That is, I admire Socrates and everything he said and did not say, except this, what he did at the end. But I take that to be some indication that Socrates has a deficient understanding of what is possible for human life, and that is decisive for Nietzsche. So I wonder what you might say about the standard of the eternal return.
This is for me, Michael.
For both of you, really, but
yeah. Okay. So thank you. It's certainly one of many criticisms that Nietzsche delivers of Socrates. And if I understand you correctly, you're saying that the last words, that Nietzsche criticizes Socrates for not having remained silent, is the way he puts it. So because what it disclosed was Socrates' sickness, or his thought that life is sickness. And during a period of decline, perhaps it is. So, and perhaps he should quietly say that. The connection to the eternal return, I don't know. I mean, I think that what is above all embraced is, and correct me if you think otherwise, is that everything, including all of life's suffering, is to be willed. It's to be affirmed by willing and somehow transfigured, so that there is not an attempt to correct being, which has emerged through Socratism in modern science. There is rather an affirmation of the suffering, oppression, and so on, through which man becomes man, through which, as Shilo was saying this morning, like an espaliered fruit tree. The wires on that are hot wires. They're tough. They're something that hurts. So the affirmation of the, that's how I understand the eternal return. I mean, there may be other things to it too, but I wouldn't take that as something that Socrates would not ascribe to. It's just he doesn't need to. He already possesses an awareness of that suffering, and he is already resigned to, emphatically resigned. I mean, it permeates him.
Resignation is not affirmation.
Okay. I see. All right. Then you have a difference, and I'd have to think more about that.
Can I just say one thing? Just to clarify, I certainly don't say Nietzsche only criticizes Platonism. I mean, to criticize Platonism, I think, as I said in the last sentence, is to criticize Plato, because Plato founded Platonism. And Platonism, another point, it's not simply a reference to the forms and the doctrines of the forms and the immortality of the soul. I think there's also a concern of a certain celebration of philosophy that can lead to a kind of dogmatic, thoughtless embrace of the philosopher. And I think in that respect, I wonder if a lot of Nietzsche's outrageous criticisms of personal criticisms, sometimes of Plato and Socrates, are not meant to encourage a certain irreverence. I mean, one way of thinking about this, he does identify Plato as one of his teachers in All Human, All Too Human. No? And there's this wonderful line in Zarathustra, I wrote this down, about how one should repay one's teachers. And he says, Zarathustra, when he says goodbye to his disciples, says, one repays a teacher badly if one always remains nothing but a pupil. You revere me, but what if your reverence tumbles one day? Beware lest a statue slay you. You say that you believe in Zarathustra, but what matters Zarathustra? So I just wonder, I wonder if that spirit, and this is a case where Nietzsche does reiterate this in Ecce Homo. So I try to be sensitive to not simply attributing everything Zarathustra says to Nietzsche, but he does seem to reiterate that in Ecce Homo. So I wonder if that isn't sort of perhaps a factor to take into consideration in his discussions of Plato and Socrates.
Do we have time for more? There's two in the back. Could we maybe get both of those?
I think Dr. Fradkin had a question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure to whom this question is directed, but it concerns what might be thought to be the irreducible difference between Nietzsche and Socrates. Professor Ahrensdorf showed a variety of ways in which there's a convergence, even when Nietzsche denies it. And I was wondering, apropos of that, to Professor Burns's observation, I think this was you, that Nietzsche upholds the pre-Socratic spirit of Greece as one in which a kind of philosophy was imbued. The philosophy of Heraclitus, the disorder, the chaos of things, which makes a bit of sense considering Hesiod. So I was wondering whether there isn't something to that, the notion that there is really a fundamentally different universe conceived of by the Greeks prior to Socrates and subsequent to him, which is part of what Nietzsche objects to, or both identifies and has critique of.
Yes, I would say so. I mean, Nietzsche's work, written just before, I think, the birth of tragedies, philosophy in an age of tragedy, of Greek tragedy. And there are these marvelous helpful analyses of 7 pre-Socratics, and Socrates he promises, but then he never, never delivers on the Socrates, or he's telling us there was a big change there. And in each case, the idea of flux is somehow presented. It's not just Heraclitus, right down to Anaxagoras. And as I was saying earlier, that I think is connected to the birth of tragedy in this way, that Socrates conceives of the tragedian, the artist, as having the same kind of insight and allowing a glimpse of it, a glimpse that's life-giving, it's life-affirming, precisely because the Apollonian keeps it limited. And that Socrates really does in each stage, except for the middle, but the first and the third of Nietzsche, as I understand it, and again, I'd like to be corrected, but Socrates is presented as somebody who thinks the world is intelligible, and that it's, I mean, I guess one way to put this would be, Hillel, that Nietzsche really takes Socratic teleology as if it's true. And that would be the thing that you could, in a nutshell, say I'm objecting to.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know how Socrates understood the world on the question of chaos and order. Nietzsche has a formulation in The Gay Science in aphorism, I believe, 109, where he says the world has there are no laws of nature, there are just necessities of nature. But I'm not sure that Socrates would disagree with that, so I don't know.
Yeah, so on this, chipping in on this last. There we go. This last, I think, very important distinction that Michael Grenke just drew between affirmation and resignation. Strauss, I think in the intro to Socrates and Aristophanes, as well as in the first part of his lectures on the origins of political science, he ascribes to Nietzsche, on the basis of what Nietzsche himself said in Birth of Tragedy of Socrates, he ascribes to Nietzsche the view that Socratic optimism or rationalism consisted not only in the belief that we live in the best of all possible worlds, but also in the belief that we can make this world via reason the best of all imaginable worlds. And Strauss subtly, but I think clearly, indicates that Nietzsche goes much too far by making that second addition. That according to Socrates, it might have been the case that we live in the best of all possible worlds, but that's all. And that sounds really good at first. But if you think about it, it's really not. It might be the case that in the best of all possible worlds, we have to suffer quite a few evils and ultimately the evil of death. And that suggests that Socrates might have been resigned in the sense that he accepted as unavoidable evils, which, despite being unavoidable, nonetheless remain evils. Nietzsche, on the other hand, seems to be vastly more optimistic, precisely for the reason that I think Michael Grenke alluded to, that Nietzsche wants to actually affirm the world, and this comes through in the eternal recurrence of the same, or eternal return of the same. In a way, doesn't that doctrine try to make out the best human being to be like God, in the sense that God creates the world and therefore affirms everything in it. Of course, the difference in this case is that the human being doesn't create the world. And so you have to affirm the world that you find as if you'd created it. And it seems to me there's this obvious difficulty that the things we find in the world that is given to us are frequently evil or bad. And Nietzsche seems to want to make those things good through an act of will or some such thing. In a way, then, it seems Nietzsche himself is more like the Socrates that he described in Birth of Tragedy than Socrates might have been. That is, Nietzsche is aspiring to reach a kind of state in which the evils of the world even cease to be evils. And so I'm just curious, isn't that a very clear distinction between the two of them? Nietzsche doesn't, in a way, accept the world as it is, or doesn't want to, insofar as it includes things that seem to be evils.
Yeah, I would say two things. I mean, one, just as a general point, I think one should be very careful or cautious about attributing to the mature Nietzsche what he said in The Birth of Tragedy. I mean, he's very clear. I mean, the whole theory about 3 stages of Nietzsche may or may not be true, but he's absolutely clear in Human All Too Human. There is a break. There's a Nietzschean turn from the pre-Nietzschean Nietzsche, if you like. So I think that's one thing. And again, I think, to reason about Nietzsche on the basis of the doctrine of eternal return, I think is a bit like reasoning about Plato on the basis of the doctrine of the immortality of the soul or the doctrine of the forms. I mean, these are set forth in a particular context. I mean, I don't mean, that as with the doctrine of immortality and the forms, there is substantive issues that it touches on, but I would just be wary of sort of building on that premise.
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't mean to say that the doctrine of eternal return is intended by Nietzsche as a sort of metaphysical doctrine, which I don't think. I suspect rather it is, as it's presented in Beyond Good and Evil 56, a kind of expression of how the most world-affirming human being would embrace the world. Yeah.
But I guess I wonder, the idea that there are no evils in the world and so forth, whether that is really his view. I mean, there are these formulations, amor fati, there are these formulations, how one becomes what one is, that are certainly meant to evoke a kind of thought about what happiness would consist of. But then there's all this stuff about, I am the tragic philosopher. No, I mean, and so somehow I think, one has to try to put those together or at least account for both sides of him.
Okay. Is this on? Well, we will conclude now. Please join me in thanking our panelists and discussants. And we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you, guys.